The House will come to order. Please join Representative Woog in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please join me in our Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Gregorio, I'm glad you're back. Please call the roll.
Representatives Amabile, Bacon, Baisley, Benavidez, Burnett, Byrd, Bockenfeld, Basenecker, Bradfield, Caraveo, Carver, Catlin, Cutter, Doherty, Duran, Escar, Exum, Froelich, Geithner, Gonzalez Gutierrez, Gray, Hanks, Herod, Holtorf, Wooten, Jackson, Judah, Kennedy, Kip, Larson, Lontine, Luck, Lynch, Representative Lynch. Representative Lynch is excused. McCluskey, McCormick, McKean, McLaughlin,
Present.
Michelson Janae, Mullica, Neville, Ortiz, Pelton, Pico, Ransom, Rich, Ricks,
Here.
Roberts, Representative Roberts. Representative Roberts is excused. Sandridge.
Here.
Sirota. Snyder. Soper. Sullivan. Tipper. Titone. Valdez A. Valdez D. Van Bever. Van Winkle. Weissman. Will. Williams. Woodrow. Woog. Young. And Mr. Speaker.
Rep. Jackson here.
I needed the sheet though. I needed the sheet. Is it gonna happen? I don't have it memorized. It's gonna happen. I have to get called to do it, right?
Yeah, they'll I think he'll acknowledge it. Here he comes.
Yeah, the pledge was even a little challenging. I'm gonna get through this. I didn't have my notes on the pledge. I didn't.
With 64 present, 1 excused, we have a quorum. Representative Woog.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the Journal of Friday, May 28th, 2021 be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk.
Thank you, Representative Woog. Members, you have heard the motion, and that the journal be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes decisively have it. The motion is approved. Announcements and introductions. Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, Education Committee. We will not be meeting today as scheduled on the calendar, but we will be scheduling a date for later in the week, so stay tuned and we'll let you know. Thanks.
Thank you, Representative McLaughlin. Representative Herod.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is Appropriations Day, and we do have a winner today. We have 2 winners. I'm going to tell you guys the prize early on because I know you'll be sad that you didn't get it. It's Girl Scout cookies, s'mores. Probably should have given you guys this before the Memorial Day holiday, but you know, whatever. And our winners today are, drum roll, Representative, oh, he's already standing up. Will apparently knew he was going to win. Super presumptuous. Along with Representative, I don't see her, Caraveo. Come on down. Not the bat joke. Not the bat joke. Which joke, Leslie? You have a lot of good ones. Whichever one's your favorite from all your all-time favorites, all-time favorites.
Representative Will.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
Honor to serve with you too, Representative Will.
Thank you. My joke today was about 3 ropes traveling through the desert. Really parched, hadn't had anything to drink for several days, and they come upon this little oasis, and it was little bar there, and they're like, oh, they were so thirsty and they wanted to go in and have a beer, but there's a big sign up front that says, we don't serve ropes. No ropes allowed. So first rope says, I don't care. I'm so thirsty. I'm going to try it. So he goes in, tells the bartender to give him a beer. Bartender looks at him and said, didn't you read the sign? We don't serve ropes in here. So he goes out, tells his buddy he wouldn't serve it. So the guy says, the other rope says, I'm so thirsty. I'm going to try it. So he goes in and said, hey, I just told you, buddy, we don't serve ropes. Get out of here. We don't serve. He said, man, I need a beer. He said, I don't care. Get out. So go outside and said that. So the third rope says, hey, tie me in. It tells the other two ropes, tie me in a knot and then fray my ends. So he goes in, back in the bar and says, barkeep, give me a beer. And the bartender looks at him and said, aren't you a rope? He said, I'm afraid not.
He got there.
Representative Caraveo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mine was much shorter, and I spent the weekend watching a show about the moon, so that was my theme for today. So what was the problem with the restaurant on the moon? It had no atmosphere.
All right, Representative Exum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think there should be a fine for poor jokes, but that's just me. Just kidding. House Transportation and Local Government. We are not meeting today, but we will meet upon adjournment tomorrow. We have Senate Bill 262, our Representative Byrd and Minority Leader McKean, and we will also have some additional bills to be announced. So tomorrow upon adjournment. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Exum. Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, members, guess what? It is that time in session that you have been waiting for. You no longer have to wait for just Mondays or Thursdays because guess what? Today, it's Tuesday, and if it's Tuesday, it must be finance. We are going to be meeting today upon adjournment after Education, Energy, and Environment in room 112. I know, I hear so much excitement. So hearing three bills, Senate Bill 279, Senate Bill 057, and Senate Bill 190. We will see you soon.
Thank you, Representative Byrd. Representative A. Valdez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is an honor to serve with you.
Honor to serve with you too, Representative A. Valdez.
House Energy and Environment. We will be meeting today upon adjournment to hear House Bills 1326 and Senate Bill 258. We will be meeting in LSBA. I'll make another announcement when we're adjourning about what time exactly we will meet.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you and good morning, Mr. Speaker. Judiciary members, as you've noticed, the committee calendar is a bit different this week, so we are not meeting today. We are meeting tomorrow, and we'll hear 1309 back for action only, Senate Bill 88 back for action only, followed by full hearings on Senate Bill 280 and House Bill 1320. Please also note we are meeting Thursday. We have 271 and 273 on the calendar. It's possible that a few other things will drift over to us from the Senate and be assigned to us, in which case I will keep in touch as soon as I can. See you tomorrow after floor work.
Further announcements and introductions. Representative Will.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to come up and give a shout out to my lovely wife. Today is our anniversary. Now, and I'll spare you our wedding picture because I did that last year, and I'm still taking grief over that, and my hair, length of hair. But anyway, 48 years today, 48 years, and thank you. She truly is a saint. I doubt she's watching, no, but. I will say this, I love her more today than I did the day we got married, so we've been through a lot, and so happy anniversary, Suze.
Congratulations to you, Representative Wall. Further announcements and introductions, seeing none. The next order of business is third reading of bills, final passage, Majority Leader Eskar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to proceed out of order for House Bill 1322.
Great. Seeing no objection, we'll proceed out of order for immediate consideration of House Bill 1322. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title to House Bill 1322.
House Bill 1322 by Representative Snyder and Tatone, also Senator Pedersen, concerning the restructuring of the gasoline and special fuel tax.
Question before us is the adoption of Madam Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Bill 1322 on third reading, final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1322 on third reading and final passage. See no further discussion. Mr. Randall, joking. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members, please proceed to vote. Out of respect for Mr. Randall, I had to do it once. Okay, Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Sandridge votes no. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ricks votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Please close the machine. With 41 aye votes, 23 no votes, and 1 excuse, House Bill 1322 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Ricks, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to proceed out of order for immediate consideration of special orders.
Before we do that, let's have Mr. Gregorio read some committee reports.
Committee on Appropriations, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends following. Senate Bill 9 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 16 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 69 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 154 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 199 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 234 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 235 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 245 be amended as follows and be so amended and be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 248 be amended as follows and be so amended and be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 249 be amended as follows and be so amended and be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 251 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 283 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 284 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 286 be amended as follows and be so amended and be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 287 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Committee on Health and Insurance, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends following. Senate Bill 169 be amended as follows and be so amended and be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 194 be amended as follows and be so amended and be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 255 be referred to the Committee on Appropriations.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the following bills be made special orders at 9:25 a.m. Senate Bill 254, Senate Bill 270, House Bill 1324, Senate Bill 69, Senate Bill 235, Senate Bill 245, House Bill 1101, House Bill 1196, Senate Bill 286, Senate Bill 287, Senate Bill 284, Senate Bill 154, Senate Bill 174, Senate Bill 249, Senate Bill 173, Senate Bill 248, Senate Bill 234, Senate Bill 283, Senate Bill 9, Senate Bill 251, Senate Bill 256. Members, those lists are available at the desk. If you missed that rundown, there they are.
Seeing no objection, those bills will be made special orders at 9:25 a.m. Representative Byrd. Members, you have heard the motion. Seeing no objection, Representative Byrd will take the chair.
The committee will come to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there is a request for reading a bill at length. Committee reports are printed and in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen and on your iPads. Bills will be laid over upon motion of the majority leader, and of course the coat rule is relaxed. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of Senate Bill 254.
Senate Bill 254 by Senators Kirkmeyer and Zenzinger, also Representatives Lynch and Pico, concerning the elimination of the obsolete advisory committee on the licensing of child care facilities.
Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Hey, if it's Tuesday, it's Committee of the Whole.
Very nice.
There you go.
Not as well done, but it's fine. Representative Pico.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 254.
All right, to the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a very straightforward bill. It eliminates the advisory committee that advises the State Department of Human Services on the licensing of child care facilities, which was in effect prior to the creation of the Early Childhood Leadership Commission. So this particular committee is obsolete, has not met, and this is a cleanup bill by the Statutory Revision Committee, and I ask for an aye vote.
All right, and members, I know it's been a while since we've seen each other. If I could have your attention. Members, I would just like to let you know I'm glad to see you all too, but if we could just hold down our conversations, move them to the sides, or perhaps go to the lobby, I'd appreciate it. All right, is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 254. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. The ayes clearly have it. Senate Bill 254 is passed. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of Senate Bill 270.
Senate Bill 270 by Senators Bridges and Heisey, also Representatives Valdez and Larson, concerning an increase in alcohol beverage production limits for a retail establishment licensed to produce alcohol beverages on its premises.
Representative Valdez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 270.
All right, the bill has been moved. Who'd like to speak first? Representative Valdez.
Thank you, members. This is a great bill. Essentially what it does is it raises the production caps for certain types of vintners and brewers. This bill came as a result of some of the cideries that exist here in the lovely Rhino District. It helps them to be more competitive. Also, it takes a longer view on Colorado wine. Colorado has some really great conditions for producing wine, and we want to compete with California, all my friends over here. And so this gives us an opportunity to do that. So I'd ask for an aye vote.
Representative Larson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I won't elaborate too much on my illustrious co-prime here. Just also like to note that this bill would essentially bring us to parity for currently beer manufacturers and brew pubs have a much higher limit when you look at the volume of alcohol that they're allowed to produce. This would essentially raise spirits, vintners liquors up to that same parity for an equivalent license type. As you may have paid attention to earlier this year, we have a very complicated liquor licensing structure in this state, but essentially this is putting distillers and vintners at the same production levels that are enjoyed by their brewery cousins. And with that, I would ask for a yes vote.
Any further discussion on Senate Bill 270? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 270. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is passed. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill 1324.
House Bill 1324 by Representatives Pelton and Roberts, also Senators Rodriguez and Heisey, concerning measures to facilitate the use of innovative energy technologies by investor-owned utilities in Colorado in connection therewith, authorizing the Public Utilities Commission to review and approve investor-owned utilities applications for low-emission innovative energy technologies based on meeting specified criteria.
Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1324 and the Energy and Environment Committee report.
All right, to the committee report. Who would like to speak first? Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In committee, we added several amendments that were the result of further stakeholder work with the interested communities in this, the environmental community and the energy production community, and I'd ask for an aye vote on the committee report.
All right, is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Energy and Environment Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no? No. The ayes clearly have it. The committee report is adopted. To the bill. Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Really happy to be on this bill with Representative Pelton because both of us represent communities that are being impacted by the energy transition in our state. We know we have ambitious climate goals in Colorado, but one reality of those climate goals is that it means traditional jobs in the energy production space need to transition. What this bill will do is will allow those new technologies and those green technologies to be developed in the communities where there is already coal production jobs, so that we can keep these small communities together, keep those jobs in the communities, and make sure that we're helping those communities that are going through this transition one way or the other. This bill is a modest step in that direction, but will really help a lot of those small towns that are going through a transition right now.
Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And like Representative Roberts said, I'm proud to be on this bill with him. I have one coal power plant in Brush that is going to be going through some changes. And one of the things we need to look at in the future for our energy needs might come through innovative and clean energy technologies. So this bill will help those communities that are going through the transition. And this bill had a lot of work with stakeholders to get it to where it is. And with that, I'd urge an aye vote.
All right, is there any further discussion? Representative Will.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you, Representative Will.
I just wanted to come up and thank the bill sponsors for this bill. I couldn't support this bill any more than 110%, so thank you. Great bill.
All right, is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1324. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes still have it. House Bill 1324 is passed. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of Senate Bill 69.
Senate Bill 69 by Senator Priola, also Representatives Valdez and Ortiz, concerning license plates and in connection therewith specifying that the license plates of a motor vehicle that is classified as Class C personal property expire upon the sale or transfer of the motor vehicle, authorizing the issuance of license plates in previously retired styles and making an appropriation.
Representative Ortiz.
Madam Chair, I move Senate Bill 69 and the committee reports.
There is no committee report, so to the bill.
Great. All right.
Who would like to speak first? Representative Ortiz.
Great. Members, essentially what this bill does is it ensures that we are taking care of unsafe conditions for our police officers when it comes to fading and damaged plates. It also allows for an individual to keep their customer unique plates. And it also creates a funding stream revenue for those that want to get their retro plates back and this revenue will be used for the fund set aside for the disabled community.
Representative Valdez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I don't have much to add other than it's periodically states reissue their plates for reflectivity purposes, used for all sorts of things. But as you've probably noticed, a lot of the Colorado plates have become faded over the years. So this is just a plan to reissue plates to folks as they go through a normal transaction. I'd ask for an aye vote.
All right. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 69. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 69 is passed. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of Senate Bill 235.
Senate Bill 235 by Senators Jaquez, Lewis, and Priola, also Representatives Burnett and McCormick, concerning additional funding for programs of the Department of Agriculture to support increased efficiency in agriculture operations in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Representative Burnett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 235, the Agricultural, Livestock, and Water Committee, and the Appropriations Committee reports.
There is no committee report to the bill. Representative Burnett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill passed unanimously in the Agricultural, Livestock, and Water Committee. It's $5 million of one-time stimulus money from the $800 million Colorado State Stimulus Package to invest in agricultural programs that support increasing the efficiency of agricultural operations, $3 million of which goes to the agricultural cash value-added cash fund to support advancing Colorado's renewable energy and energy efficiency Acre 3 program and agrivoltaics, and $2 million goes to the Conservation Services Division in CDA to support the voluntary soil health programs. The Acre 3 program helps farmers and ranchers through education, financial and technical assistance to cut energy costs, develop their own energy resources, and create markets for agriculturally derived energies and fuels. Agrivoltaics, they must allocate at least $150,000 for research guidance, technical assistance, and feasibility studies for projects related to agrivoltaics. This is where solar energy generation facilities are co-located on the same parcel as land as the agricultural production.
Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As you heard, $2 million of the $5 million will go to the Department of Ag to go to our new soil health program that was HB 1181, and also be used to jumpstart this program and pull down some matching federal funds, which we are now going to be eligible for, to promote education around soil health, to encourage this voluntary and widespread adoption of soil health practices, and provide technical assistance to those who want it, thereby increasing producer profitability and understanding the scientific understanding of soil health in Colorado and how to improve it. So I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 235. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes still clearly have it. Senate Bill 235 is passed. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of Senate Bill 245.
Senate Bill 245 by Senators Donovan and Rankin, also Representatives McCluskey and Will, concerning backcountry search and rescue services in Colorado and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Representative McCluskey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is an honor to serve with you.
Representative McCluskey, it is an honor to serve with you as well.
I move Senate Bill 245 and the Appropriations Committee report on second reading.
To the committee report.
In appropriations, we did refine the amount of money that had been appropriated in the Senate to make sure we did what we could to drive down the cost of this program, but I'm very proud that we were able to retain enough of the funding for the budget to stand up this study, and I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes still have it. The appropriations report is passed. To the bill. Representative Will.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this bill requires the Division of Parks and Wildlife and the DNR to conduct a study to develop recommendations for addressing the challenges associated with backcountry search and rescue in this state. And DNRs must conduct outreach and training across the state on the physical injuries involved and the psychological stress faced by backcountry search and rescue volunteers. I want to tell you that this is critically important. You know, we have these teams are seeing record numbers of search and rescue activities. On average here in Colorado, we see about nearly 4,000 calls a year, and that number is increasing, and that is the number one in the nation. Colorado is the number one for these calls for search and rescue. And I want to speak a little bit about the psychological effects of some of these rescues, because you know when the rescues are great, when they're recoveries they're not. And in my career, one time we went in on a search and rescue mission, and it was a hunter that was reported missing, hadn't made it back to camp. Anyway, me and another game warden went looking for him, and we found the gentleman. He was he'd passed on. He'd been field dressing a deer, and most hunters in here know that you use the knife away from you, like he was splitting the brisket to field dress the deer. He'd straddled and was coming back this way, gutting the deer. Nice slip. He stuck himself in the femoral artery. And when we found him, he was sitting next to a tree, already rigid. Sitting next to a tree, and in an ammo box, he'd opened up his ammunition box that he had his ammunition in, opened it up, and he'd written his wife a note because he knew he was dying. He tried everything. You could see he'd used a belt and tried to tourniquet his leg. He tried everything on his own and finally come to the realization that he was going to die out there. And it was, that's stressful. And I can tell you that when I read that note that he'd wrote to his wife, yeah, that got to me. And it gets to me today, actually. And so what I'm saying is there's some really psychological impacts on some of these search and rescue people because they're going in on recoveries and not necessarily, the rescues are great, but there's a lot of recoveries as well. So this is going to be a great program. It's a great bill, and I just vote yes for it. I don't know what else to say.
Representative McCluskey.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Will. It's a powerful story and an example of what so many of our backcountry search and rescue volunteers are dealing with every day. More than 3,000 men and women in this state respond as volunteers for search and rescue missions when a loved one is lost, when there's a medical crisis or an event in the backcountry. This study will ensure that we are establishing more supports, both financially as well as behavioral and mental health, as well as benefits, all the things that we need to protect these 3,000 individuals and protect the service and the function of backcountry search and rescue when it is most needed. I urge an aye vote on Senate Bill 245.
Representative Will.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And what I failed to mention is this will help with equipment. And when you're doing this kind of work, you have to have the right equipment. So it's critical for these search and rescue teams.
Representative Valdez.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the bill sponsors for bringing Senate Bill 245. This is a huge bill needed not only for our backcountry search and rescue individuals, but for our local governments too. But the training and education that we continue to move forward is a huge aspect as individuals continue to explore our outdoors, sometimes in need of time. We're needed for rescue. So with that, you have my support on 245, which is a good bill. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This particular bill sits very close to me because this last winter season I had a good friend of our family, friend in our community, and a very bright young man lose his life. Now, there's a couple things that we learn from those tragedies, and as I understand this bill, it's a study. Search and rescue study. So I'm going to help this study along a little bit, and I hope the bill sponsors are paying close attention because see my good friend, Mr. Carmen, who we all knew in our community, even went to the lake together, boated together, got off his snowmobile to take a beautiful picture of the high country, and in doing that, he took off his avalanche beacon. Now, that was a tragedy that cost him his life. And you don't need to stand up. It's okay. I just want to get to the story so I can help along with what's so important about this study. You see, I don't think those folks in the backcountry should be able to take those beacons off. I don't think they should be able to come off. Not like that. Because if he'd have had that beacon on, they'd have found him pretty fast. But because they didn't, the snow pushed him away from the snowmobile and where the beacon was. And imagine how disappointed people were when they dug that up. There's nobody attached to the end of it. Now, there's another thing I learned as a Army aviator, and we do overwater training more and more as we did more and more contingency operations all over the world. We learned this the hard way too. But if we were going to do any overwater operations, we would have what's called a HEEDS bottle. It was a very small bottle of oxygen. But that thing, if you went underwater, and when you go underwater in a helicopter, typically the helicopter rolls upside down, just as it does. It gives you enough time and enough air to have a chance of getting out. And we did that training. We did underwater training. They called it dunker training. Now, I'm not advocating that the study says that, but I will tell you, transferring technology, if these backcountry folks had a HEEDS bottle strapped to the front of their vest, along with that alarm, that they don't take off or can't take off that easily. Imagine the difference. That HEEDS bottle will give you 5 to 10, well, not 10, that might be a stretch, 5 to 6, 3 to 6 minutes of air, depending on your respiratory rate and how you manage that. Might only be 1 to 3 minutes if you are overexcited and a heavy breather. But just those two things, just those two simple things with this study would probably save over half the lives that you're talking about in this bill that we've lost. Does the technology cost a little money? Well, not that much. Not when you talk about the value of one human life. It would be a small investment in Colorado's backcountry to do those two simple things. Have a backcountry vest that says if you go in the backcountry, you don't take it off. You might even want to make it orange or yellow, kind of like hunting vests. Number one, with that particular beacon attached to it permanently. So where you go, the vest goes. Where the vest goes, the beacon goes. And they never come apart. And then that HEEDS bottle. Because when you find yourself under there and you need air, and you know you have some air right there on your chest, it isn't too hard to dig between your chest and your nose to maybe have a chance to buy some time. There's something additional I'd like to add, always trying to be a forward thinker. What about on those beacons, when they do go off, another rescue button that you can push that says, hey, I'm still alive? Imagine that. With a different frequency or tone, or maybe even a louder sensor, that would let people know, here we are. Now with my HEEDS bottle, a little bit of air I got, 5 minutes or something, I'm still alive. Come get me. Now, I'm not going to be on the study. I'm just a cowpoke from eastern Colorado. But we also lose lives in the high country along with everybody else. And those three things right there that I offer will probably cut your death loss down in that high country by adventure 60 to 65% with just doing country math. Let me check here. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 245. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 245 is passed. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill 1101.
House Bill 1101 by Representative Ransom, also Senator Buckner, concerning preserving familial connections and actions initiated pursuant to the Children's Code.
Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1101, the Appropriations Committee report, and the Judiciary Committee report.
To the Appropriations report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We appropriated the money for 1101. I will add it was significantly less than how we originally envisioned the bill, but nevertheless, it was appropriated, and I thank the Appropriations Committee for giving us the money.
All right.
Urge and I vote.
Oh, thank you, Representative Ransom. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations report is adopted. To the Judiciary report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the Judiciary Committee, we did a strike below after extensive stakeholding as we led up to the bill. And there was one additional clarification that was added. So I move L002 and ask that it be displayed.
Right. Okay, that amendment is properly displayed. Representative Ransom, please tell us about your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment is just clarification language that the open adoption piece is voluntary on both sides. There were some adoptive parents that came to us kind of during and then right after the Judiciary Committee, and they wanted to make sure that it was optional and voluntary for all sides to be in an open adoption agreement. So I urge an aye vote on that amendment.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L002 to the Judiciary Report. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment L002 is passed. To the Judiciary Report.
And thank you, Madam Chair. As I mentioned, we did a strike below in Judiciary Committee, so this was the bill once we finished getting the Judiciary Committee done. And in essence, we included a couple important pieces for making sure that there were that we could preserve familial connections when child welfare is involved in a case. And one second. This helped specifically incarcerated parents. We made sure that visitation would be culturally appropriate and inclusive across the entire state. We added an open adoption piece. I don't know if you guys know that there actually was not a provision for open adoption in the Child Welfare Code, so we added that. As you heard on the amendment, we made it voluntary on all sides for everybody. And with that, I urge an aye vote on the Judiciary Committee report.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Judiciary Report. All those in favor, please say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Judiciary Report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Ransom.
And thank you, Madam Chair. So finally, you just heard about the Judiciary Committee report, which in essence was the bill. What this did was make sure that we preserve family connections to the extent that we can in our Colorado policies. So what was happening is that there were families that really wanted some ongoing connections. We wanted to make sure that children could have contact with their parents to the extent possible. And then we also wanted to make sure that there was some form of voluntary open adoption. As you heard, that was explained in the report. And there will be one piece that we did also add that brought everybody, there's no opposition to this bill. Currently, the one piece that we wanted to make sure is that the open adoption was voluntary on both sides, and then also there is going to be a task force. There were a couple pieces on the visitation that we still wanted to keep working with the same stakeholders on. That was to make sure that if we can have contact for incarcerated parents, we wanted to make sure that could happen, and then also the recommendations to ensure that culturally appropriate and inclusive visitation services would be available. So with that, I urge an aye vote on the bill, and I thank everybody and all the stakeholders that worked with us on it.
Representative Herod.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this is the premise of this bill is really strong and solid, and appreciate my colleagues' work on this. I just want to get confirmation that the bill with this amendment is still supported by all of the stakeholders, the amendment that we just added on the floor.
Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, the amendment was passed around to all of the stakeholders. ORPC was actually the ones handling it, but they actually were working on it maybe 2 weeks ago, so they've had time to pass it through all of the interested parties.
Thank you.
All right, is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1101. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1101 is adopted or passed. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill 1196.
House Bill 1196 by Representatives Pico and Valdez D., also Senator Zenzinger, concerning the updating of the effective date clause of Senate Bill 19-263 as amended by Senate Bill 20-152 for the purpose of ensuring that the bill accomplishes its intended legal effect of eliminating the requirement that the state treasurer execute lease purchase agreements to fund transportation projects during the 2021-22 state fiscal year if a referred ballot issue that authorizes the state to issue transportation revenue anticipation notes is approved as the November 2021 statewide election.
Representative Valdez.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I move House Bill 1196 and the Transportation Committee report.
Okay, there is no committee report to the bill. Representative Pico.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is an update of the effective date clause. What it does is goes back to previous legislation that provided for lease purchase agreements to finance road construction. It is no longer, correction, this requires an update to the legislation each year in the event that a measure is referred to the ballot. So what this does provides that update. So there is no fiscal impact. It's a straightforward piece of legislation and request an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption passage of House Bill 1196. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1196 is passed. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of Senate Bill 286.
Senate Bill 286 by Senators Moreno and Rankin, also Representatives Herod and McCluskey, concerning the distribution of money received under the Federal American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 for home and community-based services and in connection therewith making and reducing an appropriation.
Representative McCluskey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 286 on second reading.
And the appropriations report?
And the appropriations report.
To the appropriations report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, we did move in appropriations funding to be sure that we could stand up the spending plan portion of our program here, and I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the appropriations report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the appropriations report is passed. Representative McCluskey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, we are fortunate to be receiving additional federal matching funds for our home and community-based services through HCPF. We know the pandemic has really had a significant impact on those home-based services, on our community providers, for individuals that need additional support, our more vulnerable populations. The additional 10% comes in on top of the 6.25% federal match that we are already receiving. We, through this bill, are asking HCPF to design a spending plan, a plan that will ensure we have the right services in the right communities, rural as well as urban Colorado. It allows for investments both in wages and provider rates as well as to those frontline workers, those that are performing such important and essential functions for individuals in their homes. And it allows for additional funding for the system itself to help reinforce any system needs, whether that be IT or other programming. I urge an aye vote on Senate Bill 286.
Representative Herod.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my co-prime sponsor for her work on this bill. Simply, this bill moves money from the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 to home and community-based services. This will impact people in Colorado who really need these services. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 286. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 286 is passed. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of Senate Bill 287.
Senate Bill 287 by Senators Moreno and Rankin, also Representatives McCluskey and Titone, concerning funding sources for the Office of Information Technology and in connection therewith creating the Technology Risk Prevention and Response Fund, increasing the amount of money that may be transferred between items of appropriation made to principal departments of state government and to the Office of Governor and making an appropriation.
Representative Titone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 287 and the appropriations report.
There is no appropriations report. To the bill.
To the bill. Thank you, Madam Chair. So what we're talking about here is the Technology Risk Prevention and Response Fund. And this was a fund that existed before, and last year during all the cuts that were going on was repealed. But this is going to be bringing it back. And why this is important is because cyber technology incidents can really cost a lot of money. If you remember, several years ago, there was a cyber incident with CDOT, And because this fund existed, we were able to react to that and cut down a lot of the costs associated with a major incident that would have occurred. Some other states that had similar problems with this same kind of incident ended up costing them like 10 times as much money. So these kinds of funds, having this available, is vitally important to staying ahead and saving the state money because we're actually prepared for any of these things that may happen if we run into those things.
Representative McCluskey.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and my thanks to my co-prime. He did a great job covering everything that is in this bill. And Rep. Tatone, thank you for your leadership on the JTC. You make an incredible difference for all of us. I want to emphasize that last year when we repealed the Technology Advancement and Emergency Fund, it was a very difficult decision for all of us. We had a lengthy and robust discussion. In the end, the fund itself was not well defined. I think this new Technology Risk Prevention and Response Fund is stood up in a way to be more targeted and focused on those types of cyber incidents that are truly a security risk for our state. And I'm thrilled that we'll have the emergency funding available throughout the year and available to the department in the event such something occurs. With that, I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 287. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 287 is passed. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of Senate Bill 284.
Senate Bill 284 by Senators Hansen and Rankin, also Representatives Harrod and Larson, concerning evidence-based evaluations to assist the General Assembly in determining the appropriate level of funding for a program or practice and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Harrod.
Thank you. While my co-prime comes down here, Representative Larson, I'll go ahead and move the bill. Senate Bill 287 in the committee report, Appropriations Committee report.
There is no committee report.
284. Thank you.
284. Right, no committee report.
To the bill.
Representative Harrod, to the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill, I'm proud to say we worked on in JBC, though it's not a JBC bill, we have been working on it for quite some time under the leadership of Senator Rankin. This bill allows for scientific and evidence-based policy to work its way into our work and into our bills. I do ask for an aye vote.
All right, Representative Larson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm actually going to steal from my co-prime here from what she said in appropriations, because I think it pretty much puts a finer point on why we need to do this, is that we do indeed pass a lot of pilot programs here. And this bill really gets at the ability to come back, take a look, and say, what's the evidence that this is working? It's basically evidence-based policy, and, I just think that you had a really good point in committee, so I wanted to make that here. And with that, I would ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 284. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 284 is passed. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of Senate Bill 154.
Senate Bill 154 by Senators Colker and Simpson, also Representatives Cutter and Soper, concerning the implementation of the 988 National Suicide Prevention Lifeline Network in Colorado in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Cutter.
I'd like to move Senate Bill 254.
154.
154.
Okay, that bill has been moved. Representative Cutter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you, Representative Cutter.
So we all in this chamber know the problem we have with suicide in this country and in the state in particular. The national suicide rate has climbed 30% since 1999. Approximately 1 in 5 people above the age of 12 has a mental health condition in the United States. Suicide is the second leading cause of death among young people and the 10th leading cause of death in the U.S. More Americans died from mental health crises and substance abuse in 2018 alone than have died in combat in every war combined since World War II. However, suicide, this is the good news, is most often preventable. For every person who dies by suicide, there are 280 people who seriously consider suicide but do not kill themselves. For too long, our system of mental health crisis services has been underfunded and undervalued. This bill will allow us to meet this challenge with evidence-based crisis intervention that the 988 crisis line will provide. Last year, Congress passed and President Trump signed into the into law the National Suicide Prevention Hotline, which designates 988 as the universal telephone number, and it allows states to set this up for their own use in the state. The Mental Health Colorado has been holding stakeholder meetings on this for months and months and months to figure out how to make it work here in the state, and my co-prime will tell you more.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Cutter. So what you have before you is the creation of the National 988 hotline here in Colorado. And it is with great pride to be able to do this because it was our own U.S. Senator Cory Gardner who was the sponsor of that bill that went through Congress. But as Representative Cutter explained, Colorado is the 5th in terms of suicide. And overall, suicides are the 7th leading cause of death in Colorado. The highest county for suicides is out west. I know Mesa County is amongst the highest in Colorado. And depending on what age group you're looking at, the leading cause of death can also fluctuate. It's the 2nd leading cause of death for 15 to 44-year-olds, and the 5th leading cause of death for 45 to 54-year-olds, and the 6th leading cause of death for 55 to 64-year-olds. Out of 100,000 people, 22 in Colorado will commit suicide. Compared to the nation, 13 will commit suicide out of 100,000. So what we're doing here is we're creating an enterprise in which 15 to a maximum of 30 cents, depending on what it's determined is needed to be able to operate the 988 line, will be assessed on each phone line, cell phones and landlines. And then that will go into being able to operate the call center for 988 and then to be able to supply follow-up services. In the national legislation, it was required that there be a steady stream of funding that the states be able to identify and to come up with, and this is what we were able to come up here. We chose not to have it tied to administrative costs, but to actual usage as well, so that there wasn't a scenario in the future where administration would just take over and destroy the program. So this actually goes back to the services. Colorado is ahead of our other states because we actually have already set up a center, and so we're well on our way to getting this established, and it will save lives, it will help Coloradans who are in need, and it will also help relieve our 911 lines. We believe up to 20% of the phone calls will move over to 988 automatically.
All right, is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 154, the passage. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No! The ayes still have it. Senate Bill 154 is passed. Mr. Gregorio, please. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 174 to the end of the calendar.
All right. Seeing no objection, Senate Bill 174 will be moved to the end of the calendar. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of Senate Bill 249.
Senate Bill 249 by Senators Fenberg and Donovan, also Representatives Will and Tipper, concerning the creation of an optional discounted parks and public lands access pass that is purchased at the time a motor vehicle is registered and in connection therewith using the pass fees to finance a number of goals of the Division of Parks and Wildlife related to increased conservation of, safety, and access to state park and public lands and making an appropriation.
Representative Tipper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 249, the Appropriations Committee report.
And the Appropriations Committee report to the committee report.
In appropriations, we made a small change because the appropriation was already made in the Senate. It was a $2,000 cash fund transfer. I ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the appropriations report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The appropriations report is adopted. To the bill. Representative Will.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, folks, if you love Colorado and the outdoors, we got the bill for you. Whether you hunt, fish, hike, boat, wildlife view, whatever, wildlife watch, this bill's for you. Or if you get lost, too. There's a search and rescue component to this bill as well. So, but this bill is going to give all of Colorado, all Coloradans, the ability to contribute to wildlife conservation and our trails and outdoor recreation industry as far as infrastructure and all the things in our state parks, that all the infrastructure and stuff in the state parks that we all enjoy. So the Keep Colorado Pass it'll provide long-term stable funding, which is we've been needing in CPW for sure. And you know, this state does have world-class outdoor recreation. Obviously has a very diverse and world-class wildlife resources in this state. But there's also a component to this that's protection of our first responders and our safety professionals. So additional support for Colorado's public lands. They're still in a lot of stakeholding process on that. But it's even more important this year for the tremendous increase in our population that we have here in Colorado and the use of the outdoors. We saw that last year, and so much of that what we witnessed with the COVID pandemic. And then you see the, just west of Denver here in the foothills. I mean, you can't even find a parking spot. You know, some of our counties even closed county roads because there was so much use. And I think I'll let my co-prime talk a little bit about the increase in visitation at our state parks. But this, historically, hunters and fishermen have paid the price in all this. They've carried the water and carried the mail all these years, and I think it's time that everyone that uses the outdoors in our state parks and public lands have an ability to pay, and this bill does that.
Representative Tipper.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Will. It's been an honor to work on this bill with you. I think in some ways it's the fruition of your lifetime career. So happy to be on this with you. This bill is important to me in my district, particularly because my district uses Chatfield State Park, El Dorado State Canyon, Roxbury State Park. Those are all state parks that are very close to my district. And what we've seen is a tremendous increase across the state in the use of parks, which we love, but we need to someone in committee said we're loving our parks to death, and that's true. We need to put the funding in a sustainable way to ensure that these parks stay for a long time and that everyone can use them. So over the last decade, they've only had a 4.4 FTE increase across Colorado Parks and Wildlife. And in that same time period, there's been over an increase of 7 million people using those parks. We saw an increase during COVID as well because, of course, everything was shut down. And so it just made the need more acute. Montana moved to this model, and they have an 88% participation rate, making their state parks $9 for an annual parks pass, which is pretty incredible. Here in Colorado, an annual parks pass is currently $80. This bill promises to cut that at least in half, and they're confident that they can go to $25 to $30. So it's making it more accessible, putting the funding that we need into the infrastructure, and then as Representative Will said, also search and rescue and avalanche mitigation. So it's a great bill. I think it's everyone wins, and I ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Will.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'd be remiss if I didn't mention this, but I spent a 40-plus year career in Colorado Parks and Wildlife, and on the wildlife side under Division of Wildlife before we were merged. But I have to say that these state parks and these state wildlife areas, they truly are the gems of Colorado. And I always felt when I was working in that career that, we should showcase those properties. And anyone that manages land, and I know, Rep. Catlin and Holtorf, Pelton, everybody that's managing a farm or a ranch, understand it takes dollars to showcase those places. And the state needs to do that. And I think it's incredibly important that the state showcase our gems. So I'd ask for an aye vote.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was in support of this bill in committee and will be in support here on the floor, but I do have a couple of things that I do want to talk about here. Number one, I would rather it be an opt-in and opt-out. I do know that if it was that way, people just wouldn't go for it at any large number, which is why I appreciate what happened in the state Senate. They changed the bill to where you can have a multi-year opt-out, so that let's say you don't want to be harassed when you go into the clerk's office every single year asking if you want to opt out. Now you can say, I want to opt out for a 5-year period. So that was something that gave me a lot of assurances that we're heading down a better approach. The one thing I would like to say, and I did speak to the sponsors about this, is some sort of a mechanism to where, let's say someone goes ahead and renews their vehicle, and then they realize, oh shoot, there's a $30 parks pass attached to it, and I really want to opt out, that they learned about that afterwards. What my fear is that that individual is going to go down to the clerk's office, and they're just going to read the riot act to the clerk. So perhaps this is something that can be done in rulemaking, but we certainly need to have a mechanism in place so that if a Coloradan realizes they made a mistake, they can actually get it reversed and that it's not going to cost them any sort of an admin fee. Because otherwise, you're going to have an upset constituent take it all out on the clerk, and that's not what we need. But as far as funding our parks and our wildlife, this is a different approach. Part of it is because hunting fees are just not where they used to be, and oil and gas is not here where it used to be either. And so we're looking for another source of revenue, and that's what's being done here, because certainly the great outdoors in Colorado is what we all love, and being able to create more amenities is certainly an attraction for all of us. I would look to the future and hope that we could have some sort of a partnership with the federal government to be able to offer more outdoor activities and amenities to get people outside, because that's what we all enjoy about Colorado, is being in the great outdoors. So thank you.
Representative Tipper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Soburn. I wanted to respond to one of the sort of semi-questions that you posed. You had raised this, and it wasn't the first time it had been raised, this concern that someone inadvertently purchases the pass and doesn't want it. So part of the bill is a long stakeholding process which involves the clerks, and they're very committed to ensuring that scenario doesn't happen, as is Colorado Parks and Wildlife. So they will be tasked with sort of working that out, how to do that. So rather than us legislating from a place of really not knowing what the best solution is with respect to that, we want the clerks in combination with Colorado Parks and Wildlife to handle what that solution would be.
Representative Will.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate that question, and we've heard that a lot, actually. But, the pass it's included in your car registration, right? But it's optional, and the opt-out is a loaded term that makes it seem like the fee will be hidden. It's not hidden. But I know DNR and the stakeholders have worked hard to make it clear that this bill and the fee and the ability to decline the fee and the pass will be transparent, totally transparent. And we have a few years to get that done before this goes into effect, but not trying to pull a fast one. Everyone will understand. And it's kind of a hybrid between the opt-in and opt-out, but I appreciate that question.
Representative Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I heard this bill in committee the other day, and I am a no vote on this. Of course, I'm not a fan of opting out. I believe that you should opt in for this. They haven't worked all of that out yet, so we don't know what that's going to look like. Also, in committee, one of the sponsors talked about, well, maybe they both did, talked about how popular the state parks are. And yes, they are. I enjoy using those myself. But the one I'll give you an example. The one that we have in Mesa County, it's booked 3 months out. Now, if you end up buying one of these, you're not going to be able to use it because you can't get into that park. So that's going to be an issue as well, because they are so popular, and it's probably not necessary for you to have one of these on every single one of your vehicles, but you purchase these, you might not be able to use them. I urge a no vote.
Representative Pico.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We discussed this in committee a lot, and the provision that really kind of gave a lot of us pause was that it's an opt-out as opposed to being a voluntary opt-in, and that was something a lot of us had concerns with. I appreciate all the issues or the measures that are being taken care of. I voted for this in committee, but not necessarily convinced that that's a good way to do this. It should be an opt-in, not an opt-out. And I'll probably be a no vote.
All right. Any further discussion? Representative Holtorf.
Almost forgot about me. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I rise in opposition, not in opposition to what the bill is trying to do, but in opposition to the way the bill is structured. You see, if you want to register your vehicle, let's register our vehicle. If you want a state park pass, let's go get a state park pass. If you want to register your vehicle and you want a state park pass, well, go ahead. Register your vehicle and check, I'd like to have a state park pass at whatever rate. Here's my new amount, and I'll write a check for that. So often we're paying bills and we're at home, and we're trying to get through monthly billing for the family and the household, which is about as much fun as getting a cavity fixed some months at your local dentist. And you may overlook that particular charge. You may be a senior citizen. You may be an older person that actually doesn't get out much. You may overlook that little surprise that they've offered you, or you may not even check the right block or box because you either overlooked something, or you didn't understand something, or you failed to even read the fine print because you didn't have the glasses available when you were doing your bill. Let's be honest, Colorado. If we're going to let people have something, let them decide. Don't put it in front of them and then say, well, if you don't want it, you got to tell us to take it away from you. That's not the right way to do things in where I'm from. That's just not the right way to do things. It's like buying a load of hay. Hey, I want a load of hay. We'll bring a load of hay. Okay, the load of hay rolls in. You got a little bit of alfalfa hay. Then on the back end, you got a little bit of Sudex. Well, I didn't want any Sudex. I wanted all alfalfa. Well, you didn't tell me. Didn't tell me you didn't want the Sudex, so I brought you some Sudex. And then you have this whole process to try to get out of what you got into. When you call the number, you'll go to an answering machine. You'll have to drive down to the courthouse to try to get your fee reimbursed. It'll be a bureaucratic nut roll to try to back out of it. Or maybe you'll just give up and say, whatever, I guess maybe I'll try to find my way to a state park. Ladies and gentlemen, this is just not the right way to do things. It's not the right approach. Now here's the other problem. So you're going to sell a bunch of state park passes, and now you're going to get a bunch of extra money for the state parks, which is the intent of this, whether people use them or not. But I will tell you, if someone wants to buy something, let them make the decision to buy it. Let it be their decision to do it, not the government's decision to tell you to do it. And then if you don't want to do it, well, you can back out of it because here's how. And I've heard all the arguments, oh, it'll be real easy, it'll be plain, it'll be in big letters, all you got to do is check this block. I've heard all that. But you know what? It's just not the way you do things. It's not the way you do things. So, I'm here to tell you I like the idea of keeping Colorado Wild annual pass. Go ahead and sell it. Go ahead and sell the pass. Sell an annual pass. Maybe you like the ski resorts do up there for those of us that like to enjoy skiing. If you buy your pass before the season starts, you get a real discount. You get a significant annual discount because you are proactive and you are ahead of the 8 ball. That's a great idea. You could even say, well, after that pre-sign-up period annually, then it could default with your registration. Now, if you want to encourage people to register and you want to offer a state pass, park pass as a little benefit, so you have less vehicles driving around unregistered, like the one I saw in Denver that was January 2021. just over here on Spear with out-of-state tags, 5 months out of tolerance. Probably still trying to stretch that high dollar registration you got to pay in Colorado. So he's going to get all he can out of that California license plate. But if you want to do that, I really truly believe that it shouldn't be this structure. You should have a different structure, a better structure. And I don't know if rulemaking is the time. I think this is the time. I think in the committee of the whole is the time to get this thing dressed up and in the right order. You know, in the country they say don't get the cart ahead of the horse. Put the horses in front of the cart so they can pull it. I really think this is a classic example of getting things in the wrong order. So I do stand before all of you, and I hope we don't keep doing this on other things. This is a bad precedence. If you want to put this in front of that and this in front of that and everybody's got opt-out, I'll give you another example. Let's say on your state taxes you've got all these things you can give money to. Let's say we did the same thing on our state taxes, and I'm not trying to give anybody any ideas in this gold dome. But let's say that you're going to do your state taxes and then you have to contribute to every one of these organizations that's asking for money on your state tax return. Oh no, but if you don't want to, then you got to opt out. So just check these blocks and opt out. Does that even sound right? $3 an organization, or $1 or $2 or $3 an organization, pretty soon you're spending another $120, $150, $200 on donations to all these different entities and organizations. But if you don't want to, go ahead and opt out. Just check this block and opt out. No, the right way to do it is the way it's set up. That if you do want to donate to any of these organizations, you check the block and opt in. You check the block and opt in. Now, I don't know if I'm the only person that feels this way. I got the feeling I might not be. I will tell you that let's get the cart behind the horse on this particular bill. Let's go ahead and say that if you want this park pass, when you're registering your vehicle, you'll go ahead and put a check mark there, you'll pay the extra fee, and you'll get that state park pass. But let's not say that you're going to get it, and if you don't want it, you got to tell somebody that you don't want it. It's just country logic in my mind. And it'd be a heck of a precedence to start, which I think we're starting today. And we'll continue to start that. Now, I want to make sure that I'm in line with this, and I'm just going to go to part of this bill summary here, just to make sure what the division's going to do. So the Parks and Wildlife Commission, NDNR, has to adopt rules to set this wild pass fee. And it says for income-eligible households, a reduced fee may establish a process for applying existing discounts or free entry to persons eligible for the discount or free entry to the wild pass. Okay, well, there's a discount there, and obviously that's an income-based thing. And then there's separate fees for non-residents. Another fee for wild pass fees when registering the resident's motor vehicle, and residents who do not possess one or more of the motor vehicles listed above. So there's a lot of rulemaking that has to happen. The Division of Parks and Wildlife, NDNR, will use the wild pass fees collected to achieve the stated goals, such as providing affordable access to state parks and public lands, managing state parks, supporting search and rescue and avalanche efforts, conserving vulnerable species and habitats, funding EDI programs, and financing regional outdoor partnerships. So there are some things here that DNR has to work out. We haven't even got to the point out now where the clerks and recorder, all those county clerks and recorders have to get involved. I'll go back up to the top here. Maybe that is in here. It says each resident with one of the following motor vehicles that is not a commercial vehicle is assessed a fee for the wild pass when registering their motor vehicle. Well, right away it says, hey, we're going to charge you up front. I don't like that. For a vehicle, a lightweight truck, a motorcycle, or a recreational vehicle. Now, what if you have more than one vehicle? Let's say you don't know about it, and you've got a motorcycle, you've got an RV, you got the infamous F-150 pickup, the most popular pickup in the country, and you got a little four-door sedan. And you overlook all that, and you just send it all in, and all of a sudden you're like, oh my goodness, now I have 4 or 5 state park passes. My goodness. What am I going to do with all these? Well, you didn't opt out. Well, I didn't want them, and if I did, I only wanted one. So where's the provision that says for somebody that registers, they're only going to get charged one? Boy, wouldn't that be good language to put in the bill? So one household doesn't get charged for 3, 4, 5, or more state park passes. And now how hard is it for them if they do have the misfortune of overlooking the opt-out and checking, saying, I don't want it? Maybe they remember on 1 or 2, but the other 2, 3, or 4 they forget, or it's overlooked because they come at different times of the year. Then what do? You get a refund, a rebate? You get it credited back on the next registration? Well, I don't see any provisions for any of that. Now, it says a resident may decline to pay the wild pass fee when registering a motor vehicle, and non-payment of the wild pass fee does not affect the resident's ability to register the motor vehicle. Well, how about if you have that indefinitely? What if somebody says, I'm a senior citizen, I can barely get out of my house to go to the grocery store and get groceries. I really don't want to worry about this thing, so I want to opt out indefinitely. Are there any provisions for that? So there are amendments that we need to talk about. Senate Bill 21-249, Keep Colorado Wild Annual Pass. To protect the citizens of Colorado, to protect their interests, I think the bill and the bill language is backwards. It's in reverse order. I know I wouldn't want my grandmother to have to worry about this. Wouldn't want any relative to have to worry about this. You know, it's just not right. It's just not right to dump this on. So with that, Madam Chair. Oh, here we go again. With that, Madam Chair, okay, we ready? Okay. I encourage a no vote.
Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's a part about this bill that doesn't just bother me, it's bothered several people that have come up here and talked about it. And with that, I move Amendment L007 and ask that it be displayed.
Okay, that amendment is displayed. To the amendment, Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What this bill does, or this amendment does, is it makes it to where the owner opts into this program instead of them having to, opt out of it. A lot of different things in this world right now are opt out, and people get tripped up, forget about opting out and things. So this bill or this amendment just clears that up, and I'd ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Tipper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I ask for a no vote. This was, extensively considered, and again, we're not trying to trick people. People will have the option. They'll see it. They'll make an informed decision. It's not just about whether or not they want a parks pass to go to a park. It's whether or not they want to make an investment in our Colorado parks, whether they want to support search and rescue, whether they want to support avalanche recovery. So it's it is broader than just this idea that we're tricking people into getting a parks pass. That's absolutely not the case. We're actually giving them more information than they have right now. And for that reason, the model that we've crafted, the Colorado solution of an opt-out, is important. And there is a permanent opt-out, Representative Holtorf. Once you opt out, you're opted out until you want to opt back in. I ask for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption. Oh, Representative Rich, forgive me, sorry about that.
I thought Representative Will was going to speak. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm in support of this amendment. I know that there's been a lot of conversation about opt-in and opt-out. Again, we ought to have the ability to opt in. There's a lot of moving parts to this bill. There's a lot of things that are still not known. Those little cards that you receive for your vehicle registration, they're very small. We hear in committee, well, we're going to change the way those look, but we don't know what that's going to look like. There are a lot of things that you don't know right now what that's going to look like, and if you really will pick up on that. This is a much better way to handle this, opting in instead of opting out. I urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L007. Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just real quickly, I wanted to add on my support for this amendment, partly because we heard that people might want to donate more to the parks. And by the way, I am in support of that piece. I want people to choose to make donations, but we're back to opting in. And if they want to make donations to trails or to parks, they could do that. And by the way, the opt-in could be in perpetuity as well. Like when you buy a license plate, a specialized license plate that you buy it, and then the fee is added on every year. It's presumed that you want to continue that specialized license plate. It could be presumed that people want to continue that donation. So real quickly, thank you very much to the amendment sponsor. I do appreciate the amendment and ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really like the idea that was brought up, and I think that this is a good amendment and probably doesn't go far enough. Why can't people choose one way or the other? You can opt in if you want to opt in. You opt out if you want to opt out. If you want to opt out for life, you opt out for life. If you want to opt in for life, opt in for life. If you want to opt in, if you have 5 vehicles and you want to opt in one time, the rules are made so you only get one pass. Maybe you want to share those with other family members or other extended relatives. But the point is, the citizens, it's all about the citizens and taking care of the citizens and what the citizens want. They didn't want what we want. It isn't what DNR wants. It isn't what Division of Wildlife wants. It isn't about trying to get more money, scrape more money up off the table so we can put more money in the coffers. It's about what the citizens want. And I know citizens want what I've mentioned. They want those choices one way or the other, and they want to be able to make those and not have those things made for them, and then they have to unscrew them. They don't want the screw put in the wood, and then they got to screw it out, as an analogy.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Will.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just want to address a couple things. I mentioned earlier that hunters and fishermen have been paying for this all along. And, several years ago we tried the habitat stamp. So non-consumptive users, and what I mean by that, non-hunters and fishermen that use our parks, use our trails and all that, had an opportunity to buy a habitat stamp to help fund this. After 2 years, we finally broke 1% of people buying that habitat stamp. Took 2 years to bust 1%. And so this is a funding mechanism that our CPW really needs. And we're talking about so much discussion about the opt-in or opt-out. On hunting applications, those of you that are hunters and apply for licenses, know that you have all kinds of opportunities to opt in or opt out. The same kind of thing. Do you want a refund or you want a leftover license? So the people that have been paying the bills are quite used to checking the right box. And I don't know about the rest of the general public, but I can tell you that our hunters are well aware of this, and we're not trying to trick anyone. So.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing Representative Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to remind you one more time that the Department of Natural Resources, they haven't determined what that box or what that card is going to look like with the county clerks. That hasn't even been resolved. That should be resolved before we do this. I support this amendment. We should, until those things get resolved, we ought to be able to opt in. I urge an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L007. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. The noes have it. Amendment L007 is lost. To the bill. Is there any further discussion? Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you, Representative Catlin.
Thank you. I'm down here this morning to talk about a concern that just came to my attention, and it comes from the clerks and recorders' offices out in my district. They're worried about costs of administering the program and are wanting to see if there's some way we can authorize a salary for the authorized agents. The county public trustees are provided a separate salary. The clerks should also be compensated as an authorized agent. I wanted them to know that I would speak to that from the floor today. That's something that we might consider as we move forward to thirds. Thank you very much for your time.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 249. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 249 is passed. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of Senate Bill 173.
Senate Bill 173 by Senators Gonzalez and Moreno, also Representatives Caraveo and Gonzalez Gutierrez, concerning rights related to residential rental agreements and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 173 and the Appropriations and Business Affairs and Labor Committee report.
To the Appropriations report.
One moment.
Representative Caraveo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You switched voices. In appropriations, we made an appropriation of $15,000 to the Judicial Department. I ask for an aye vote.
The question before us, is there any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? The question before us is the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those against, no. No. The ayes have it. The report passes. To the Business Affairs and Labor report, Representative Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, in Business Affairs, it was quite eventful. We had quite a few people show up to testify. What we incorporated in the Business Affairs and Labor report is feedback from the realtors that we made some changes with regards to exemptions. We removed the Attorney General's Office's enforcement provision. We aligned standards of calculating indigency and aligned it with the HUD standards. We also removed the appeals bond for warranty of habitability, which was feedback we received from the creditors bar. I also move Amendment L31 and ask for it to be displayed.
Amendment 31 to the Business Affairs and Labor Committee report is displayed. Representative Caraveo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So given that we made several amendments, the language around warranty of habitability was not reading correctly, and so this is a clarification on that language. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion on this amendment? Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just need a moment to read it because it was not, the one displayed wasn't the
this one, so let me just read it one moment quick. Okay. Okay, thank you. That is what you described, which is just different than what was displayed on the board, so thank you.
The question before us is the passage of Amendment 31. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those against, no. The ayes have it. The amendment passes. To the committee report, Representative Gonzalez Gutierrez, Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I explained what we did in the Business Affairs and Labor Committee. I ask for your support, and I ask for an aye vote.
The question before us is the Business Affairs and Labor Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those against, no. The ayes have it. The report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Caraveo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So really what 173 does is makes a few changes to law in order to really level the playing field between landlords and tenants. So it allows Coloradans to catch up on their back rent at any time in the eviction process in order to avoid eviction, caps rental late fees and prohibits evictions based on late fees alone. It eliminates excessive court fees that price renters out, bringing health and safety bringing health and safety defenses up in court, and it establishes a common a penalty for landlords who illegally lock out renters.
Madam Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, these common sense reforms will keep more people in their homes without significantly burdening landlords who comply with the law. This does not prevent landlords from evicting renters who do not pay their rent. This is about fairness. Colorado renters need more time to catch up on back rent because the eviction timeline is faster than the rent relief timeline. Renters should have a fair day in court, and they should therefore be allowed to bring health and safety defenses without being priced out of court. And with that, Madam Chair, I move Amendment L32 and ask for it to be displayed.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 173? Oh, we're doing another amendment. I'm sorry. Amendment 32 has been displayed. Madam Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this is another technical amendment. It changes the language, language changes needed to harmonize another bill that we heard in this chamber, House Bill 1121 with Senate Bill 173. There was some overlap. So this is a reinstatement of current law references and one section removed for the warranty of habitability appeal to revert to current law. I ask for an aye vote.
Any discussion, further discussion on Amendment 32? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment 32 to Senate Bill 173. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is passed. To the bill, Representative Caraveo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And we have one last technical amendment, so I move L33 and ask that it be displayed.
Amendment 33 has been displayed. Representative Caraveo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So when the Senate removed trial by jury, it wasn't removed from a section head note, and so that's being corrected here, and then we're adding the warranty of habitability appeals language into that same head note. I ask for an aye vote.
The question before us is Amendment 33. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 33 is passed. To the bill, Representative Gonzalez Gutierrez? No. Representative Woog.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for your patience. I will just do this now. I move Amendment L034 and ask it to be displayed.
Amendment 34 has been displayed. Representative Woog.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, and I didn't sit in on this committee, but I can believe and understand, and I'm making an assumption here, but because of COVID and what many people have gone through. I know there have been tenants that have struggled, and frankly, landlords as well. But so I do understand that maybe there's a desire to help these people that have had a brutal year, and I understand that. But what this amendment will do is it will strike the section of late fees. It will repeal it, I'm sorry. It will repeal the section on fees for 1 year from today, effective July 1st, 2022. And I'm going to leave it at that, and I'll say more after that. So I urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Assistant Majority Leader,
Oh, go ahead.
Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to speak in favor of this. What this amendment does is it removes the section of the bill that deals with prescripting exactly how late fees ought to work and how they ought to be applied. And there's a dangerous portion to that because it is one of those things that is driving people, oh my gosh, oh, be still my beating heart. My apologies, member. Someone just walked in the room. Anyhow, I speak in favor of this amendment because I'm thinking about the 3-year sunsets in Finance Committee like crazy. This is a 1-year sunset, which is even better on these. So what it will do is allow people, it'll put these restrictions on landlords for the next year, actually. And so what that will do is, as the bill sponsors say, they want to give some breathing room to renters of Colorado, and especially during this time of COVID. So what this does is, as the economy comes out of COVID, as the people of Colorado come out of COVID, get back to work, this would allow these mandates to get into effect. And then actually we could see how they're working, and if necessary, if they're working great, if the people of Colorado love them, if rental impacts aren't completely negative, then we can come back next year and continue them. But what this does is it allows for it to sunset after next year. Let's see how it's working, and if it's working great, then we can come back next year and continue them for maybe forever going forward. But at least this will allow it to be implemented as people come out of the coronavirus shutdowns and things like that, and then allow the rental market to kind of reaffirm itself on a more regular basis next year. So I ask for a yes vote on this. Let's let this go into effect. And then let's have it automatically repeal unless we see that it's really helping people. And if it is, then we can come back next year and keep it on permanently. But for now, I ask for a yes vote.
Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for this amendment. However, I am going to ask for a no vote on this, members. This bill was not derived out of COVID. This is an issue that's been happening before COVID. And so I just want to be very clear, this is not a COVID bill. This is about long-standing systemic issues that we have had for renters, and this is a way to remedy that. So I ask for a no on this amendment. Thank you.
The question before us is Amendment 34. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. The amendment fails. To the bill. Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to the bill, I'd like to move an amendment. I move L035.
That amendment has been displayed. Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And what this amendment would do is, right now in the bill, what we try to do is sunset after the year the entire section about how late fees ought to be applied and when late fees can be applied. Because that won't ever sunset now in the bill, what I'd like to do is change it to be more of an industry standard. So right now the bill says that late fee cannot be charged until at least 7 calendar days after rent is due. So probably the 7th of the month. After the 7th of the month, then a late fee can be applied. Now, the industry standard right now is 3 days, and in many states, like New York City, it's actually 5 days. So we're going from nothing in state law now all the way till 7 days. That's a rather extreme jump, and it's one of those things that, at least in districts like mine where there are many single-family homes that are being rented, a lot of those homeowners, the owners of the home who are renting out their single-family home, they see bills like this and they just want to get out of the market. They know their home value has gone up a lot since they purchased their property, and the easiest thing for them, instead of dealing with all these headaches that the legislature keeps pushing down, is just sell and get out, which just squeezes the market even more because it reduces the rental availability on the market, which drives up prices everywhere. So I think if this bill, with this amendment, where at least the industry standard right now is 3 days, the bill says 7 days. New York City and most others that have passed similar bills to this have made it 5 days. I say, I don't like putting anything in statute, but if we are, let's not make it even more extreme than, say, New York City. So I ask for a yes vote on this.
Representative Woog.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also urge a yes vote on this amendment. One other thing to add to that, the more leeway you give on days, that is going to make it harder on the landlord, property manager. That's going to make it harder on them because actually, oftentimes they need to pay for things with that rent that comes in. They need to pay maybe for maintenance, some maintenance that was done on that property to make it better for that tenant. And that vendor needs that payment in a certain amount of time so they can pay their rent or their mortgage. There's also oftentimes homeowners association dues that you take out of that rent payment that comes in, and those have a due date. So as we push this date till the 7th, it's almost making it impossible to make those payments. I know for a fact some of the HOA dues that we need to pay at my business have to be in by the 10th. So it makes it harder on some other businesses, on some other people. So I urge a yes vote on this amendment. It's a good amendment.
Representative Caraveo.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the amendment. We ask for a no vote. When this bill really was drafted, we started with a 14-day grace period, and through honest and good faith negotiations have brought it down to 7. So we think that we've reached a good consensus with all stakeholders, and we'd like to keep it there. Thank you.
Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam. I have to lower the podium every time. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I don't think all stakeholders on board with this. Certainly the renting community of Colorado is not on board with the 7 days. 5 days, I still don't think is great, but it's better. At least it puts us in line with, like I said, New York City. Because what's going to happen here is a landlord, they're going to do the math. They're going to do the calculation and say, X number of people aren't going to pay their rent until the 7th. So to cover that, I need to raise rents across my property or properties in order to make up for that. So I think right now with the 7 days, rent's going to go up across the board, which is going to, again, spiral the issue even more because that's going to drive rents up. It's going to then make more late payments, which will drive rents up again, and so on and so forth. And once again, many of the landlords, especially across the outskirts of Denver, they're just going to sell and get out because of the 7-day thing. So I ask for a yes vote on this, and let's at least find some balance in here. In 14 days, going from 14 to 7, I don't know if that's balanced because actually what we're doing is going from 0 to 7. So 0 to 5 is just a little bit more palatable. I ask for a yes vote.
The question before us is Amendment 35. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. The amendment fails. To the bill. Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L036 now.
Representative Van Winkle, that amendment is displayed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And once again, with this amendment, what I'm trying to do is move the bill closer to the industry standard. The industry standard right now, in terms of the amount of late fees that are charged, it's typically a percentage of the total rent. And typically, across the renting market right now, it's 10%. So if you're late on your rent, it's 7-10 days have gone by, then you have to pay a percentage of your total rent in that late fee. And right now, the industry standard is 10%. This bill moves it down to 5%. Right now, it's 0. There's nothing in statute right now that tells landlords how they ought to do this. This moves it. What this amendment would do is move that 5% up to 8%, slightly closer to the 10% industry standard. So we still are lowering the amount. We're delaying when that late payment can be charged, and with this bill, we're lowering the amount that can be charged. This finds a middle ground between what the industry standard is, which is 10%, what the bill says, which is 5%. I'm right at 8% with this bill. I think it's just a little bit more palatable, so I ask for a yes vote.
Representative Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, we ask for a no vote on this. Again, this was after months and months of negotiations with all of the stakeholders at hand, and I ask for a no.
Any further discussion on Amendment 36? Seeing none, the question before us is Amendment 36. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. The amendment fails. Representative Woog.
To the bill, Madam Chair?
Yes, to the bill.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm getting to be a broken record up here on these landlord bills. I urge a no vote. With due respect, but I see this as a lose-lose. It will make it harder financially and possibly mentally on landlords, and I believe ultimately that Representative Van Winkle is correct, that it will make it more difficult for tenants in the long run. The reality is, he's right, rents probably go up. I've mentioned before, credit report and background check criteria go up, so it makes it harder to rent. I've lived here quite a while. I have also done this business since college, and I will say, obviously different states have different laws. Living in Arizona, that was very much a landlord state, and they had a lot of rights, and the tenants had very few rights. California, we can say the opposite. It's very much more a tenant state, and frankly, since I've been here, I have been very pleased with the balance that this state provides with landlord-tenant relationships and rights and how things work. So to see things go this direction, I am very concerned, not for landlords only, but also for tenants, having a struggle getting into a home, paying higher rents, possibly even providing more things now, such as California. It's very common that the tenant has to buy a refrigerator and provide that. It doesn't come with the house. They have to buy a washer and dryer that doesn't come with the house. So I think this will add a great expense to the tenants, and as someone who knows stakeholders, I respectfully disagree. I think many of them will not like this bill, so I do urge a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in opposition to this bill as well. I have heard from some landowners who are concerned that this is the type of bill where tenants just take advantage of landowners. They know that there's no repercussion if they fail to pay. I agree with my colleague, Representative Woog, that this is going to increase rent, and those that are going to be hurt the most by this are the ones that can't afford it. But there's other reasons that people can be evicted besides not paying their rent, and I don't know that that's addressed in this bill, but a renter can do this over and over and over again to an owner of property, and there'll be no repercussions. So I urge a no vote on this bill.
Representative Pico.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also rise in opposition to this bill, and I speak both from a personal perspective as well as just perspective of an economist. Anytime you make it harder and harder for people to do something, they're going to stop doing that, and that rental property is one of those things. I took a home off the market after 3 rounds of bad tenants. It cost me a whole year's worth of rent by the time we got done with that. People can't afford to do that. And the people who cannot really afford to do that are some of the very people that are trying to get up in the world from that lower to middle class, who buy a home, rent it out, look for that as a business opportunity, expand to another home, and so forth. I've known many people who've done that. Many of my sailors used to do that. They would rent their home out as they deployed, and they'd come back and get back into it. That all added to the rental market availability. the more and more such properties you have on the market, the lower the rents are. You take them off, and the rents go high because there's fewer rental markets. You make it harder and harder on the landlords, many of whom, as I said before, are not the rich. They're the middle class, the lower class, trying to find a business that they can do, that they can manage a home, and you're going to make it harder and harder and harder, and they will leave the market. There will be fewer homes on the market. Those prices will go up. We already have skyrocketing rental prices because there are not enough homes, and you're just going to add to that. This is a hostile bill to landlords. It needs to be a balance. There needs to be protections for the renter, there needs to be protections for the landlord, and this bill goes too far in the wrong direction. Please vote no.
Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
Thank you. You too, sir.
Thank you. Members, I'm here today to talk about landlords and tenants. I think there's a misconception in our communities that landlords are somebody that's in a different class or that have a lot more money and are able to have equity in rental properties. Really, nothing can be further from the truth because the people that are landlords are usually people that look a lot like me. They're the kind of people that have saved their money to purchase some of these properties and have some passive income to carry them through their retirement. These are the kind of bills that will stop that dream of being able to have some income in regards to their retirement. The assumption is that there are large companies that own rental properties. Over 45% of the people that are, or the landlords are less than, they're just individual people. They're not large corporations. I rent an apartment here from a large corporation. If I could get out of that, I'd do it. But that's what's available. Maybe in the urban environment, that's the majority of these properties owned by larger corporations. Out in the area where I live, in the area that I represent, those properties are owned by individual investors. Maybe they've sold 2 or 3 properties, now they get into some sort of an apartment. Those kind of things are what their goals have been. We have taken an approach here in this building that landlords are the problem, and I really don't think they are. The market is a problem because everybody wants to live in Colorado, and I'll agree with that. But, you know, housing costs are going through the roof. I don't think we can regulate that, and too much regulation on the market may cause the opposite effect, to where property values go sky high, and right along with them go the rentals. We need to think about what the market's doing out here. I understand that there are situations in the urban community where there are some serious problems, and maybe we should take a look at some of those. But right now, we're just in the process of coming back. You know, I would like to see a no vote on this, and I would recommend a no vote to where we take a look at the market, give it an opportunity. Landlords are not the enemy. The idea that Colorado is the favorite place to play and a favorite place to live is part of the problem. I ask you for a no vote.
Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think it's been stated rather eloquently that this bill does deserve a no vote because in the end it is a gut punch to the middle class by reducing the supply of rental property and increasing rents that it's the middle class that's going to pay for because their rents are going to go up over time. The cap of 5%, which we tried to and failed to amend, on only the rent portion of past due is not sufficient to deter late payments and does not allow for even typical and reasonable accessing late fees agreements. So every rental agreement across Colorado is now going to be out of compliance with this. And again, property owners, they're not they're not banks. They're not the customers' banks. A lot of these property owners are trying to make ends meet themselves at this point, and they have already loaned the resident very expensive piece of property, and they should not be required to extend essentially an interest-free line of credit to them as well. With the 7-day mandated moratorium on late fees, I know a lot of people in their minds will think, well, they said rent's due on the 1st, but there's no penalty at all, so I have that full week to get it in. In a lot of people's minds, the rent will no longer be due on the 1st, but be due on the 7th, which will start a compounding effect, an avalanche effect, so to speak, on landlords being able to pay their bills to keep the property sustainable, and in turn, their solution will be to raise rent. So I ask for a no vote on this. Let's stop these gut punches towards the middle class, and let's stop it right now by voting no on this bill.
Representative Pico.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to elaborate a little bit on something one of my colleagues said a few minutes ago. In the suburban urban area, I would say the majority of landlords are not the corporations or the big groups. They are individuals. They are your constituents just as much as my constituents, trying to get ahead, trying to set up what essentially is their own small business of buying and renting out a property. They're heavily dependent upon those rental payments to make the mortgage payments. It's a very, very thin margin. On a couple $1,000s mortgage, when I had a house rented out, it was about $200, and all I needed was one guy to go bad on me, and I lost a whole year's worth of cash flow. I want to stress that these are the middle class owners. These are lower to middle class owners. These are your constituents in every one of your districts who own houses, make that a business, and try to get ahead. And this bill is hostile to those. You will see more and more homes leave the rental market because of this kind of issue. Please vote no on this. Thank you.
Representative Neville.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And kind of to what Representative Catlin was saying, some people have a certain perception of what a landlord is. I actually used to be a landlord, and I was probably not what the perception is, not even close. See, I bought my first condo when I was 18 years old, 2002. Around 2005 began my process of joining the military. I was underwater in that condo, and what we did is we actually rented that out. My wife literally moved in with my parents, and we rented out that condo so that we wouldn't be forced to file bankruptcy. My mortgage was somewhere around like $1,200 a month on that place, and we were renting it out for $1,000. We were literally losing money on it, but we were hoping the market would continue to go up so that we wouldn't have to file bankruptcy. Here I am in literally basic training and officer candidate school, trying to rent out a place and comply with all the regulations we had back then in 2006 time area. And now you have all these different regulations that we've added over the last session, and then all of this on top of that. There is no possible way I could have complied with all of that. And guess what? That was a pretty good deal that we gave the people that moved in there as well. They liked the deal. We gave them a good deal because we trusted them. But under this type of setup, under these regulations and these statutes, that opportunity wouldn't have existed for me or the people who got that good deal, because there's no way I could have complied with it. If you're one of the big landlords that owns a lot of investment property, sure, you can afford your attorney, you can afford someone to comply with this, but the little guy, like me in my circumstance, who is literally just trying not to file bankruptcy, trying to get through so the market can get back up, get some savings built up, that's who you're hurting. That's who this is going to hurt. I urge a no vote.
Any further discussion on Senate Bill 173? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 173. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. The bill passes. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title to Senate Bill 248.
Senate Bill 248 by Senators Donovan and Simpson, also Representatives McCormick and Holtorf, concerning assistance for agriculture in Colorado and in connection therewith establishing a loan program in the Department of Agriculture, transferring money from the general fund to a new agricultural future loan program cash fund to be used for the loan program and in making an appropriation.
Thank you. Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 248, the Appropriations Report, and the Agriculture, Livestock, and Water Report.
To the Appropriations Report. Representative McCormick.
Yes, I have an amendment to the Appropriations Report. I move L014 to the Appropriations Report.
That amendment has been displayed. Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This particular amendment is could be called a technical cleanup. It does establish a 1.5% rate, which is more in line with the standard, and then allows for the consideration of the banking component and the financial institution lending component as those particular loans are offered to those agricultural producers working with and through the Colorado Department of Agriculture.
Sorry about that. The question before us is an amendment to the Appropriations Committee report, L014. All those is any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those against, no. The ayes have it. The amendment passes. To the Appropriations Committee report. Representative McCormick.
We appropriated money in appropriations this morning. I ask for an aye vote.
The question before us is the Appropriations Committee report as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations Committee report passes. To the Agriculture, Livestock, and Water report. Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In our Agriculture, Livestock, and Water Committee, we amended the bill to allow flexibility for these monies to be both a grant and a loan program, further defining the lending process that the Department of Agriculture and lenders have to go through, and extended the date out 2 more years to allow for more participants, as well as added the ability for rural schools to be considered as recipients. And I ask for an aye vote on the Ag Committee report.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For those of you that had the privilege of sitting in the Agriculture, Livestock, and Water Committee, you heard my analogy about the larva that came out of the Senate and turned into a cutworm. And then that cutworm came to the House Ag Committee and turned into a beautiful butterfly. Now, one of your colleagues asked me, and my colleagues asked me, what butterfly was that? I said it was a beautiful Brazilian butterfly, multicolored and blue and beautiful. And my point in this is we were given a bill. We did a lot of consideration, very conscious consideration, and hard stakeholder work with open eyes, open minds, and open hearts. And because of that, we bring forth a butterfly that will in fact help agriculture. $30 million, 10 on the side of the grant program, I believe 20 million on the side of a loan program. It's diversified, it's flexible, it can help the farmers that need it the most, and the ranchers and other agriculturists that need it the most, and has the flexibility to consider everybody, including rural school education departments out there. So I encourage an aye vote on this particular bill.
The question before us is the Agriculture, Livestock, and Water Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee report passes. To the bill, Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my co-sponsor for his words on this bill. This is one of our state stimulus funding packages that has been turned into both a grant and a loan program to extend its life over the upcoming years, which will help our farm-to-market infrastructure program, as well as Colorado Agricultural Future Loan Program. And so in this way that we will be not only helping new farmers get online, but also those that have experienced issues in the last year and a half on transforming, packaging, sorting, and storing livestock and agricultural products to get to market. And I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I in turn ask for an aye vote, and I'm going to yield to our ranking member in the committee who has much more impactful words than I could ever speak to this subject.
Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm here today to talk to you about Senate Bill 248. When it first came to the House side of the building, it was a serious problem because the Department of Agriculture was going to become the lender. In other words, folks that have never made a loan were going to be in charge of making loans. We went to the sponsors of the bill and explained the concerns that we were having, and they decided that they would sit and work with us in regards to creating a program that will look an awful lot like traditional lending, except that it will be made to individuals that need loans more than they can probably qualify for from local and traditional lenders. This gives agriculture an opportunity to do some good for young, beginning farmers or from farms that are having a considerable problem continuing to cash flow the way they need to cash flow for commercial lenders. There is a portion of the bill that will be allowed to make grants to processing of agricultural products. For example, we passed a bill allowing meat to be purchased from the on-farm. This would allow someone to get a loan and/or a grant to create storage, cold storage, on that ranch for that meat while it's waiting for you to come and pick it up. Those are the kind of things that we need to do here in our building to help with an agricultural community that is on its heels. Ag credit is hard to get. Commodity prices are awfully low. They're too low to make a lot of payments. Not that this is subsidizing, but this gives individuals an opportunity to borrow money at a rate that's much lower than they would at a commercial loan. If you've ever had experience with SBA, Small Business Administration, this looks something like that because it takes the risk away from the local bank and allows the state of Colorado to say, yes, we want that loan made, and we want it made by the lender in that community. There was a lot of stakeholdering done in a short amount of time, from the time this bill came over here until we got it to committee and heard the amendments that you heard talked about as they were presenting the committee report. Today, this is a bill that will help. It's something that has structure. It allows the lenders to be involved. It allows the Department of Agriculture to be involved, but it also allows the ag producer some opportunities that he hasn't had in the recent past. This is a good bill. Vote yes.
Representative Will.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
And you as well, sir.
I also heard this bill in committee, and at first glance would have been a no. And now that the sponsors, I appreciate what they've done with this bill and amended it. And this bill as amended, I think, is great. And the grant program is really going to stimulate ag industry across this state, and I think it helps. It's basically this grant program, and the banks are basically a guaranteed loan. So it'll truly prop up ag and our ag producers. So the way it's in its current form and the way it's amended, I strongly support this bill. Thank you.
Any further discussion on Senate Bill 248? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 248. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is passed. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title to Senate Bill 234.
Senate Bill 234 by Senators Hawkes, Lewis, and Sonnenberg, also Representatives Cutter and Holtorf, concerning creation of the Agriculture and Drought Resiliency Fund, and in connection therewith transferring money from the general fund to the fund and making an appropriation.
Representative Cutter.
I'd like to move Senate Bill 234.
To the bill. Representative Cutter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So over the last few years, we've seen an increase in droughts. Droughts that cost the state and our agricultural community dearly, and they may also compound other hazards, including floods and fires. For example, last year's drought, in combination with other factors, produced the most severe wildfire season in our state history. And as our climate changes, Colorado's snowpack is expected to both decrease and melt earlier in the season. This will be compounded by hotter temperatures, which will lead to longer periods without rain and will increase the rate at which our water evaporates from the soils and plants. So all of these things will exacerbate future wildfires, making them more likely and increasing their severity. This bill works to relieve the impacts of drought on our small businesses and working families in Colorado's agricultural sector. It does this by creating the Agriculture and Drought Resiliency Fund in the Department of Agriculture and transfers $3 million to this new fund. That is all. The Department of Agriculture will use this money to work with the Department of Natural Resources, the Water Conservation Board, and the Governor's Agricultural Impact Task Force. And my co-prime, who has a lot of personal experience with this, can tell you more. I hope for your support.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this particular bill and this fund is going to help underwrite a very important fact that we face in Colorado and in agriculture. As the environmental conditions grow more cyclical, and as they're more severe, and as we face more severe droughts, then we're going to have a tool that's going to help work through that. I think that's the intent of this bill and the funding. And as a agricultural production and producer, and then as a rural legislator, these are the kind of bills that I like to bring forth to underwrite those important functions that we have in agriculture, so the people that I represent know that here in the Capitol, people care about what we do in the country.
Representative Cutter.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Holtorf. I just want to add that this is a great example of how when something impacts rural Colorado, it impacts our entire state. It's our food supply, it's our soil health, all these things matter. So, of course, we care about rural Colorado because it would be silly not to. And so I'm really pleased that we can work together on this piece of legislation. Thank you.
Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm here to talk about this drought resiliency. Here on the eastern slope, you folks are getting out of your drought, and it looks pretty good. I see that there was lots of rain happened all over the prairie and out over the plains over the weekend. That's not happening on the western slope of Colorado. We are in as deep a drought as we've been in a long, long time. I was a manager of an irrigation company in 2002, and they said that was the worst drought Colorado had ever had. So I had to go and check my daily diary because that was announced 3 days after I took the job. So I wondered what kind of medication I was on when I said, yeah, I'll take the job. But we did manage our way through that. But what that did is it created a trend. And we've been in that trend since 2002. The drought continues to hold on. It's holding on in ways we haven't seen before. The high mountains are not getting the weather that we'd expect, and temperatures are rising quicker in the spring to where water runs off before it can be put to beneficial use on the agricultural land in those drainages. These dollars won't particularly help that. But these dollars will help the conservation districts that are in all of those watersheds to make some plans for what we might be able to do and what some of these ag farmers and ranchers can possibly do in order to use some of that water before it gets by. It's a serious problem in the state of Colorado. It's a serious problem in the West. This piece of legislation allows the state to start turning towards that future rather than assuming that it's always going to be the same, because things are not the same as they were in 2002 when I was the manager of that irrigation company. Our reservoirs are at half full. Blue Mesa Reservoir on the western slope of Colorado, an 800 and some odd thousand acre foot reservoir, will only fill to half this year. Folks, that's something everyone should be worrying about. There's about 600,000 acre feet of usable storage in that reservoir. And if we get to half, that cuts that down to about 350,000 acre feet. The irrigation company that I manage, the Uncompahgre Valley Water Users, has a demand of about 500 to 600,000 acre feet per year. We are already at 70% of the water right that we claim. So in other words, we're on rations. And that's before the crop has started to grow. That's before the high temperatures of the summer. That's before we start putting weight on the crops that we sell. And in agriculture, it's not about how good a job you do or all those how pretty it is when you drive by it. It's how many pounds do you sell. Everything from meat to beans is by the pound. If we don't have the water, if we don't have the ideas, and if we don't change some of the things that we're doing right now, agriculture will suffer. That may not mean a lot to some of you, but it means a lot to the state of Colorado. Agriculture is one of the foundation stones of the state of Colorado right now. It's a $41 billion industry to the revenues of the state of Colorado. The problem with ag is we are out there at the edge of town quietly doing our job without having time to get to town and make newspaper articles and headlines. But it's happening, and it's happening in your state. It's probably happening in more of your districts than what any of us realize. My district is firmly ag-based, so I'm acutely aware of it. But in a lot of these suburban counties, there's a lot of agriculture out there that's doing the same thing. I don't want to take too much of your time today, but I do want you to understand that the state of Colorado, turning and taking a look at resiliency for agriculture, is a good thing. These are stimulus funds. They're being put to use in a method and in a way that should benefit the state of Colorado for years to come. Not necessarily for checks being written, but for people to be able to sit down and at least talk about what will we do as this natural resource continues to dwindle. Our water is the benefit of everyone in the state of Colorado. Whether you live in this urban corridor, if you live out there next to Ragnar, or Egner, it's where Ragnar. I was thinking about something else. Egner, which is a county is a city out west of where I live. Basically, it's a post office. But the people that live there contribute to this state just as much as some of the others that we've talked about throughout this session. This is a good bill. Vote yes.
Representative Will.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
Thank you. You as well, sir.
So I stand in strong support of this bill. It's going to leverage money for agricultural water projects and for matching funds with state and federal grants. One of the things we talked about quite a bit in committee on this was supporting the recovery of grazing lands following wildfire devastation. And that's huge in my district. The Pine Gulch Fire comes to mind right away, and it'll help with water projects, fencing, drift fencing, get that recovered. So really, really good thing. And then my colleague, Representative Catlin, mentioned the conservation districts, and this is going to be a $15,000 to each of the conservation districts. And for some of those districts, that's huge. In my area of the state, I was home this weekend, and the creek I live on, there's 2 ditches that are on. And normally this time of year, the water's high and roily and running, and those 2 ditches are taken. They're not even a full adjudication. It's actually the worst drought year I've seen, and I've lived there for 40 plus years. Never seen it worse on that particular drainage. So we're in a bind. This bill will do at least some small portion of getting us through that, and the ag producers in my district. So I strongly support this bill, and I really support the funding to our soil conservation districts. Thank you.
Representative Soper.
Merci. Thank you, Madam Chair. I, too, rise in support of this. Members, I was kind of curious where Colorado stood just 2 years ago in 2019. Our state was at 131% of normal. Every single watershed was above normal. And then today, I pulled up the National Weather Service map of the current snow water equivalent, and I look at the Gunnison watershed at 41% of normal, or the Colorado River watershed, 56% of normal, or down in the San Miguel, 41%, even the Yampa and White at 46%. As a matter of fact, the only watershed that's above normal is the South Platte at 159%. I think that was kind of evident when today I came into town. I was visiting with the sergeants, and they were telling me about how it was really rainy and gloomy here throughout the Memorial Day weekend. I said, well, out west, it was between 80 and 85, and the wind was blowing. And if there's one thing that we know, we can withstand hot temperatures, but it's the wind, and the frequency of the wind is definitely increasing, and that makes our droughts even worse for Colorado, to where the ground dries out faster, you can't keep the moisture there as much, and it impacts everything from our orchardists to our row crop growers like Representative Catlin's family, who I'd actually picked corn for them back in the day, to our ranchers who are trying to grow hay. I know my first cutting of hay was cut yesterday, and I also discovered for the first time I had hay fever. So I think I've probably been in the city too long. But members, anything we can do to help out with drought resiliency is a good thing for Colorado. Because one thing that we do know is we are in a long-term drought since 2002. And anything that we can do to increase efficiency and better water utilization for our agricultural producers is a good thing. You know, it's not so much about limiting how much water goes onto the actual plant, but it's about the delivery from the river to that farmer's property and onto the plant that we can definitely improve upon, especially in terms of the droughts are only getting worse. My parents live in Orchard City, Colorado, which is south of Cedar Edge on the south side of Grand Mesa. They're already on water restrictions to where by the end of summer, that municipality is already talking about trucking in water. It's so dire. So members, I certainly rise in full support of this and would like to see more of this because it's really important that we focus on everything we can do to help keep our agricultural community vibrant in Colorado because that's part of our economy too, and they're a major source of jobs. Thank you.
Any further discussion on Senate Bill 234? Seeing none, the question before us is a passage of Senate Bill 234. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is passed. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of Senate Bill 283.
Senate Bill 283 by Senator Moreno, also Representative McCluskey, concerning cash fund solvency and in connection therewith creating the cash fund solvency fund to allow the state controller to transfer money to certain cash funds with anticipated cash deficits, which amounts will later be repaid, transferring money to the marijuana cash fund and making and reducing an appropriation.
Excellent. Representative McCluskey.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and it is an honor to serve with you.
It is a super honor to serve with you, Representative.
Woo, feeling strong. I move Senate Bill 283 on second reading.
To the bill, I believe you have an amendment, Representative McCluskey.
I do. Let me briefly explain the bill. This is creating the cash solvency fund for the state. We realized over the course of this last year, with some of the challenges our communities and state have been facing, with our cash funds in particular, we saw reduced balances in many of those cash funds, and for the first time it became a concern for us that those funds may become insolvent. Instead of having to press Coloradans for increased fees for those cash funds that derive their funding through fees, we are creating this fund so that the controller can cover any decreases in fund balances during difficult times. I have an amendment for the bill, and I move L003 to Senate Bill 283 and ask that it be properly displayed.
The amendment has been displayed, Representative McCluskey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have an amazing team of bill drafters, and in their close examination of House Bill 1178, we realized there was a conflict. This is a highly technical amendment. We are actually just clarifying in Senate Bill 283 what 1178 already does, with a replacement of 2 sections and still repealing in 2022. I ask for an aye vote on Amendment L003.
Any further discussion on Amendment L003? Seeing none, the question before us is Amendment 3 to Senate Bill 283. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is passed. To the bill, Representative McCluskey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I ask for an aye vote on Senate Bill 283.
Any further discussion on Senate Bill 283? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 283. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is passed. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title to Senate Bill 9.
Senate Bill 9 by Senators Jaquez Lewis, also Representative Caraveo, concerning the creation of a reproductive health care program and in connection therewith providing contraceptive methods and counseling services to participants and making an appropriation.
Representative Caraveo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 9.
To the bill, Representative Caraveo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We know that reproductive health care is very important for long-term health. It reduces maternal and infant mortality risks. It increases things like high school graduation. What this rates in youth, what this bill does is extend Medicaid benefits to a population that does not currently receive them and makes it possible to prescribe contraception for 12 months. I ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion on Senate Bill 9? Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry. 3 days off. I just rise in opposition to this particular bill. I'm sure that it has been made apparent in this building my stance on life and my stance on family, and so for those reasons that I've stated multiple times, I am in opposition to this bill. I also will say, just by way of prioritizing funds, I find it interesting that we can find funds from the general fund for certain things that are not constitutionally prescribed, but can't for things that are. So with that, I am a no vote.
Any further discussion on Senate Bill 9? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 9. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 9 is passed. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title to Senate Bill 251.
Senate Bill 251 by Senators Winter and Moreno, also Representatives Gray and Caraveo, concerning a loan from the general fund to the Division of Family and Medical Leave Insurance for the purpose of implementing the state's paid family and medical leave program and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Gray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 251.
To the bill, Representative Gray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, as you all know, the voters of this state adopted Proposition 118 at the 2020 election, which authorized a paid family and medical leave program for this state. That program pays for itself. It doesn't need to be paid for out of the general fund, but it pays for itself once the program actually gets up and running. So what it needs is some startup money to hire the folks who are going to build the program that the voters of this state told us that we needed. So this is a loan from the general fund to the program. It is not a grant, and it's not an appropriation of funds that's going to be spent and not repaid. It will be repaid and will be repaid with interest once the program gets up and running. So I'd ask for an aye vote.
Representative Caraveo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I will point out that other states that have done this have repaid their loans within 6 months. So I ask for an aye vote as well.
Any further discussion on Senate Bill 251? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 251. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is passed. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title to Senate Bill 256.
Senate Bill 256 by Senator Fenberg and Moreno, also Representatives Hooten and Doherty, concerning permitting regulation of firearms by local governing bodies.
Representative Hooten.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 256 with the committee.
To the bill, Representative Hooten.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, since 2003, Colorado has had in place a preemption law that limits the authority of local governments to address gun violence. Should this bill pass, it will restore the right of cities and counties to regulate firearms, a right that before 2003 had been protected by the Colorado Constitution since 1902. SB 21 declares that both the state and local governments have an interest in regulating firearms, but that local governments are uniquely equipped to decide what local firearm regulations are necessary. The bill allows local governments to pass stronger firearm regulations, including by restricting firearms that are legal to possess under state law. The bill does not allow local governments to ban handguns or adopt any laws that violate the Second Amendment or Article 2, Section 13 of the Colorado Constitution. In addition, under this bill, the state will maintain its responsibility for issuing concealed carry permits. The bill also preserves a uniform state law that allows people to travel throughout the state with firearms inside their vehicles. Protecting public safety lies at the heart of local government's duties to their people. Cities and counties have traditionally had the broad responsibility to pass public safety measures for the protection of their own communities. Gun violence prevention policies should also be a matter of local control. Gun violence and gun suicide is not a one-size-fits-all. That local legislators should be forbidden from addressing. Colorado has significant local variations in gun violence patterns. The state experiences more gun suicides in rural areas and more gun homicides in urban areas. For example, while Denver County experienced the most gun homicides on average over the last 5 years, rural Park County had the highest age-adjusted gun death rate in the state, driven almost entirely by gun suicides. Urban counties that experience more gun homicides should be able to regulate guns differently from rural counterparts experiencing gun suicides. So this bill is important because there is a strong tradition of local firearms regulation across our nation and in the state of Colorado. Urban and rural jurisdictions have regulated guns differently for centuries. This has been the case in Colorado as well. In addition, Colorado expressly recognized the broad rights of home rule cities and counties to regulate on all subjects with the passage of Article 20 to the state constitution in 1902. It was among the first states to formally adopt a robust doctrine of local regulation across all areas of the law. Go ahead.
Representative Doherty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Along with what my co-prime has been discussing, I'd like to go into a little bit more detail. Types of gun violence vary greatly, from mass shootings to suicide, from accident to intent. For example, over the past 5 years, Denver County experienced the most homicides, while rural Park County had the highest age-adjusted gun death rate in the state, driven almost entirely by Park County's high rate of gun suicides. So just as gun violence does not look like any one thing, solving the issue requires much more than a one-size-fits-all policy. It's time we give local governments the tools they need to craft their own community-based solutions to gun violence. Protecting public safety has always been at the very heart of local government's duties to their people. Cities and counties have traditionally had the broad responsibility to pass public safety measures for the protection of their own communities. Gun violence prevention policies must be included in these measures. Every community has the unique expertise to know what it takes to make them safe. And every community deserves the authority to enact laws that get them there. That's the Colorado way. Thank you, and I urge a yes vote.
Representative Bachenfeld.
It's an honor to serve with you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, sir. Same to you.
I have one question for the bill sponsors. I have one question for the bill sponsors, if I may. Chicago and New York City both tried instituting local government regulations on firearms, and their crimes continue to increase. Why do you perceive that's going to work here in the state of Colorado?
Representative Hooton.
Thank you, Representative Bachenfeld and Madam Chair. What this bill does is it allows communities to pass and enforce ordinances that the community believes makes them feel safer. And from community to community, that may look quite different across Colorado. But all it does is restore what has been in our state constitution since 1902 until 2003. It is not a panacea. It is not going to prevent gun violence, but it does allow communities the authority to pass ordinances that make them feel safer. And this is the purpose of it. It's not to end gun violence. We know there's not one solution to that because it shows up so many different ways. Thank you.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I had the opportunity to hear this bill in committee, and I do want to acknowledge, I think, the very good intentions of the bill sponsors here, but it's something that I obviously could not support, not only being a member in the minority, but also, taking a look at the evidence that I think is just out there, that these types of policies are not really going to do anything. But one thing I did want to point out, which was touched on in committee, was that local control should go both ways, and in this bill it does not, right? So a locality such as Boulder could, in fact, pass ordinances that are tougher and have more gun control. But you can't go the opposite way. So a community like mine in El Paso County, if we wanted to pass an ordinance that made it easier for people to acquire firearms, this bill wouldn't allow it. And so I think there's a legitimate debate on what is helpful and what is not, and there are certainly arguments to be made about if we provide better education, if we empower individuals and gun owners to be able to not only be better educated and more responsible with firearms, then why can't that be a part of the package? Under this policy, as I read it, it's tougher. It's not easier. And I think and certainly in rural communities, and I'll let my colleagues from rural communities talk about that because they're better equipped to do so. You need to be able to have ease of access. And so why not open it up for these communities to have better pro-gun, pro-Second Amendment type policies, which this bill does not allow. And that's one thing I want to bring up. If we're really about ideas and coming up with solutions for local communities, well, there might be a set of solutions that work differently in Custer County as opposed to Boulder County, for instance. I know coming from El Paso County, what Boulder would want to propose is something that we would not. In fact, we might want to go the other way. And so if we're actually going to be about local control, then let's make it about local control. I'll be back in the well at a certain point, so I'll reserve my comments for later, but I certainly, at this point, absent any meaningful amendment, I would definitely encourage a no vote.
Representative Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in opposition to this bill. One of the first reasons is because Mesa County opposes it. And our Mesa County commissioners sent a letter to the State Military and Veterans Affairs Committee in opposition, as well as noting that our Mesa County Sheriff opposed this. This bill would gravely affect the most law-abiding citizens in Colorado, as most of the gun bills that have passed this year will do. So I urge a no vote.
Representative Holtorf. It's not super great to tell women to smile, sir.
Madam Chair, I tell people every day I smile on the inside, but I'm really smiling now to be around such a great bunch of folks. But as we do what we do, the voodoo that we do, or the doo-doo that we do, I've got to point out something on this bill. All joking aside, the sponsors say, well, people want to feel safe. It's about feeling safe. So I'm going to use a story that is recent. In fact, it just happened over the weekend to try to make my point. In fact, it happened in Florida, in the city of Miami. It's a story of violence. It's a story of perhaps gang violence or rival violence between groups. It's a story that involves shootings. It's a story that involves some people being killed and injured in a big venue, in a big event. With this bill, under this legislation, with the wrong local decisions, what happened this weekend would have been much graver. More people would have died. More people would have been perhaps injured. Because the only reason the shooting stopped, the only reason the three perpetrators that were on film stopped shooting and ran was because there were people in the venue with guns who returned fire. And those individuals felt that they must flee the scene, else they be perhaps killed. Now, you all have heard the story, I'm sure, unless you spent the weekend off the grid, as they say. But I will tell you, just because you feel safer doesn't mean you are safer. I would take a good citizen, a responsible citizen with a firearm any day of the week at my side than people without firearms when there is a criminal intent to do harm with whatever means at their disposal. You see, I made this statement earlier, and I'm going to repeat it again just to help emphasize my point, and I'm going to get to my point here in a minute. In the Boulder shooting, that is perhaps the genesis of this legislation, one of my concealed carry friends, one of my redneck buddies, in that King Soopers, one would have saved many lives. In that particular grocery store, one. Because the outcome would have been vastly different when the mentally ill person who had carefully picked a soft target, because he was, I'm not even going to say it, he was mentally confused, mentally unstable, and had serious lapses of judgment and moral and ethical character. But in all those cases, that individual, when he started doing what he did with one person from my community, maybe two, the outcome would have been much different. He may have impacted some harm and violence, but he himself would have received the retribution that he so willingly offered to the community of Boulder, Colorado. Now, I know a lot of you don't think the way I do. I understand that. You're not from where I'm from. I understand that. Some of you are scared of firearms. You fear their presence. On the kitchen table, you scowl, you wince, you ask for it to be removed. And I can understand that. But I will tell you, as I have stated earlier, that firearm is nothing more than a tool. It's a piece of metal with mechanical action. Until somebody picks it up, it can do no harm. Now, this particular bill says that, and I'll kind of ease into this bill summary a little bit, it's a matter of state and local concern. Well, I would argue now, as you transfer from one locality to another, it's going to be very complicated. It talks about prohibiting sale, purchase, and transfer, or possession. It says firearm. I understand perhaps, and I offer this to the bill sponsors, that handguns are exempt. I don't know. These local governments will enact ordinances perhaps to make them feel safe. Feel safer. Well, my colleague, Representative Bockenfeld, Big Rob Bockenfeld, I call him, he's a powerhouse in our caucus. And he says very clearly, will this fix the problem? Well, ladies and gentlemen, why don't you go to Chicago on any weekend and find out? Why don't you go to New York City on any weekend and find out? Why don't you go to Washington, D.C. and find out? Because those cities have, and I'll tell you some countries too in a minute we can go to have the same experiment. Those cities have some of the most restrictive gun ordinances in the country. The most restrictive. Yet they still have some of the highest levels of violence, assault, and murder. And that rate is rising in America today. As a matter of fact, rising so high that I heard in a news report this weekend, as I tried to be off the grid, but when I started to pick up the radio turned on, that New York City is worried about their tourism in the summer as we get COVID-19 behind us because of the ever-growing rates of crime, shootings, and murder in their city. Yet they have exactly what the bill sponsors here are asking for, or at least to allow for these local entities. And I'm sure Boulder already had significant restrictions. I believe they were being challenged, but they had them in place. But let me tell you something, and I'm going to use a little country story. You see, when you're out where I'm from, you got these things called predators. The predators are out there hunting. I will tell you, when they hunt, they come to do no good or goodwill. In fact, what they look for is the smallest, the weakest, and the easiest target they can identify to impact their harm. Now I'm going to use a little story that we have. It's calving season's wound up now, and we got cattle on grass. Mama cows and babies are out on grass in eastern Colorado. That critical 1, 2, 3 week, 4 week, 5 week period of those young calves has passed. Now they can run like a little race car through the pasture, run circles around their mama, and the big old daddy bull that's walking through there is present also. And yes, they protect their own. But during calving season, if you've been where I've been, you got these things called coyotes. They're bad enough. God help us when the wolf gets out to eastern Colorado. Guess I'll have to tune up my firearm. But I'm going to tell you something. Those coyotes, they sit there and study. They look. They analyze. They are very clever and smart. And they identify the weakest, the easiest soft target they can find. Because you know what they're going to do? They're going to kill that baby calf and eat it. Because that's what they need to do. It's not a game, but nor is what happens in our communities. These are no games. But when you give these kind of people or these kind of predators a soft target, they will find it. So when you think you feel safe in your community that's banned all this and ran all this out of town, God help you when the predators come to town. I don't say this to be mean-spirited to anyone. I don't say this to try to, as we say, impugn anyone. I don't say this to make any inference against what the title of this bill is. But I will tell you, if you march forward with this legislation and you think you'll feel safer, your feelings are very misguided. Now, thank God, and you're going to think I'm a strange creature for saying this, but thank God in the venue in Miami this weekend, from that rival faction of whomever or whatever it was, I'm not a person that understands or knows all of these things with respect to rival gangs and gang violence. in these communities. But thank God there were people in that venue who were carrying firearms and knew how to return fire. Because I will tell you, if that or those people were not there, and I'm not condoning any of the activity, make no mistake about it, they're all criminals, they're thugs, they're gangsters, they're felons, they're murderers, they're all the horrible things that they are by their actions. We're all responsible for our actions. And those people, when those three individuals crawled out of that van with their weapons or their firearms and went into that venue and started shooting wildly, they'd make that decision long before they ever drove in and pulled in the parking lot. But I will tell you, thank God there were people that had firearms and knew how to use them to return fire to stop the engagement and stop the wholesale murder and massacre of people in that rap concert. You only get 2 dead and 20-some wounded. Without those people, I imagine you could multiply the number by 10 or perhaps more. I will tell you, I'm very strongly opposed to this legislation. I believe it is grossly misguided. It gives citizens a false sense of security. It creates soft targets and gun-free zones all across the state. And don't think, ladies and gentlemen, that the criminals who are just like those coyotes, they are just like those coyotes on the prairie. Every day they're looking, they're watching, they're analyzing. They're running the numbers, as they say, on the statistical probability of success to achieve their ends. That will not come forth to some of your communities who now, after celebrating Senate Bill 21256, and after feeling so safe now that you've done this at the local level, that you will only make yourselves greater victims in a violent world. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Neville.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, the premise of this bill somehow being local control is false. As Representative Williams stated, if it's truly local control, it would be left to go either way. But this just says they can be stricter on gun control. They can't be less restrictive. And furthermore, when I take a look at local control really means as local as it gets. And as local as it gets for me is my family and I making that decision at a kitchen table, not some local government. I get a bit annoyed every time, and we go through this process. There's a horrible, horrendous tragedy that happens, and that tragedy's used as momentum to push bills like this. Even when we had Officer Talley's father come out and state that he does not believe his son would want gun control pushed in the name of his son's death. But here we are, debating it, as though somehow this would have actually solved the problem, and it wouldn't have. It wouldn't have solved the problem. Let's be honest here. My friend Alex Scarlatos and his 2 friends were traveling in a gun-free continent when a terrorist stepped out onto a train with an AK-47 trying to murder hundreds of people on a train, and they were able to stop him. That terrorist found a gun in a gun-free continent, but somehow making a gun-free county or a gun-free city is going to stop someone intent on doing harm? I think not. What this really will do is this is going to penalize those law-abiding citizens who actually want to protect themselves and other fellow humans. When I take a look at my other friend, Nikki Gozer, she had someone who was stalking her for quite a long time, did the right thing, got her concealed carry permit, tried protecting herself. Her husband and her went to go enjoy a nice dinner. Because the local regulations where they were having their nice dinner, and that local regulation says the place serves alcohol, you can't conceal carry in there. They did the right thing. They abided by the law. Left her weapon in her car. As her stalker came in and murdered her husband right in front of her while her weapon was in the car and she could have stopped the situation. That's the patchwork that this bill is going to create, because Denver's going to do something different, Boulder's going to do something different, Castle Rock's going to stay the same. They can't go less restrictive. So that's who you're really punishing. That poor person who might walk across the street and don't realize they're in a different county with a different ordinance, and then they get penalized. And so it's going to have a chilling effect on people actually wanting to protect and do the right thing. Trust me, I know firsthand, Columbine High School, that was a gun-free zone too. That didn't stop the criminals intent on doing harm. It certainly didn't. The law-abiding citizens, they'll obey by the laws. They're going to try to do their best. Now, this will probably catch up quite a few of them because, like I said, they didn't realize they crossed the street and went somewhere different. And I think there's a misperception too of most law-abiding gun owners. Let me talk about what happened right across the street over here in Denver Park when we had a mob of thousands of communists come and literally try to take over our pro-police rally. My friend was beat over the head. Another friend was thrown or hit with the skateboard. Another friend was thrown over the drum set. We were getting rocks thrown at us. All sorts of things happened. I had plenty of people there with me that were concealed carrying. Not one of them even drew their weapon, even in that crazy situation. The amount of restraint our people who actually conceal and carry show in our state is amazing. It is amazing, and they don't do it until the right time and the right moment. But now those same people, they walk across the street and enter a different county and they're concealed carrying, and they get hemmed up and they're taken. The language in the bill, the Senate, we heard, did nothing to help the situation. The language in the bill now says a reasonable knowing person. Any reasonable person is expected to know the laws of the state. They also state that we're leaving in place the law that while you're traveling, you can still carry your gun. So while you're traveling, you still can. So as long as it's in the car. But the bill also states this: the counties can do this. So then what that basically means is the county law could not jive well with the state law. And then what happens? Well, you'd have to take it to court. Good luck winning the court. I mean, what average citizen who's just trying to protect themselves and their family has the ability to actually go up and appeal this process, the time, the energy, the money, and then hope the court makes the right decision? When I think the court would actually look at this and go, well, this law was passed after this law, so it actually supersedes. There's other people, other states that have reciprocity with Colorado. Think about how many of those people might get hemmed up. You come here from Kansas, you have a concealed carry permit, you're traveling on the way through Boulder, you carry your weapon inside a restaurant, and boom, now these people are made criminals when they haven't done anything wrong. They're trying to protect themselves and their families. The same people, like I said, when we were literally people were getting beat over the head with skateboards, having batons whipped out in front of us, never even drew their weapon once. Think about me when I'm coming to Denver with my family. If Denver passes a law, do you think I'm going to want to? No. No, it gets dangerous over there. It gets dangerous in different places. And now that county has the ability, and what this really does is, like I said, that chilling effect. So now if I've got to go and look up the different laws in each different county, in each different state, I mean, what am I supposed to do? Pull up a Google Maps and go, okay, here's the county line as I'm driving through I-25, and I might stop and eat lunch here, so I got to make sure this law is okay. There's no requirement that they post signs. There's no requirement that the county, Boulder County says, concealed carry permit not valid in here outside of your vehicle. There's no requirement for that. So what this is really going to do more than anything else is punish those law-abiding citizens who are trying to do the right thing. Someone who's intent on a mass murder is not going to go, well, I'm going to go apply for my concealed carry permit, take the class, go through the proper training, then get fingerprinted, get the background check, and wait for my sheriff. And then once they get the concealed carry permit, then decide they want to commit mass murder. No. No, but that's the type of activity that can be outlawed within this bill. In a patchwork. I mean, we've got such an issue right now with the urban and I think now suburban divide, and this is going to increase it because you're going to have an urban and suburban divide, and then it increases. Then we talk about the urban and rural divide too. It makes it unfriendly for people to travel to areas where they want to travel because they are worried that they'll be criminalized for doing something that's perfectly fine in their own home, in their own town. I think that's the wrong way to go. And again, won't even solve any problems. If it's simply about feeling good, I would urge us that we don't legislate based on feelings. Like I said, every time something like this happens, it seems like the push is immediately after the STEM school shooting. When that happened, there was a push for more gun control. Never mind that there was a security guard in there who actually held up the second shooter, probably saved 10, 20, 30 people's lives. I don't know, maybe more. When something horrible happens, we don't talk about at Columbine High School there was a propane tank that might have killed myself or even me and my friends right around us that didn't go off. We're not legislating trying to control propane tanks, are we? We talked about it in other bills, but it's pertinent to this too. We don't talk about, well, local governments should be able to ban ammonium nitrate because of what Timothy McVeigh did without firing a single shot. If we're trying to actually get at the heart of the problem, let's get at the heart of the problem, and this bill does not do that. This bill is going to create a patchwork of laws throughout our state that are going to get good law-abiding citizens in trouble and have tremendous consequences on their lives in the future. That's a chilling effect that I don't think we want and is going to lead to more problems in our state. I don't see any protection for people that unknowingly do this, that maybe weren't intent on actually breaking the law. There's really no protection on them, and you've got to hope that maybe that district court judge is going to have some leniency on them because they're reasonably knowing. But like I said earlier, the reasonable and knowing person, every reasonable person is supposed to know the laws where they're at. But let's be honest with ourselves. I walk across the street sometimes and don't realize I'm in a different municipality, and that's going to happen to quite a few people. And now they're stuck with court costs, fighting battles, when they were just good people to begin with. And that's what this bill is going to target, those good people. It's not going to target that mass shooter. It ain't going to stop him. Even this last shooting with the grocery store is a gun-free zone. They didn't allow their employees to carry. One of the victims might have been, had he been of age, but because of our state laws, he wasn't of the age to even obtain a permit. It didn't stop him. And this bill won't stop him. It's going to criminalize people like me. Going to criminalize people like my wife. Good citizens just trying to travel through our state. Enjoy a dinner. I hope and pray we don't have something happen like what happened to my friend Nikki. But that's what could happen. Man, I'm in a stressful situation, but I'm going to abide by the law because I don't want to get in trouble. And then had her husband murdered in front of her. That guy's about to get out of parole. You think it stopped there and she's somehow over it? No. Oh no, that guy's about to get out of parole and is still stalking her, still sending her letters to her house right now. Talk about ruining and destroying someone's life. That's what this bill is going to create. I urge a no vote.
Representative Amabile.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm here today to talk about my perspective on this bill. So obviously, Boulder experienced a mass shooting on March 22nd, and 10 good human beings lost their lives. We had an assault weapons ban in Boulder, and it was struck down by the court 2 weeks before the shooting. Would that have made a difference? I don't know. I want to tell you a story about one day a couple of years ago. My sister and I were having coffee, and we were talking about, what are you going to do this weekend? And I said, oh, I'm going to a funeral for a 24-year-old young man who killed himself with a gun. And she said, I'm going to a funeral for a 26-year-old man who killed himself with a gun. So two of us, sisters, on the same day, were attending two different funerals for young men who had purchased a gun, and within 24 hours, they were dead forever, gone, their families destroyed, their lives ended. And Boulder might like to have a waiting period. And waiting periods help stop suicides. There's data, tons of data, that shows if you slow somebody down, you save lives. So I keep hearing this bill isn't going to save any lives, and that is not true. This bill is going to save lives. And if in my community we choose how we want to address gun safety, and we choose to do 3 or 4 different things to make our community safer, that should be our right. We've experienced a horrific event, and we as a community should get to decide how we respond to that event. And for that reason, I ask for an aye vote on this bill. Thank you.
Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sure it's no secret that I'm opposed to this bill. Murder is already illegal. Attempted murder is illegal. Armed robbery is illegal. Using firearms in the commission of a felony is illegal. Using firearms in a criminal matter of any kind is illegal. A felon owning a gun is illegal. Criminals do not go through background checks when purchasing illegal guns. They do not worry about county or municipal lines. They do not worry about traveling across those lines with their firearms, whether they're illegal or legally owned. I do not understand why and if criminals would follow any new gun laws at all, and what motive they would even have. Criminals, by definition, are breaking laws. Do these new laws make anyone safer? Would SB 256 make us safer? In 2013, we were told that new common sense gun laws would lower crime rates. Well, please check the crime rates in Denver and in Colorado, folks. They have gone up ever since. Passing new gun laws increased crime rates. Cause and effect may not be completely, it's hard to prove the correlation in the cause and effect piece, but crime rates rose in the past several years in our state. This bill would restrict only law-abiding citizens. It would not stop criminals. It would only restrict law-abiding citizens. And I don't understand how that would make anyone safer. I urge a no vote on this bill.
Representative Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question where it's talking about posting signs on public entrances of a building, and certainly I get that if they've made more strict ordinances. But I do have a question about special districts and counties. If a county like mine decides not to move forward with stricter ordinances, but let's say our water district decides to, who takes precedence over that?
Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was looking forward to hearing a reply to Representative Rich's question. This bill, Senate Bill 21-256, has raised a lot of interest where I'm from. And I will tell you, it's mostly negative interest. It's a lot of concern. And I think they have a right to be concerned. I have a re-engrossed version of the bill from 17 May 2021. Got a fair number of strike-throughs on it. However, given the amount of concern and attention this bill has attained just through reputation and over-the-fence kind of conversation, I would like to start reading this. It's 7 pages, so nothing too dangerous, laborious. It is Senate Bill 21-256. Again, this is the re-engrossed version. Concerning permitting regulation of firearms by local governing bodies. Bill summary. Note, this summary applies to this bill as introduced and does not reflect any amendments that may be subsequently adopted. If this bill passes third reading in the House of Introduction, a bill summary that applies to the re-engrossed version of this bill will be available at http://leg.colorado.gov. This bill declares that the regulation of firearms is a matter of state and local concern. Existing law prohibits a local government from enacting an ordinance, regulation, or other law that prohibits the sale, purchase, or possession of a firearm. The bill permits a local government to enact an ordinance, regulation, or other law governing or prohibiting the sale, purchase, transfer, or possession of a firearm, ammunition, or firearm component or accessory that is not less restrictive than state laws governing the sale, purchase, transfer, or possession of the firearm, ammunition, or firearm component or accessory. Existing law prohibits a local government from enacting an ordinance or resolution that conflicts with state law regarding concealed carry of handguns. The bill permits a local government, including a special district and governing board of an institution of higher education, to enact an ordinance, resolution, rule, or other regulation that prohibits a permittee from carrying a concealed handgun in a building or specific area within the local government. And I will say, actually I stopped early, or specific area within the local government's or governing board's jurisdiction. I will say as a remark here, there's a lot of, I'm completely opposed to this bill, but this element of it here adds more fuel to the fire, more grist to the mill. That the bill permits a local government, which includes a special district governing board of an institution of higher education, to enact an ordinance, a resolution, a rule, or other regulation. So we have a whole bunch of organizations, institutions, special districts, governing boards that have a lot of rather confusing opportunity to inflict their will on people. They don't know if they're following a resolution, a rule, a regulation, or an ordinance. That to me is problematic in and of itself. Back to the bill. Be it enacted by the General Assembly of the State of Colorado, Section 1. In Colorado Revised Statutes 29-11.7-101, amend parenthetical 1D, 1E, and 2, and repeal parenthetical 1F and 1G as follows. 29-11.7-101 Legislative Declaration. The General Assembly hereby finds, and now again, there are a lot of strikeouts, so it'll take me a moment to track this. The General Assembly hereby finds the state has an interest in the regulation of firearms due to the ease of transporting firearms between local jurisdictions, and officials of local governments are uniquely equipped to make determinations as to regulations necessary in their local jurisdictions. Page 3. Based on the findings specified in subsection 1 of this section, the General Assembly concludes that the regulation of firearms is a matter of state and local concern. Section 2. In Colorado Revised Statutes, add 29-11.7-101.5 as follows. 29-11.7-101.5 definitions. As used in this article 11.7, unless the context otherwise requires, 1, quote, firearm component or accessory, unquote, means an item contained in, used in conjunction with, or mounted to a firearm. 2, local government, unquote, I say again, 2, quote, local government, unquote, means a statutory or home rule, city and county, city or town. Section 3, in Colorado Revised Statutes, amend 29-11.7-103 as follows. 29-11.7-103, local regulations governing firearms permitted, unless otherwise expressly prohibited pursuant to state law. A local government may enact an ordinance, regulation, or other, page 4, or other law governing or prohibiting the sale, purchase, transfer, or possession of a firearm, ammunition, or firearm component or accessory that a person may lawfully sell, purchase, transfer, or possess under state or federal law. The local ordinance, regulation, or other law may not impose a requirement on the sale, purchase, transfer, or possession of a firearm, ammunition, or firearm component or accessory that is less restrictive than state law, and any less restrictive ordinance, regulation, or other law enacted by a local government before the effective date of this section as amended in 2021 is void and unenforceable. A local ordinance, regulation, or other law governing the sale, purchase, transfer, or possession of a firearm, ammunition, or firearm component or accessory may only impose a criminal penalty for a violation upon a person who knew or reasonably should have known that the person's conduct was prohibited. 2, nothing in this section requires the Colorado Bureau of Investigation to consider anything other than state or federal law in its background approval process and determinations. 3, section authorizes a local government to restrict the manufacture or sale of items pursuant to a United States military or law enforcement procurement contract. Section 4. In Colorado Revised Statutes 1812-201, amend parenthetical 1 and 2 as follows. 18-12-201, Legislative Declaration 1. The General Assembly, page 5, finds that A, there exists a widespread inconsistency among jurisdictions within the state with regard to the issuance of permits to carry concealed handguns. More strikeouts. C, inconsistency regarding issuance of permits results in the arbitrary and capricious denial of permits to carry concealed handguns based on the jurisdiction of residents rather than the qualifications for obtaining a permit. D, officials of local governments are uniquely equipped to make determinations as to where concealed handguns can be carried in their local jurisdictions. And E, it is necessary that the state occupy the field of regulation of issuing concealed handgun permits because there is a prevailing state interest in ensuring that no citizen is arbitrarily denied a concealed handgun permit. 2, based on the findings in the subsection 1 of this section, the General Assembly concludes that, page 6, the criteria and procedures for issuing permits to carry concealed handguns is a matter of statewide concern. B, it is necessary to provide statewide uniform standards for issuing permits to carry concealed handguns for self-defense. And C, whether concealed handguns can be carried in a specific area is a matter of state and local concern. Section 5, in Colorado Revised Statutes 18-12-214, amend parenthetical 1A and add parenthetical 1C, 2.5 and 3.5 as follows. 18-12-214, authority granted by permit carrying restrictions, local authority. 1A, the permit to carry a concealed handgun authorizes the permittee to carry a concealed handgun in all areas of the state except as specifically limited in this section. A permit does not authorize the permittee to use a handgun in a manner that would violate a provision of state law. C, Roman numeral 1, a local government, including a special district or the governing board of an institution of higher education, including the board of directors of the Aurora Higher Education Center, may enact an ordinance, resolution, rule, or other regulation that prohibits a permittee from carrying a concealed handgun in a building or specific area within the local government's or governing board's jurisdiction, or for a special district in a building or specific area under the direct control or management of the district, including a building or facility managed pursuant to an agreement between the district, page 7, and a contractor. An ordinance, resolution, or other regulation prohibiting a permittee from carrying a concealed handgun may only impose a criminal penalty for a violation upon a person who knew or reasonably should have known that the person's conduct was prohibited. Roman numeral 2. If a local government or governing board prohibits carrying a concealed handgun in a building or specific area, the local government or governing board shall post signs at the public entrances to the building or specific area informing persons that carrying a concealed handgun is prohibited in the building or specific area. The notice required by this section may be included on a sign describing open carry restrictions posted in accordance with Section 29-11.7-104. 2.5, a permit issued pursuant to this Part 2 does not authorize a person to carry a concealed handgun into a place where carrying of concealed handguns is prohibited by a local ordinance, resolution, rule, or other regulation. 3.5, a permit issued pursuant to this Part 2 does not authorize a person to carry a concealed handgun onto the real property or into any improvements erected thereon of a public college or university if the carrying of concealed handguns is prohibited by the governing board of the college or university. Section 6, the safety clause. The General Assembly hereby finds, determines, and declares that this act is necessary for the immediate preservation of the public peace, health, and safety. So as I read through this, I find some real convolution in process, in who can post a rule, a law, a suggestion. There's all kinds of things here that make their rule rather nebulous and rather dangerous for a citizen that is simply carrying out their Second Amendment rights, their concealed carry rights as they have worked to attain them. And this bill, as mentioned before, has got a lot of hope in it, hoping that it works, hoping that it deters, and we have evidence around the nation, bills like this don't cure crime. This is a no vote.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in opposition to this bill. And you know, go figure, I might want to say that 3 or 4 times. That would be opposition. That would be a no vote, not in support of this bill. The reason why is really simple, and it comes down to that reasonableness piece of this puzzle that I think others have spoken to. But I actually think that it might be worth taking a trip down to my office. On the bookshelf in my office is a book I've mentioned here before. And that book is 3 Felonies a Day. Any of you who've ever heard of that book, it's really about the sort of the overprescription of laws that we have in this country, and that often people aren't aware of laws that have been passed that affect them. And so the theory in that book, and if we could have a little quiet.
Members, it's getting a little loud in here. Please direct your conversations off the floor.
The premise of that book is that there are a lot of laws that we're unaware of, and that basically any given time, any given person in this country is committing 3 felonies a day that they just don't know about. Whether it be they waited a day late to register a recreational vehicle, or whether or not they took full-strength beer into a federal park. That used to be a thing. All of those things are this complex web of laws that we don't always understand. So I participate on something called a 3-gun event team. Representative Will is a member of that team. We have another member of that team. And to participate in that activity, it requires 3 different types of firearms. The very first firearm is a semi-automatic shotgun. So that is pretty much looks like an AR type gun, but it's really just a 12-gauge shotgun. And every time you pull the trigger, it fires around. The second firearm that we use in those competitions is an AR-type semi-automatic pistol. And we shoot sort of close and medium range targets with that. And then the last is a true 5.56 or 223 AR platform that we shoot medium and far distance targets with. Okay, so here I go to a competition, maybe in Representative Rich's district. If I leave Loveland to go to Cameo, which is out by Grand Junction, and I leave Loveland and I head down I-25, and I stop for gas. Well, I might stop for gas in Longmont. Longmont might have a different rule about the kind of firearms that I'm allowed to possess there. So suddenly, I'm standing there, I'm pumping gas into my car, and along comes a police officer who may or may not be there to see me, but may see my cracked windshield and say, hey, maybe we ought to have a conversation with this person. That conversation might lead to, let me see what you have in your car. What's that big black box right there? And I say, well, I'm heading to a shooting competition. Right there is an AR-style rifle and a shotgun and a pistol. And those are banned in Longmont. So I get a ticket. I get a ticket for getting gas in the wrong town. I go a little further down the road, and I have to stop and fix a flat tire, let's say in Avon. And I stop in Avon, and I'm fixing that flat tire, and a state trooper shows up, and he says, hey, can I put on my lights and stop traffic for you? Hey, what's in that big black box? And now I get another ticket for stopping in Avon, because how on God's green earth could I know what every single one of those locales had for a gun bill? This is the rationality of where we come to the bills we pass, where we have to be careful of the tangled web we weave of how on earth are normal, everyday citizens, law-abiding citizens, supposed to navigate a world that changes just on the crossing of a line. You know, the flat tire I get in Avon, maybe had I pulled over 100 yards before that, I would have been on the other side of city limits. I'm on the same road. I have the same truck. I have the same possessions. Why does 300 feet now make the difference between me being a criminal and not being a criminal? And this is nothing to the sponsors. This is really to just all of us. Common sense should dictate the things we do. And the reasonableness of the laws and the things that we do and the way that we put these into place have to be a consideration. Have to be a consideration not just of what we would like and hope to achieve, but also what we expect out of our citizenry. Because our citizens, by and large, are people who want to follow the law, if they know what the law is. Are we going to require a placard? And then I know that 270 feet ahead of me, I better stop just shy of that, and I better slam on the brakes, which might actually put me at some risk of veering into the ditch, but I've got to stop before I get to that sign, because that sign says that I might break the law in Avon. But hold on a minute, I fix my flat tire and I go merrily on my way, I'm going to cross that line anyway. So now suddenly, do I have an allowance to drive on the road? Or is my allowance to drive down the road, my freedom of movement in a country that gives us freedom to do all the things we want to do, is now my freedom of movement restricted because something I carry in the back? Number one, that doesn't make sense. Number two, that's not fair. That is not a reasonable expectation for Hugh McKean to have driving down the road, heading to a perfectly legal, authorized event, and not knowing what encumbrances I might encounter. That is not reasonable, it's not fair, and it's not right. So now, do we need to post detours? Is that where we're going with this? Is that the next step down this road? Is that if, by chance, you're heading to Cameo today, Mr. McKean, you're going to need to take this road around town. And then I can plan my day, because maybe that adds 3 or 4 hours. I don't know. But quite literally, what I don't know is what I don't know. How can we hold people accountable for what changes from one foot to another? It's not just a no vote on this bill. It's a vote for common sense. It's a vote against something that doesn't make sense. We just heard that there's a lot of hope in this bill. But there's a lot of hope that we have better sense than to just pass a bill to say, well, anybody can make up their minds on this, and now it's going to affect people in a negative way. This is an easy no, folks. This is an easy no.
Representative Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since we're talking about things that we have in our offices, I'd like to let you all know what I have in my office. I have one of the crosses that Greg Zanis made. Greg Zanis is the man from Illinois who, following the Columbine massacre, came around to every mass shooting that there was in the United States, and he built these white crosses, and he would drive across country and show up and put them up for everybody and put the people's names on it, and then that would be the beginning of a makeshift memorial. He did that for better than 20 years until he died last year. I'd seen him at several different occasions. I was in Las Vegas when he came, and actually the people of the city of Las Vegas bought him a brand new truck, a brand new trailer behind it, bought the local Lowe's and Home Depot, gave him all kinds of supplies and stuff that he would need because he was doing this, all on his own. So, I am supportive of this, but if we're going to talk about things that are in people's offices, I'd go ahead and tell you what I have in my office, and it's one of the crosses that was delivered outside of the Aurora Theater the day after my son was murdered, along with 11 other that day. Thanks.
Representative Doherty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to clarify a few issues that have been brought up. Most recently, what was just brought up about driving specifically through Avon a lot and parking on different sides of the street. So I'm glad you brought that up. I actually have my statute book out. I wanted to read 1812-1056, which is the limitation on local ordinances regarding firearms in private vehicles, which nothing in this bill changes. And I think that's really important. And I'm actually going to read the pertinent part so that everyone is on the same page. No municipality, county, or city and county shall have the authority to enact or enforce any ordinance or resolution that would restrict a person's ability to travel with a weapon in a private automobile or other private means of conveyance for hunting or for lawful protection of a person's or another person or property while traveling into, through, or within a municipal, county, or city and county jurisdiction, regardless of the number of times the person stops in a jurisdiction. That statute means that regardless of local ordinances or regulations, localities cannot, and let me repeat, cannot restrict a person's ability to travel with a firearm, period. And so hopefully that clarifies that issue. There's a few more points I wanted to make while I'm up here based on what we've heard. I just want to make clear that it's true that the bill introduces local variation into state firearm laws, but in almost every other area of the law concerning public safety, local governments get to set their own policies. And I just wanted to remind everyone of that, because now this will be true once again for a firearm. The bill preserves state authority in areas where statewide uniformity is desirable, but the state will maintain its responsibility for issuing concealed carry permits while allowing local governments to determine where firearms may be carried. There was also another question regarding special districts, and I just wanted to point you all to Amendment L5 that clarified where in special districts this occurs. So I'm welcome to more questions, but we did get that question over when this bill was on the Senate side, and we clarified where specifically special districts would have jurisdiction. And again, I just want to be clear that this bill respects the rights of gun owners. That's what we're doing. We're just giving local control back to communities so that they can make solutions, their own solutions to these problems. Thank you.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much, and I appreciate that, and I appreciate that we got the statute book out. But let's remember what it said: hunting and protection. So carrying a firearm for your own personal protection or the protection of others has always been legal. We're actually talking about something else here, which is not just hunting or protection. This is now engaging in the shooting sports, which is a lawful activity but not called out in statute. So this actually does affect people who are merely transiting to another location to engage in a shooting competition. It's not hunting, and it's not protection. So I think that there needs to be some discussion of why that's not there, what that parens means now, And what does that do to everyday Coloradans who are on their way to engage in a lawful sport?
Representative Baisley. It's been there for a long time. Okay, Representative Neville.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The other problem we have with this is, as we said, this is a state statute, but this allows counties to actually pass county ordinances. So when a county ordinance goes to look and enforce their own ordinance, they're only looking at the county ordinance. So the state statute may give some level of protection to the person. I would advise a person that if they get pulled over in a county that does adopt stricter regulations, that they just specifically say, when the officer asks, "Where are you going?" "I'm traveling," because then they would probably be covered in the state statute. But even then, the county can still pursue legal action against them through the county ordinance. The only option to the person who's now then being pursued for doing what would be now currently a completely lawful activity, the only option for them is to sue the county. So you got little man versus the big county. The big county that has the attorney already employed, already going, or the city who has the city attorney, they can forward the funds, and then they've got to actually sue them through the courts and win. So this is a huge bar to overcome. It's not, the average person doesn't actually have the ability to go and actually hire an attorney to actually sue in an appellate court and get the county ordinance overruled. But that's what would have to happen if this law actually does take place and there's no protections written in the law for those specific types of situations, because this law was passed after the first one was passed, the one that's currently on the statute books. So that would have to be adjudicated through the courts. And we actually heard that in committee. That was said, the courts can decide this. Well, I'm not comfortable with letting that decision be decided by the courts. I'm just not comfortable with it, and I don't think it's fair that someone has to wait to get into trouble about something like this when they think they're doing the right thing, and then actually go and pay for an attorney to sue an entire county or a municipality. The odds are completely stacked against them in this situation. I hope it's someone who's incredibly wealthy that is the first person that gets hemmed up by this, because that's absolutely what would have to take place. It's not just so simple that, oh no, this protects them, they're protected under current law. No, there's conflicting stories in here, and like I said, that was even from the sponsors themselves in committee, that this would have to be adjudicated through the courts, and the courts can decide that. I'm just not comfortable with that. I think we should have language protecting those lawful activities. I think we should have language protecting people who are trying to do the right thing and maybe just didn't know. And I don't think the language in there gives them that protection at all. Saying that a person reasonably knows, well, every judge and every person who's out there is going to look at it and say any reasonable person should know the laws of where they're at. But no one has the practical ability to go in and check while they're driving through a town or driving through a state and commuting. I pass several different municipalities. I don't have just coming here, and I don't have the ability to look at the laws of each different municipality, each different county I'm traveling through, and figure out what's legal and what's exactly legal. That's a lot of work. And then if I continue on and say, I go to my brother's house up north, and there's even more to add to that list. And so the only thing I'm left with is, well, I've got the ability to sue the city and overturn their ordinance. That's not protection. That's a big gamble against someone who's already got the funds, they've already got the city attorney, the county attorney, they've already got all that lined up, and you're just a small little guy trying to protect his family. It's not good enough.
Representative Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So earlier we heard Representative Hanks give us read through the bill, which included only the new language. What he appropriately did not read is the language that is being struck, the current statute. There's a great deal of wisdom in this. Let me read just the first part of this, just to get the point across of what will be omitted and replaced with new language, and just appreciate the wisdom that went into this. There exists a widespread inconsistency amongst jurisdictions within the state with regard to firearms regulation. This inconsistency among local government laws regulating firearm possession and ownership has extraterritorial impact on state citizens and the general public by subjecting them to criminal and civil penalties in some jurisdictions for conduct wholly lawful in other jurisdictions. Inconsistency among local governments of laws regulating the possession and ownership of firearms results in persons being treated differently under the law solely on the basis of where they reside and a person's residence in a particular county or city and county is not a rational classification when it is the basis for denial of equal treatment under the law. This inconsistency places citizens in the position of not knowing when they may be violating the local laws and therefore being unable to avoid violating the law and becoming subject to criminal and other penalties. So that sums up very nicely what we are losing if this bill passes. It is that consistency across all counties, across the entire state, then gets replaced by local thought, local jurisdiction, and the patchwork that we've all been afraid of. What we also, all of us, all 65 members here, concern ourselves with is the overlying, I should say the underlying right that we all carry, that we carry as citizens of the United States, as we carry as people who live in the United States and certainly who live in the state of Colorado. We have our Second Amendment from the United States Constitution, the Second Amendment that must be respected at all times, and all laws regarding firearms are subject to the Second Amendment of the United States Constitution. And further, the Colorado State Constitution gives us a Bill of Rights as well, and that Bill of Rights also gives us protection. I'll read those words. They're very brief. The right of no person to keep and bear arms in defense of his home, person, and property, or in aid of the civil power, when thereto legally summoned, shall be called into question. So, that's what is in danger when we replace the language that maintains consistency, the steadiness that we have now, with local ordinances that could be enacted. So how do we ensure that any new ordinances do not challenge constitutional rights of us as United States citizens and us as residents of the state of Colorado? So towards that, I move L013, and I ask that that be displayed for our consideration. Let me give you one of those. Sure.
Okay, L013 has been moved and is now displayed to the amendment. Rep. Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So what this amendment would do would be to provide instruction for all of those local ordinances that consider local governments that consider enacting new ordinances, and gives them instruction that they shall not enact an ordinance, regulation, or other law pursuant to this section that infringes upon a person's right to keep and bear arms in defense of their home, their person, their property, or in aid of the civil power. So it's completely consistent with the constitutional rights that not only that we have, but that we have all sworn to uphold. So what this does is gives those local jurisdictions the guidance to ensure that they do not get crosswise with our constitutional rights. So that's the simplicity of it, and I believe it's a good, measured, and important instruction that if we're going to give them all of a sudden the right We got to give them the guidance as well in order to ensure the citizens' constitutional rights. So I ask for a yes vote.
Representative Doherty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We are not violating any constitutional rights here, so we'd ask for a no vote.
Representative Pico.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. It goes to the core of what a lot of us are absolutely dedicated to ensuring, and I have to disagree that the bill as it currently stands doesn't violate any of this because it gives that authority specifically to local governments. And let me talk a little bit about that. It gives the right to local governments to enact a whole range of measures, including possession of items, which wasn't particularly elucidated, but that could be as benign as a holster or a sighting device or anything else, and it specifically calls out ammunition. Now, early in the debate, it was talked about that home rule cities already have a lot of local control. I come from a home rule city, and I'll tell you that those capabilities, those rights, are limited. They are not absolute. Something that was driven home rather forcefully over this last year as mask or not mask was overridden by the state, even for local control. And local control of health orders was prohibited. We had to follow the state. We were a home rule city, and we were, yes sir, follow right along. This amendment ensures that we retain that capability in all these districts because what's written in this bill is a patchwork, an unworkable patchwork. How many counties are in this city? 65 or 64 rather. How many municipalities? Local, whether they're home rule or statutory? Quite a few more than 65 or 64. How many districts, when you call out special districts, even with that amendment, how many special districts are there that now have the right, the ability, under this bill, to enact possession of ammunition, support, items, all of these things? It is wide open and completely unworkable patchwork, and that violates directly what this amendment speaks to, is that core right, that core responsibility that all of us have for our own self-protection, our rights under the Second Amendment, our rights under the U.S. Constitution, our rights under the state constitution of Colorado. This preserves that. It addresses that unworkable issue that at the core is threatened by this bill. This will preserve those rights. I urge an aye vote.
Representative Neville.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And members, I think this is a completely reasonable amendment. I mean, legally summoned too. I don't know about many of you, but I didn't forget last summer. It was pretty dangerous down here. And I won't name names, but several people on both sides of the aisle asked me if I could walk them to their car. I was legally summoned here to do my job. We're legally summoned here to do our job on a day in, day out basis, to be here right now. And if I walk across the street to go get my car, I'll be on Denver property for just a little bit. And so I can't, if Denver chose to actually pass some law, I would be violating Denver law as I walk across the street to the parking garage, enter Denver County property for that little brief period on the sidewalk, and I could be potentially a criminal for this. This law would at least give me protection. I can think back to other circumstances where this would have actually helped. I know when I was working at a Safeway, we actually figured out there was a guy who was kiping checks. And he was kiping checks in an unincorporated area. And we called in the police because the check bounced back, and it turned out they actually got this guy who was part of a big criminal ring. It was a serious, serious ring. And I was subpoenaed and had to go testify on what happened so that they can convict this person. Well, that trial didn't happen right where the incident happened. It happened in a municipality that I could very well see them adopting some stricter gun control laws. And I was told, this could get serious. Make sure you're aware of your surroundings, so on and so forth. And I felt okay because at the time I had my concealed carry permit. So I wasn't afraid to go testify. I had my concealed carry permit. I knew I could protect myself on the way there. But if this law passes, absent this amendment, I'm not. I would have to go look, oh man, that municipality doesn't allow me to protect myself. Talk about the chilling effect on someone who should testify and do the right thing on someone who's doing criminal activity. But without this law and the protections it has in there of someone who's legally summoned to an area, they don't have that same protection. And so this is just one of many different unintended consequences, but this is a big one. That we don't have that chilling effect for people that are actually legally summoned to an area to do what's right in the circumstance I laid out, where I was actually testifying against a known criminal, and they were trying to convict someone who was involved in other serious crimes too. But absent this, no protection for someone like me. I urge a yes vote on this amendment.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the sponsor of this amendment. It makes me very proud to be from Douglas County. And members, I would hope that we all could agree that local government should not enact an ordinance, regulation, or law that violates our state's constitution. So I just want to ask for a yes vote on this amendment. I think it's personally reasonable to say that when enacting these future ordinances that we're telling them they now have the authority to enact, that it should at least follow the Constitution. I believe it actually adds strength to the bill by saying that the future ordinances will honor our Constitution. We have an opportunity here to honor the oath that we took to uphold and defend our Constitution. So I ask for a yes vote and thank the sponsor of this amendment, L013.
Representative Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this bill will accomplish two goals. One is it would give citizens the assurance that no matter where they are going within the state, at least any local ordinances, any local laws would not be in violation of their constitutional right to carry, their constitutional right to bear arms. It's at a minimum. We would have that assurance at a minimum. And the second thing it would do in giving guidance to the local jurisdictions is it would prevent all of the potential lawsuits, because lawsuits are going to come flying like nuts. If we have the patchwork and people are arrested for violating local ordinances that challenge our constitutional rights in the first place, it's going to be a mess legally throughout the state. So I think it's a real reasonable thing to do. It's proper guidance. And also, this is an opportunity, yet again, for all of us as members of this body to uphold our oath of office and uphold the Constitution of the state of Colorado. Here's an opportunity to uphold the Constitution of the state of Colorado. That's what I'm asking that we all do.
Representative Woog.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to make a response, and I believe some of my colleagues will agree with this. With all due respect to the representative from Jefferson County, in the Constitution, Article 6, Clause 2, this Constitution and the laws of the United States, which shall be made in pursuance thereof, and all treaties made, or which shall be made under the authority of the United States, shall be the supreme law of the land, and the judges in every state shall be bound thereby, anything in the Constitution or laws of any state to the contrary notwithstanding. So I do believe this to be unconstitutional, and I urge a yes vote on this amendment.
Any further discussion on Amendment L013? Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I rise in support of this amendment. And the one thing that I really wanted to come up and point out here was that this, as far as I know, based off of what was discussed by the proponents of this bill, as well as the intentions of Representative Baisley, this theoretically should not affect the bill, because if I recall, the bill sponsors talked about how their bill isn't meant to infringe upon any Second Amendment rights. Well, this amendment basically echoes that. So there's no reason not to accept this amendment. And so I'm a bit confused as to why we couldn't put this amendment in place unless the bill itself might be unconstitutional in some way. And if that's the case, then it begs the question, should we even be considering this bill altogether? But if it's not the case, from what I'm hearing, especially from the proponents, then there's no reason not to put this in place. To borrow a line from former Representative Lundeen, now Senator Lundeen, these are merely belts and suspenders, members. So let's put this in place and let's pass this amendment. Thank you.
Any further discussion on Amendment L013? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L013. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. Amendment L013 is lost. To the bill, Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you, Representative Catlin.
Thank you. Members, I'm down here to talk about, what else? Rural Colorado, out at the edge of town. I have some concerns about what we're talking about doing. And possibly this is a question for the sponsors, but maybe not. I have some counties where the population center is the city government and the county government in the same area. So what worries me is that the county will pass an ordinance for the benefit of that municipality, yet the people that live out in the rural community that still run sheep, still run cattle, still worry about predators, will be restricted from protecting that herd, as was mentioned earlier in the morning. This is something that's concerning, really concerning. When you look out the window and what you do for a living is being attacked by a predator and you don't have the ability to protect that crop or that animal. I'm going to tell you, there's not a man or a woman sitting in this room that won't do whatever they need to do to protect their children, to protect that way of making a living. They will do what it takes. We're asking them to not do that, yet anybody that drives onto that ranch with ill intent has already broken the law. How do we go about protecting ourselves from that? We read the laws. We'll be well noticed that our county has changed the rules and no longer can you use that long gun. But the people that drive in that yard, they can, and they will. Folks, I don't want to just sound like the Old West, but it is like that out there. There are times when it's up to you, standing right there, to do what needs to be done, to protect the kid, to protect the spouse, to protect a way of life and how you make a living. Well, not many of us have ever been forced to look at that through this prism. But even those of you that represent suburban Colorado, more than likely you've got some ag sitting out there. We've talked about that earlier on one of the bills that we ran. All of our counties have got some, maybe not Denver, but some of the rest of them do. Folks, I want you to understand, I'm not kidding, I'm not joking, I'm not here to make fun of. I'm here because this is serious. This is serious to people that live in my district. And it's probably very serious to the people living in your district, too. Granted, there are some areas that might think that they could get by with this. But there are more areas in this state that won't get by with it. And trying to check a roadmap as to where you're at is not going to work. And the idea that that herd of sheep is out there being attacked by a coyote, a bear, or a wolf never enters the mind of the guy that's trying to protect him. He will put that animal down, and he will do it with a rifle. Folks, this is not good. This is not good for the state of Colorado. It's basically saying urban life is all that matters. And urban life is not all that matters. There's a whole state out there watching what we're doing and wondering what we're going to do next. Let's not take them down that road with this 256. It's a no vote. Please vote no.
Representative Will.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you, Rep. Will.
And I come up in strong opposition to this bill. I think it truly is just a feel-good bill. I obviously sympathize with those that have lost loved ones or in shootings. Obviously sympathize with those, but this bill will do nothing to cure that. It's not a cure. It will not happen. 86% of mass shootings took place in gun-free zones. Let me repeat, 86%. That's from just the statistics from 2009 to 2016. I can tell you in my career prior to coming to the legislature, no one in this room dealt with more people that were in possession of firearms than me. No one. Everyone I contacted had firearms. Every vehicle I come upon had firearms. It's not about the guns. Guns do not scare me. Bad people scare me. Bad people with guns can scare you. Guns do not scare me. So law-abiding citizens, what this bill is going to do is punish law-abiding citizens. You know, good gun ownership. You know, I think currently in Colorado there's about almost 388,600 and some concealed carry permits in this state. We're not even close to the top 10 in the nation, not even close. There's 10 other states far, almost double what we have in Colorado. Now, they've went up, heck, since 2016, there was 248,000. Now we're at 388,000. This bill will not prevent any crimes. Just makes criminals out of our law-abiding citizens. You know, here recently, there's been more firearms purchased, more and more. We talked about a bill about background checks here just a week or so ago. Purchases of firearms, background checks are way up by over 1 million. Why is that? Because people are scared. They don't trust. The government's job is to protect people. It's not happening. People are getting that for their own protection. We see things about defunding the police. People are arming themselves to protect their families. And, you know, the average American, the Coloradans that I know of, they do not believe any new gun laws are going to make them any safer. You know, I can promise you the ones I represent do not believe that any new gun law is going to make them any safer in their lifetime. So I strongly oppose this legislation. I think it was probably drafted with good intention, but it's only a feel-good bill. It will do nothing. Only the criminals will have the guns. Already there's laws all over the books about felons, you know, they can't possess a gun. Well, they do. You know, these aren't law-abiding citizens and concealed carry permit people that are committing these crimes and these mass shootings. They're not the people doing it. Let's not punish them. The percentage of those, any kind of an issue with someone with a concealed carry permit is nil, like 0.9% or something. So we're directing this at the wrong people. And my colleague Representative Catlin talked about the rural part of Colorado. I represent the same areas. You know, we can't. I can't think of a single town in my district or county that would even entertain this. But if they did, there could be huge consequences out there in the rural parts of the state. We talked about depredation, bears, lions, coyotes. If you're in the livestock production industry, those farms and things are tools to protect your livelihood. And, you know, it's going to cause a big issue in rural parts of Colorado, and I strongly stand in opposition to this bill.
Representative Pico.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to rise in opposition to this bill one more time. This really does not address the issue of gun violence. What it does is puts into place a patchwork of laws which is going to be unworkable. It doesn't really address the issue of gun violence because that's a different issue than who has a gun. The law-abiding citizen is not the problem, and that's who this bill will affect. What this bill will not affect is a person with ill intent. A real truism is that the only thing that stops a bad guy with a gun is a good guy with a gun. Or in El Paso County, a good lady with a gun on one occasion. El Paso County has had its share of shootings and mass shootings. We've had one since the Boulder shooting. But we don't go out there and go after the innocent civilians, the citizens, the law-abiding, who want to have that ability to protect themselves. Another truism is that when seconds count, the police are minutes away. It's up to the individual to have that ability to do that, and has been addressed a couple of times here. Gun sales are through the roof. Ammunition sales are so much that you can't even get ammunition for a lot of the popular weapons. Why? Because they don't stay on the shelves long enough. The manufacturers can't keep up with the demand. Now, why is that? As I said, people are concerned, and they're taking measures to protect themselves. This bill will strike at the very heart of the ability of the law-abiding citizen, the law-abiding people, to protect themselves, to have those weapons, what they feel that they need. This is a really bad idea. And let's vote this down and take a look at what the real issues of violence are. They're not the tools. Thank you.
Representative Van Bever.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in opposition to this bill for two very distinct perspectives. My first perspective is technical and it's statistical. Now, I've gotten up here before in opposition to a different gun bill when I said to quantify how many lives are saved by the use of a weapon in defense of gun use is much more difficult than procuring the statistics of those who do die due to the use of a weapon. Although data would support that far more lives are saved with a weapon. The weapon itself, from a statistical point of view, when I've heard at the well, is that this will save lives or decrease the amount of suicides that those in Colorado either try to commit or succeed in doing. However, the statistical data would disagree. The National Center for Biotechnology, in conjunction with the National Library of Medicine and the National Institutes of Health, three organizations that I find highly respectable and will only publish peer-reviewed information that is widely accepted for its authenticity and its accuracy, has categorically reported that suicides will not decrease with preemptive laws such as this or gun laws in general that reduce the constituents' ability to procure a weapon. I'll repeat that. Suicides will not decrease. People who die within the intentional use of a weapon will not decrease. The second perspective that I have comes from what I heard at the well as well. which were feelings that I can fully respect and honor. I honor the fact that the bill sponsors feel enraged or furious or upset at loss of life. But I'd like to share my feelings. I feel secure knowing that if I'd like to defend myself, my property, my home, or my family, that I can do so if I so choose, as protected by the Constitution of the United States of America. I feel confident in knowing that if I want to procure a weapon in defense of myself, my home, my family, or my property, I may do so. I believe women's rights involve gun rights. I believe in the individual's ability, their God-given right by their Creator, to protect themselves. We all have feelings, but we're here today to ensure the support of the oath we took to ensure that we protected our constitutional rights. This bill is in direct violation of that, so I ask for a no vote on this bill, not only purely for the reasons that I feel this bill is incorrect, but for the reasons that evidence shows us it is inaccurate. I ask for a no vote on this bill.
Representative Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I rise again in opposition to this bill. We all know that murder is illegal. Attempting murder is illegal. A felon owning a gun is illegal. Shooting people indiscriminately is illegal. Using firearms in a criminal manner is illegal. Criminals do not go through background checks when purchasing illegal guns. And while the sponsors don't appear to be available right now, I wish that they would explain how criminals will follow this law, and if they could explain how this law will make us safer, and also explain how restricting law-abiding citizens even more will make us safer. Maybe when they are available, they could answer those questions. Thank you.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, esteemed colleagues. I know you all missed me, so I thought I'd come back and talk a little bit more. I still want to try to convince my colleagues, and I know it's a pretty hard sell, the value of firearms in our society. They do have a value. They're not all bad. I was at my nephew's birthday party, and every 8, 9, or 10-year-old kid where I'm from loves to get that Red Ryder BB gun. That Red Ryder BB gun. It's part of our American heritage, our history, and so many generations have had that privilege. So my nephew gets his first Red Ryder BB gun, and another nephew, this young lady is just shocked that my brother would get his son a Red Ryder BB gun. Just absolutely, this poor young girl, who in the world would get somebody a gun? What in the Sam Hill's going on? Well, she didn't use that word. Those are my words. She just couldn't believe it. So I went over to the young lady, and I said, why can't your cousin have a BB gun? Well, who would do that? Why would you do that? I said, well, to learn to shoot, to learn to handle a firearm. I said, I bet your dad did it. I did it. My brother did it. my nephew can learn a lot about having a Red Ryder BB gun. Number one, you can learn firearm safety. You can learn how to handle it. You can learn the responsibilities at a very young age. You can use it to hunt, and hunting is a sport. You can use it in what is shooting sports, which is also a sport. You can become a very good shot. As a matter of fact, imagine all those young people that got a Red Ryder BB gun and then grew up and got another rifle, learned how to shoot out in the country or maybe even in the city. And then they join the military and they go fight for the Republic and the Constitution, for God and country. And they find theirself as a sniper. What an important skill to have to save lives on the battlefild. Where does that start, ladies and gentlemen? Well, it may not start if we have this type of legislation that doesn't even allow somebody to own. In certain municipalities, the type of firearm possesses, purchase, transfer, own, or even perhaps utilize that firearm in that environment. Now, I spent a lot of time in the military. Most of you know that by now. And there's nobody that understands the value better of a good marksman than a military man. Because you see, we all need to learn to shoot. The straighter you can shoot, the better you can shoot. The greater your skill in shooting means your comrades, your brothers and sisters in arms, don't bleed on the battlefield. It means that the other poor bastard from the other, I can't say that word. I withdraw that word, even though I think a famous general by the name of Patton said it. I will take that out of this discussion. The other poor son of a gun who's trying to fight for his country or his belief will get what we call the short end of the stick. Which means we get the long end of the stick, which means we hold the day on the field of battle, which means we may win the war, or at least have a stalemate and preserve those national security interests that are ours, but more importantly, defend and protect our brothers and sisters on the battlefield. So this legislation has an even greater context in my mind as I try to explain it. We can tell all the stories in the world, but where does that all start? With this type of legislation, we continue to undermine those things that make our country strong, that are part of our legacy and our history of firearm ownership, of safe firearm use, and developing those skills that my nephew started learning about not 1 year ago. Because when he comes out to visit to our ranch, we always talk about shooting his Red Ryder BB gun. And I welcome that. It's good for him. He learns a lot. Now, the young lady that was so shocked, she probably still doesn't understand. Then she grows up and still doesn't understand. Then she grows up and becomes an adult, and now she's scared of it. But the kid that took a different path in life is not. perhaps respects what it is and what it does. So that's another reason that I have opposition to this type of legislation. There's many other reasons. But I want to read a little article here that was written that talks about why you may be safer with firearms around versus being a firearm-free zone where you feel safe, but you're really not safe. In this particular article, a young lady that is a legal fellow in the Edwin Meese Center for Legal and Judicial Studies at the Heritage Foundation. I'll just read it to you.
Before you do, Rep. Holtorf, I'm sure it's a good article, but does it relate to the bill specifically?
Why, yes, sir.
Okay. Please tell us how it does.
Well, it's going to talk about why local regulation of firearms may not make you safer as a Colorado citizen. And the passage of this particular legislation may not do what the bill sponsors advocate, which may not make you safer. So, and I'll tie this in, Mr. Chair. I'll weave this into the bill, speaking to the bill, as we go along here. So according to the National Shooting Sports Foundation, oh, by the way, Shooting Sports, a national organization that supports learning how to shoot as a sport, which may, by the passing of this, infringe upon those certain citizens that actually are members of this organization. May infringe upon their right to participate in the sport that they are fond of, shooting sports. Americans bought an estimated 21 million firearms in 2020, with 8.4 million Americans buying a gun for the first time last year. Now, nobody has done the statistical analysis, but if you extrapolate out the amount of additional guns that were purchased and try to correlate the fact that every gun correlates to a crime, I think you'd find that the statistics wouldn't work. Even though crime is on the rise. Additionally, the number of Americans with concealed carry permits continues to grow, albeit at a slower rate than in past years. That's likely due to the record-long delays in permit processing and slowdowns because of COVID-19. It's hardly surprising that law-abiding citizens flocked to exercise their Second Amendment rights last year. Now, there is a question whether this infringes upon Second Amendment rights. I know it's been debated. And this would be a question for the bill sponsors. Can I, if I live in one of these municipalities or counties, can I go and purchase a gun? Can I own it? Can I keep it in my home? Can I defend myself in my property? If I have a larger property, can I go out and set up a private range? If I live kind of what we call the out country or the back country or rural country, can I set up a range and can I actually discharge my firearm? I don't know. Anyway, this last year was a year replete with widespread civil unrest and calls to strip resources from police departments already hamstrung by the global pandemic. But even during normal years, the right to keep and bear arms plays an important role in preserving the public safety. Now, I tried to make this point this morning, Mr. Chair, about how the right to keep and bear arms plays an important role in preserving the public safety. And I do have friends and acquaintances that say, as they do conceal and carry, that if there is an active shooter, as they say, they will without hesitation eliminate the threat. Now, that's just a nice way of saying the active shooter is probably going to quit shooting forever. According to a 2013 report by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, almost every major study on the issue found that Americans use their firearms in self-defense between 500,000 and 3 million times a year. We have good reason to believe that many of these defensive gun users aren't reported to police, much less make the local or national news if they don't fit a certain political agenda. Well, we certainly know that. For this reason, each month, this particular periodical, I'm not going to mention it, publishes an article highlighting some of the previous month's news stories on defensive gun use that may have been missed by the mainstream media and that may not have made the national spotlight in the first place because it didn't meet some political agenda. These are a small portion of true stories on defensive gun use in 1 month alone, December of 2020, that were taken out of the defensive gun use database. Here's a story in Yorkville, New York. Last December, not even 6 months ago, 3 or 4 armed intruders kicked in a door of a residence and forced a woman to the floor at gunpoint while they burglarized her home. Another resident heard the commotion from a bedroom, grabbed a long gun, and exchanged fire with the intruders, forcing them to flee, according to police. The woman they had assaulted was wounded in the shootout, but thankfully her injuries were not life-threatening. Here's another one from Alexander City, Alabama. A driver recognized a wanted murderer suspect walking along a rural road and held him at gunpoint until police arrived. A U.S. Marshals Fugitive Task Force and local police had been on a 4-day manhunt for this suspect, who is alleged to have shot to death his girlfriend and her teenage son. You see, those are the kind of people I know. Those are the kind of people from rural Colorado that this particular legislation may target, and not in a good way, that may prohibit them from doing the good work that was done in Alexander City, Alabama, by a good, honest American citizen who had a firearm. Let's go down to Florida, Blountstown, Florida. I know a lot of you are very concerned about these semi-automatic firearms that are out there. A man used his AR-15 to defend himself against 2 armed masked men who approached his home, threatening the 3 residents within and demanding money. At one point, a robber pointed his gun at the resident's head, which appeared to have sparked a shootout. Well, there's a shocker, police said. 2 residents were injured in an ensuing firefight. And that's unfortunate. But the assailants fled and the residents were expected to survive. Well, in my world, that's just bad shooting. Let's go down to Louisiana, Lacombe, Louisiana. 4 armed intruders broke into a residence and assaulted the homeowner, according to this police report. The homeowner was able to grab and shoot his own firearm, killing 2 attackers and wounding the others. There's a good shot. Those wounded now face felony charges. The homeowner's 4-year-old daughter was injured in the crossfire, but expected to make a full recovery. Imagine if the homeowner didn't have a firearm. Would have the homeowner survived? Would have the 4-year-old daughter been put at greater risk? Let's come out west to Las Vegas, Nevada. This is all in the same month now, December of 2020. An employee of a car dealership confronted a homeless man who was attempting to break into the car dealership, police said. The intruder became physically aggressive and shoved the employee to the ground, where he injured himself. The intruder continued to attack the employee. Then the employee drew a firearm and killed his attacker in self-defense. Who knows what the intent of that intruder was? Maybe to steal a car? It's unknown. Let's go to Atlanta, Georgia. I think they've got pretty strong laws too, and still have a lot of violence. During an argument at an apartment complex, a man pulled a gun and shot another man several times in the back, wounding him. A woman who lived there drew her own firearm and fatally shot the gunman in self-defense during the shootout. The woman is not expected to face charges as she was defending herself. Pine Bluff, Arkansas. Now see, what do these things all relate to? They relate to a person that is an aggressor, that is probably a criminal, that is extracting violence on another to do harm. And the people that are the recipients of that are called victims. I know we oftentimes say that, well, the criminal's really not a criminal. He's a victim of his society, or his lack of upbringing, or some other socio-economic factor. Well, I would argue that a criminal is a criminal when the criminal decides to do a criminal act, irregardless of any other factor, because we're all responsible for our own actions and what we do. And in every case, in every one of these stories, those individuals made this decision to enact violence on another. But in every one of these stories, firearms protected those who were being attacked and assaulted. But with this type of legislation, it might not even be legal. You may not even have the legal authority to own that firearm, purchase that firearm, trade for the firearm, or acquire that firearm. Pine Bluffs, Arkansas, a paramedic defending himself and his partner after a call to a domestic dispute turned violent. So this is an EMT. Protected himself with his firearm. The paramedic began to treat a woman who told them that her boyfriend had beaten her. The boyfriend angrily confronted them for treating the victim of her injuries. After a physical altercation ensued, he had to withdraw his firearm and open fire. The boyfriend took out his firearm and opened fire on the paramedics. One paramedic was armed with concealed carry and despite injuries, shot back, killing the boyfriend. Both paramedics were treated for gunshot wounds, but they and the woman that was beaten and battered survived. And they say that these domestic disputes and domestic violence are some of the most difficult situations for first responders to respond to. But with this particular law, if it comes into place, I would imagine that that paramedic and his partner and the woman may have laid dead after the angry boyfriend shot them. Obviously, he had intent, he had the firearm, and he began to open firing as the paramedics tried to protect and treat the woman that was beaten by her boyfriend. I'm going to move over to Greens Township, Pennsylvania. A man at a gun range explicitly turned his firearm on his friend, shooting and wounding him. Another gun owner saw the attack and came to the friend's aid, fatally wounded the gunman, and saved his friend's life. Now, we have no idea what occurred here or why it occurred. And we know a tragic story about the most decorated sniper in the history of the United States military and how he fell victim to the same tragedy. December 25th, Christmas Day, Stockton, California. Set by an ongoing dispute, a neighbor forced his way into a woman's residence on Christmas Day. According to police reports, a verbal confrontation soon turned into a physical assault. As the woman was being assaulted, she was able to obtain her firearm, and this prompted the woman to shoot and wound the man in defense of herself, her life, and her family's life. With this legislation, perhaps that woman would have been beaten to death. Perhaps her children would have been injured, maybe assaulted, abused. But you see, the firearm ended the physical assault. And the story ended much differently. I know you don't hear these on the 5 o'clock news, the 10 o'clock news. I know you just don't hear these things. They don't follow any particular political agenda. But they do point out, ladies and gentlemen, the importance of owning firearms and knowing how to responsibly use firearms and not being fearful of a firearm to defend yourself or your loved ones in your home, which is an inherent right and part of your Second Amendment rights as I understand them. Oh, it's the right color too. I only have 2 more short stories and then I'm being asked to conclude, which I will respectfully oblige. Chicago, Illinois. An armed robber walked into a cell phone store and demanded store property at gunpoint from an employee. Apparently, the armed robber wanted a free cell phone. Well, the young man here in this story, I think hits home my point. The employee, a concealed carry permit holder, drew his handgun and fatally shot the robber. That ended that. Might want to think twice before you go into that cell phone store and try to steal, which I think is still a crime, irregardless of anything in your background. It's a crime, and you're a criminal. One more, December 27th, Port Arthur, Texas. Several armed men forcibly followed a woman into her residence, holding her and her young children at gunpoint, according to this police report. The homeowner was in the home and heard what was happening from another room. The homeowner armed himself with his rifle and shot one of the men, killing him, and sent the other 2 men fleeing. I will tell you, many gun control advocates still want to make it more difficult for law-abiding citizens to defend themselves in public or in their homes or in their situations. This bill does just that. It moves to make it more difficult for law-abiding citizens to defend themselves in their homes on their property, in the public space. And that is why I so strongly oppose the legislation without amendments. Now, I've told we have amendments, so ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to step away from the well and hope that I've given some convincing testimony as to why we need good, solid amendments so we can protect ourselves in our great state.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I wanted to specifically single out section 5 here. It's on page 6, and it starts on line 18. And I wanted to get out the statute book real quick just to provide a little bit of context. Don't worry, I'm not going to read this at length or anything like that. But on 18, it says a local government including a special district. And this term right here, including a special district, kind of makes me very concerned about what we're trying to do here. And if you look at Colorado Revised Statutes in 32-103-20 here, it defines a special district as any quasi-municipal corporation and political subdivision organized or acting pursuant to the provisions of this article. And so if you look at more of this section of law, you'll see there's many types of different special districts. You have a fire protection district, sanitation district, water district, transportation district, so on and so forth. Those all fall into the category of special district. And so what perplexes me in this particular part, and if you jump down to lines 24 through the rest of the page here, it talks about a special district as it relates to the policy that they may pass that restricts gun handling. You have in a building or specific area under the direct control or management of the district. And what the building part, that makes sense. I could understand why that provision would be there. But then this part right here, or specific area under the direct control or management of the district, that's kind of a vague catch-all that I'm not really comfortable with. And as it relates to getting back to this first part on on line 18 with the first sentence, a local government including a special district. So if I understand this correctly, El Paso County, where I'm from, if they didn't want to pass stricter gun laws, and they don't, right, and they make that clear, that doesn't prevent a special district, a smaller district, mind you, within the geographical area of El Paso County from doing what that local government, our county commissioners, would refuse to do. And I think that's fundamentally unfair. That somehow the county commissioners or even the city government doesn't want to do this, but then a smaller special district then can come in, and with the geography that's under their control, they themselves can go ahead and do that. And I believe that leads to the confusion that others had talked about with knowing what's permissible and what's not permissible. And so I think it's inappropriate to have special districts in there. And so with that, Mr. Chair, I move L015 and ask that it be displayed.
L015 has been moved and is now displayed to the amendment. Rep. Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what this would do is it would remove special districts altogether. Again, I think it's inappropriate that a special district that resides within a county or a municipality that doesn't want to do this would be able to, in effect, override what that local government wants to do, albeit for a smaller geographical area, probably. But in any event, I don't think that's appropriate, and I think that if we're actually going to have local control, let's have local control at least at the base level of the county commissioners or the municipality. So I'd ask for a yes vote on this.
Representative Doherty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd ask for a no vote. We had Amendment L5 on the Senate side, which clarified special districts and them being in a building or specific area under the direct control or management of the district, which I think answers the question that was being posed. Thank you.
Representative Pico.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. There are 1,000 special districts across this state, the vast majority of which are built for a specific, very limited purpose. Most of the time is for financing public infrastructure, having nothing to do with something that would make this at all appropriate, and I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think to respond to the bill sponsor's comment, I think the confusion is around the phrase under the direct control or management. And so what does that actually mean in practice? And I think predominantly of a park district, so let's say a park district has paths, walking paths throughout its district. And on those paths, they would be technically under their direct control, so they could presumably restrict. But let's say those paths in one time or another lend themselves into a city, another jurisdiction's paths, right? We have that all around the state where one jurisdiction blends in to another. And so I think there is a degree of confusion that is built in that regard. And so when are you in the city park? When are you on the special districts park? When are you in the county's park or in some other place? I do think that language, I understand what the bill sponsors are trying to capture, but I think by expanding to under the direct control or management of the district, one could presumably make an argument that the entire area of the special district is under their direct control vis-a-vis this particular facility, right? A sewage. If they're a sanitation district, presumably the pipes under, they manage and control. So do they have... Where does that jurisdiction end, I guess, is the question. And I think that's the confusion that this amendment is trying to clear up. So thank you.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L015. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. The noes have it. L015 is lost. Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, so members, I'll just go ahead and move this. I move L017 and ask it to be displayed.
Thank you. L017 has been moved and is now displayed. Rep. Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So members, because the prior amendment didn't pass, this is my attempt to try and thread the needle to try to come to some sort of workable compromise here. Again, I think special districts, they're certainly important. I don't think you'll find any disagreement there. But I also truly believe that if we're going to have local control, then that pretty much the buck needs to stop at either that county level or that municipality level. And that special districts should not be able to just override what the wishes of those governments are. And so what this amendment would do is it would say, okay, special district, you can go ahead and try to pass some sort of policy, but before that policy is carried out, you need to go ahead and get the approval of the county or municipality that approved their their service plan for the district. I think that's more than reasonable. It's certainly not the ideal that I originally wanted, but it at least provides the local control that presumably is being discussed by the bill sponsors, and I don't think it runs afoul of what they're trying to attempt. It just provides a little bit more accountability, because I got to tell you, I don't want a sanitation special district passing some sort of regulation in contradiction to the county commissioners or the city councilors. So that's why I ask for a yes vote on this.
Representative Doherty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would ask for a no vote. Municipalities and special districts already have agreements on control issues, and all this amendment L5 does is give special districts control over, let me read again. Again, in a building or specific area is what special districts would then have control over. This amendment would then limit any control that a special district would have, which is not the purpose of this bill. So again, I ask for a no vote.
Representative Pico.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I think that drives to the specific issue that we have with special districts here. The special districts are formed for very specific and limited purposes. Their service plans are approved by the municipality or the county involved in them, and they are not for general administration. They are for very specific limited purposes, such as financing utility structures, financing the bonds that build out the roads and so forth. And in some cases, it might go so far as mowing the grass and watering it, but they are not governing bodies per se in the same sense that municipalities or counties are. Special districts, that's simply not what they're there for. And to turn this sort of authority into that makes them quasi-cities. Their service plans are approved by the municipality, by the city council that set them up, by the county commissioners that set them up. That's where that authority should lie. And I think this is an absolutely good amendment, and I urge the support.
Further discussion on L017, Representative Soper.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair, and it's an honor serving with you.
It's an honor to serve with you, Rep. Soper.
So we were just having a conversation off to the side about special districts and how special districts are not clean in Colorado. You could actually have one special district overlap another special district that overlaps another special district. And this could be on top of a municipality that's within a county. And so you have a very confusing system here to where it could be very difficult. Now, I do appreciate the amendment that the Senate added, where they talked about on page 6 that it needs to be under the special district's control or management. Why we need this amendment is because if we're talking multiple layered special districts, especially out west or on the Eastern Plains or down south or in any other rural part of the state, you might have a special district that has entered into a joint operation or sharing arrangement with a building or particular assets, like an area where they park their cars, or you might have an area that's just maintained by two different special districts, in which case, let's say the board of one special district goes ahead and passes certain regulations, but the board of the other special district doesn't. So when you're on those particular premises or grounds or buildings, which rule would govern? And that's why we need an amendment like this, because I think those few but definitely significant issues out there will definitely add a lot of complexity. So I'd ask for a yes vote. Thank you.
Representative Pico.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the reminder of the layering effect. This is absolutely the case since, as noted before, the special districts are created for specific limited purposes, both geographically and functionally. And as an example of what was just stated by Representative Soper, in El Paso County, we have multiple districts layered on top of each other. We have a metro district, metropolitan district, which built roads and made sewer connections. We have a sanitation district that made the sanitation district connection. We have a road district that for a county road on top of that. It just piles on top of each other. So that underscores the issue of what we have here. Who is going to be giving that direction? Who's going to make those decisions, particularly since in no case were any of those district boards charged with the idea of the kind of jurisdiction which is envisioned here. Not only is this a bad idea, it's probably unconstitutional. And, if you want to go to the court, we can go to the court.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also rise in support of this amendment. I will say that while in some urban centers there may be coordination between different special districts or between special districts in county or municipal governments, in some of the rural areas where I represent, there is no such coordination in the way that the bill sponsor was contemplating when advising for a no vote. And so I think understanding that there are different ways in which these entities interact, we should put something of this nature in to make sure that those bodies are communicating with each other and that there are proper boundaries in place so that all of them can be assured to be making decisions that will generally work for their people. Thank you.
Any further discussion on L017? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L017. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. L017 is lost. Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So earlier in this conversation, we were talking about self-determination and the importance of local control, the importance of people being able to make their own decisions at the local level to govern their communities. And I am a strong believer in such. I think that liberty is preserved when you give the most power to the local level, because that is where there is the greatest degree of scrutiny, the greatest opportunity for people to engage and to respond, and the greatest understanding of what is actually going on in those communities. And so I, as a strong believer in local control, have put forth an amendment, and so I would like to move L011 and ask that it be displayed. So this amendment would transform this bill into a true local government bill, local control bill. It would say that local entities would have the ability to determine their own policies vis-a-vis firearm ownership, carry, etc. So under the current bill, local jurisdictions can only increase the amount of requirements. Under this provision, the local government could decrease even what we've already done as a state. And why is that important? Well, because some jurisdictions genuinely believe that the road we have walked down as a state is actually brought greater degrees of harm to their communities. And so in this way, local control would allow for those entities to further strengthen the Second Amendment as is applied in their jurisdiction. Now, I understand that there is this notion in some circles that the state should make the baseline of law and that the local jurisdictions can just enhance that. But that's not actually true in all instances. We have home rule provisions wherein some things we decide here, jurisdictions at the local level will opt out of. Similarly, when we think of the way that we do education in this state, we might make statements here that apply to some of those schools, but other schools are able to opt out. And so in the same way, why not allow for our jurisdictions to opt out of some of the regulations that we have placed on gun ownership as a state and actually give their people true freedom when it comes to gun ownership?
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of this particular amendment. This is, one of the issues and topics that was not only discussed in my committee when we heard this bill, but it was also something that I came and discussed here at the well when we first started this debate, is that the bill as written has local control, but only going in one direction, and that's more restrictions potentially, or gun control in whatever way that a municipality or a county may want to offer up. What this amendment would do is it would allow for communities, perhaps El Paso County, for instance, to go ahead and go in the other direction and decrease the kind of gun control that is currently in place with state law. And I think that's only fair. It's a question of fairness, right? We talk about local control. We talk about the need for municipalities and counties to figure out what solutions best work for them. Well, a solution in Boulder County is not going to be the same as in Weld County or Douglas County or El Paso County, for example. And so if we as communities want to come together, as a community from El Paso, for instance, if we want to come together and we discover that, hey, perhaps this more pro-Second Amendment solution is the way to go, then who is the state to say why not? Or rather, who are we as the state to get in the way of what their solution may be, right? Local control should swing both ways. And if it doesn't swing both ways, then I certainly question why we're doing this bill. Solutions are not going to be one size fits all, and we need to respect that. And so if we're truly going to respect local control, then let's allow municipalities and counties to figure out what they want to figure out and not nudge them or guide them towards a solution set that is, I think, implied within this bill as written. So please vote yes.
Representative Doherty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I urge a no vote. This bill allows communities to set higher local standards, not lower. Thank you.
Representative Pico.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that's really the point, is that if it's going to be local control, and it's local control, and let's live up to that idea. This will allow some counties to lock down their counties and allow other counties, such as El Paso, to be Second Amendment sanctuary counties. A measure that I sponsored back in City Council and didn't go anywhere because the state preempted it. So let's go ahead and open it up. And we'll see where what works.
Any further discussion on Amendment L011? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L011. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. L011 is lost. Further discussion on the bill. Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, when we talk about giving this authority to local districts, local governments of all kinds, including special districts, which, as was noted, these are very nuanced districts often, right? They're water districts, they're sanitation districts, they're transportation districts. They're specialized in particular areas of governance that are requiring of a particular set of expertise. And often in my interactions with folks in those special districts who are running it, their expertise is wonderful in that particular area. The water districts, the sanitation districts, they know their stuff when it comes to water and sanitation, et cetera. They may, however, be less than knowledgeable on Second Amendment jurisprudence. And if we're giving them the authority to set whatever rules and ordinances they want on these very important constitutional right, then I think it behooves us to ensure that they are doing so with knowledge and understanding. Therefore, I move L012 and ask that it be displayed. So,
Okay. L012 is now displayed. Representative Luck.
thank you, Mr. Chair. So, with this amendment, we would see that our local elected officials would be responsible for taking a class and showing a knowledge of Second Amendment jurisprudence before being able to enact any of these ordinances, regulations, or other laws. This is important, as I said, because this is not their specialty, and all of us in this room have areas of expertise, and we all rely on each other's expertise to make good decisions and good policies. And so just to ensure that these folks who are making this very important decisions actually understand the weight of that and what the parameters are constitutionally so that they don't find their districts in the midst of a lawsuit, I think it is important to ensure that they have this training, especially for those special districts or smaller governments whose budgets are minimal, because if they find themselves in a lawsuit, it could devastate them and all of the other services that they provide. Therefore, I ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Representative Doherty.
I urge a no vote. Thank you.
Any further discussion on L012? Representative Pico.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I urge an aye vote. It's particularly intriguing that in an awful lot of places we decided to go down and have a study to find out what the issue is. And here we're just merely requiring elected officials to have some knowledge of the Second Amendment. I'd take it further. I'd suggest that they have a hunter safety course so they actually know something about firearms. And then maybe we can get away with some of the misnaming of firearms, such as high-powered assault rifle, which is utter nonsense.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a sidebar conversation reminded me of a survey I saw a couple of years ago. The survey was of legislators, both at the state and federal level, across this great United States of America, and it found that 40% of legislators could not identify the three branches of government. That's staggering. 40% can't identify the executive, judicial, and legislative branches, and yet they're making legislation that impacts those. And so I don't think that this amendment is outlandish in any way, shape, or form based off of data such as that. We need to make sure that if we're making laws, we understand the parameters of the oaths of office that we took. Thank you.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. I think the more knowledge, the more education that we offer, each other, our communities, especially our elected officials, the better. One thing that I've noticed as we talk about this debate, this issue generally, from both sides, is that both sides agree that more education is always a net benefit. And members, it's not a stretch to think that somehow a board in some sort of special district that doesn't have the expertise that perhaps county commissioners or city councilors may acquire through the course of having this debate, they may not have it, and so they may pass a policy that could very well get challenged in court. I mean, this, one of the things I'd point to is the case with Heller, right? District of Columbia, right? They passed something that ultimately was deemed unconstitutional. And those were individuals who presumably had enough resources, had enough expertise guiding them along the way when they developed that policy. Just imagine what the mess we might be getting into with local governments that don't have the same level of resources as our nation's capital did. And so why would we not want to provide the education so that these individuals can make an informed decision for their districts or their communities? That's why I support this amendment, and I really don't see a problem with it. It's basic to me. If we're going to be messing around with the Second Amendment, you better know what that means. You better understand what the case law is before those decisions are made. So please vote yes on this amendment.
Any further discussion on L012? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L012. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. L012 is lost. Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, coming back again and putting forth another idea for how we might be able to make this bill a bit better. Let me just move this amendment. I move L018 and ask that it be displayed. So under this amendment, what we would be looking to do is getting the data necessary, because we've talked a lot in this building about making evidence-based decisions and evidence-based conclusions and policies. And so let's make sure that we actually are gathering that evidence. And so under this particular amendment, what we would see is that any jurisdiction that imposes an ordinance under this particular statute would be required to report that ordinance to the Department of Public Safety. And then the Department of Public Safety during the SMART Act hearings would have to report not only those ordinances and requirements that these local jurisdictions have implemented, but they also would be required to combine that information, that data point with the other data point of that particular jurisdiction's crime rates. So we could see what actually is working throughout our state, and is particular gun control policy doing what we expect it to do. And so just wanting to be transparent and understand what really is going on as we see this bill implemented, I ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Representative Pico.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This particular amendment looks for the data. So I think it would be pretty good if we, for once, followed the science.
Any further discussion on Amendment L018? Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So members, when we have discussions at the well, not only about this but other things, we always strive, at least that's what I've heard from both the majority and the minority, so we always strive to have some sort of information coupled with the policy that we're trying to further or improve upon. Right, we always talk about evidence-based information or data, right? We always talk about the science, right, and wanting to have that information. There is absolutely no reason why we couldn't put this in the bill. It doesn't take away from what the bill is doing, it just provides information so that in the future we can make better decisions as we move forward. I can't for the life of me understand why we would vote no against this, and I hope we don't vote no against this. It just makes sense. With more information, with more knowledge, we're that much better equipped to provide a better public policy for the people that we serve. So I would ask for a yes vote on this.
Representative Doherty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I agree, great idea. It's already in House Bill 1299 on page 9 of the bill. So I would actually urge a no vote today because we don't want to be duplicative. Thank you.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just had a question. The bill sponsor did come up and say this is already being replicated in another bill. My question is, can you specifically outline what that looks like? Because this bill right now hasn't actually passed 257, and so I'd like to understand the interplay between 256 and, I'm sorry, 1299, was it that you said? So could you help explain and remind us what 1299 does with respect to 256?
Any? Representative Williams.
Mr. Chair, please have the bill read at length.
That is a proper motion. Mr. Gregorio, please read Senate Bill 256.
First Regular Session 73rd General Assembly State of Colorado re-engrossed. This version includes all amendments adopted in the House of Introduction LLS No. 21-0940.01 Conrad Imel 2313 Senate Bill 21-256. Senate Committees House Committees State, Veterans, and Military Affairs. A bill for an act. 101 concerning permitting regulation of firearms by local. 102 governing bodies. Bill summary. Note, this summary applies to this bill as introduced and does not reflect any amendments that may be subsequently adopted. If this bill passes third reading in the House of Introduction, a bill summary that applies to the re-engrossed version of this bill will be available at http://leg.colorado.government. The bill declares that the regulation of firearms is a matter of state and local concern. Existing law prohibits a local government from enacting an ordinance, regulation, or other law that prohibits the sale, purchase, or possession of a firearm. The bill permits a local government to enact an ordinance, regulation, or other law governing or prohibiting the sale, purchase, transfer, or possession of a firearm, ammunition, or. Senate third reading unamended May 18, 2021. Senate amended second reading May 17, 2021.
Representative Williams.
Thank you,
Senate
Mr.
sponsorship
Chair.
Fenberg and Moreno,
withdraw my
Danielson,
motion
Fields,
for the bill to be
Gonzalez,
read at length.
Jacques Lewis.
The motion has been withdrawn. Is there any further discussion on L018? Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I still have the same question. So if someone could answer that, it would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Representative Doherty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if I can, I will reference House Bill 1299, Section 13A, and I'll just read this since we've had quite a few questions. Honor before December 31st, 2027, and honor before December 31st every fifth year thereafter, the office shall issue a report to the General Assembly summarizing gun violence prevention measures adopted by local jurisdictions pursuant to Article 11.7 of Title 29. And I hope that suffices. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any further discussion on the amendment L018? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L018. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. L018 is lost. Any further discussion on Senate Bill 256? Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so members, I rise in opposition to this bill. The problem with Senate Bill 256 is it creates a patchwork of regulation throughout Colorado when it comes to firearm regulations and rules. Such a patchwork of regulation makes it very difficult for the honest, law-abiding citizen to know what the law is from one jurisdiction to another jurisdiction. And that someone who might be traveling across our great state, yes, they may have a shotgun in the back seat, and yes, even though current law says that if you were to be stopped by law enforcement, that law enforcement could see that firearm, and as long as there was not probable cause established by the suspicion of that being used to commit a crime, that's perfectly fine. What the real concern is here is when you stop and let's say you have a handgun on your person. You now leave your vehicle, and let's say you're eating at a restaurant in a county that has severe restrictions on a person's right to carry a firearm. At that point in time, let's say you don't know all the local rules. You're on a road trip. Now, all of a sudden, if you're spotted, you're a criminal in that jurisdiction. That's not fair, that's not just, and that's not right. Members, if you take a look at all of the red books on the back shelf here in our chamber, those are all the laws we pass at the state level. We have 64 counties. We have 300 plus or minus municipalities. I think someone else said that earlier. And then how many special districts do we have? It could be very, very, very difficult to know what the law is at any given time in any jurisdiction. And that certainly a Coloradan shouldn't be found in violation of a local criminal code when it's very difficult to know what it is. So, members, I would love to see a change in this bill to where we actually give the benefit of the doubt to someone who is traveling through, someone who may not know the local rules and regulations, someone who is not a criminal. Allow them to do the right thing. And that's certainly what I would like to see here. I, once again, do not like any part of this bill because I see this as infringing on the Second Amendment of the United States Constitution. I also see this as infringing upon Colorado's Constitution that allows the right to bear arms as well, and that we should respect both our state and federal Constitution, and that by creating a patchwork of regulations, that's not respect. That's actually going in the opposite direction and making criminals out of law-abiding citizens who really do want to protect themselves and their families. Ask for a no vote.
Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really am not a firearm fan. That's why you don't see me down here talking on all of the gun bills that we've had, but I just had to come down here today because for the last 2.5 hours, been listening to the many arguments, debate, suggestions, amendments, and it's become real obvious to me that this bill has some serious issues, and that is the infringement of our Second Amendment rights. It probably is unconstitutional. It probably has problems with the U.S. Constitution. And I also just want to say that amendments have been offered here today that would help the bill, but were rejected. And then there were amendments that were offered that we knew that they would be turned down. But it's also very obvious to me that the bill should be reworked, and if it's not willing to do that, then I believe the bill should be defeated, and I urge a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
Honor to serve with you, Rep. Larson.
So, members, I rise in strong opposition to this bill. We've heard over and over again the talk about a patchwork here, but there are two things that I particularly like to draw attention to that those of you that maybe, don't spend a lot of time around folks that carry firearms might not be necessarily be aware of. The first thing that this bill does that I think is a real potential problem and frankly is misplaced is as it pertains to concealed carry permit holders. So concealed carry permit holders are amongst the most law-abiding citizens in our state. To my knowledge, there has never been a mass shooting committed by somebody who is a concealed carry permit holder. There has never been an incident on any of these proposed municipalities' properties involving a concealed carry permit holder that I am aware of. Indeed, by their very nature, they are a self-selected group of people that are going through the additional hurdles and requirements to go, be certified, interact with their local law enforcement. And this bill would frankly be devastating for the concealed carry regime that we have here in Colorado. It would make it virtually impossible for us to reliably issue concealed carries and tell those people that they can safely and in a law-abiding manner travel around the state. What it also does is, for those of you that aren't aware, Colorado is currently a member of an interstate compact where we have reciprocity with other states for their concealed carry. And I believe it's 35 other states. That was the last that I was aware of. That may have changed recently. But we have an agreement with 35 other states that says your concealed carry permit holders can also operate in our state, and they don't have to worry. If you have a concealed carry issued in Florida and you come to Colorado, that concealed carry applies here. And this is important for people that drive across state lines if you're going on vacation with your family, if you're visiting, somebody from out of state, if you're visiting national parks, or this sort of thing. The knowledge that you are able to safely travel through other states and not be out of compliance with the law, but still carry your personal protection on you, is a huge advantage for those that choose to conceal carry. If this bill were to pass, it is almost certainly a guarantee that we would be in violation of that interstate agreement and that Colorado would no longer be able to participate, because we couldn't give carriers from other states the certainty that they are in compliance with our laws. And again, we're talking about people that are statistically the least likely to commit a crime out of any citizen. Even by some accounts, and I'll have to double check this, but even less likely to commit a crime than law enforcement officers. So these are exactly the wrong kind of people that we would want to target with a policy like this. The other thing that I just have to go back and point to, the Senate sponsor of this bill talked about how a patchwork of laws does not work, and specifically cited that if Colorado were to have stricter gun laws, people can drive across the border to Wyoming and pick up their weapons there and bring them back into Colorado. So my question is, if somebody can drive across the state line and go to Wyoming, which is a few hours away, what's to stop them from driving across a county line or across a Parks and Recreation District line? This bill fails on its face value, and even one of its prime sponsors in the Senate admits that this is not an effective piece of policy. So members, if we're serious about passing a law that's going to reduce gun violence, this certainly is not one that is going to have any tangible effect other than making it more difficult for the most law-abiding citizens to exercise their concealed carry, and it's going to have no impact on people's ability to access firearms, because it's going to create a patchwork of regulation. And what Boulder will do will not be followed by some of its neighboring counties. All this will frankly do will drive people to go and purchase their firearms and perhaps Weld, or indeed maybe even as far as Wyoming, but I think it unlikely that we're going to see as widespread adoption. So members, I'm stand in strong opposition to this bill, and I would ask that we all vote no and go back and get a policy that makes sense, that will actually keep people safe.
Representatives Neville and Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A lot of concerns about this bill. One of the main one is criminalizing people who unknowingly conceal carry into an area that they're unsuspecting of. So for that reason, I move L019 and ask for it to be displayed.
L019 has been moved and is displayed. To the amendment, Representative Neville.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, what this does is it states that although counties can do this, I still don't like that concept, but if they do, for a first offense, we shouldn't be throwing the entire book at them having them face the possibility of jail time. So what it does, it says they can impose this, but for a first offense, the maximum they can do is pose a civil penalty with a maximum fine of $50 with no possibility of jail time. I think this is pretty significant so people know. Once after that, they can be penalized more, but I'm really worried about that person who mistakenly is stopping to get gas, and as they're getting gas, they say, oh, here's a Subway, and they walk in and they get hemmed up, and now they're faced with a criminal penalty that will follow them around the rest of their life. They could possibly get jail time, they could possibly lose their job. Even if they move out of state, then they also have other repercussions they have that follows around the rest of their life. So at least for the first penalty, mitigating this down so that the fine and the penalty is not so hefty and it's not criminal at all. We've worked with the sponsors on this amendment. I appreciate the back and forth we've had on this, and it addresses somewhat some of our concerns. Still would urge a no on the bill. Of course, don't like the bill in general, but this does give us that little layer of protection so someone isn't forced to hire a lawyer to defend themselves in a municipal court. This makes it slightly more reasonable.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also rise in full support of this amendment and appreciate the sponsors working with us here. To reduce it down to a civil penalty for the first offense and to make it a may, and to not exceed $50 is very significant. As I was talking about a few minutes ago, as we're creating a patchwork of regulations across Colorado, what's going to happen is you're going to have the honest, law-abiding citizen who, being unaware, is going to be in a jurisdiction that has certain regulations that goes against the firearm he or she may be carrying. And we certainly don't want to make criminals out of someone who is trying to do the right thing, to follow the law, to obey the rules in whatever local jurisdiction they're in. But as Representative Neville pointed out, a person could stop for gas. They wander across the street to buy a Subway sandwich, and all of a sudden they're seen carrying, and it may be in violation of that local jurisdiction's ordinance. So we definitely don't want to make that criminal. We want to ensure that the individual may be warned, they may be fined up to $50, but we don't want to all of a sudden ruin that person's life by sending them to the county jail for 364 days or fining them $2,650. So I'd ask for a yes vote on the amendment and no on the bill. Thank you.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, esteemed colleagues. I also rise in support of this amendment. I think we went through a lot of really good amendments, a lot of good discussion today. But I like this amendment. First of all, a lot of us red-blooded Americans that love our firearms and like to keep them close to our hearts because we know the utility and value of them. With this amendment here, now all it costs me is about the price of supper in a pretty good restaurant if I make the decision to exercise the full extent of my Second Amendment rights in one of these municipalities. And although you might go hungry because you don't get supper, at least it doesn't put you in a very bad place with respect to the judicial system in that particular municipality or county. Because I will tell you that in many places in this state, this great state, you want folks with concealed carry permits around you. First of all, you're not going to know they have them. That's why they call it concealed carry.
All right, Rep. Holtorf, I'm going to direct you back to the amendment, please.
Sure. So this particular amendment here allows for those individuals who really want to be upstanding citizens, who want to exercise their Second Amendment rights, and who want to protect the public and themselves to have a very minimal charge inferred or referred against them, rather. Because if that fateful moment in time ever comes, and you got a few country boys like me around, a lot more people stay alive.
Representative Doherty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would urge a yes vote on this amendment. After discussions and talking about, reasonableness of penalties, we believe that this is appropriate. Thank you.
Any further discussion on L019? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L019. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L019 passes. Any further discussion on Senate Bill 256? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 256. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 256 passes. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of Senate Bill 174.
Senate Bill 174 by Senators Cook and Janal, also Representatives Byrd and Carver, concerning adoption of written policies by law enforcement agencies for constitutionally required peace officer credibility disclosure notifications in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 174 and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Appropriations Committee report.
So, members, we went to Appropriations to obtain funding for the post database that's to be created. And actually, since that time, we have understood that taking funds for the purposes set forth in our bill from the particular cash fund source is not a permissible use. And for that reason, we're actually going to ask that the members of the House here today reject the Appropriations Committee report.
All right. Is there any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? The question before us, seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no.
No!
The noes have it, and the Appropriations Committee report is rejected. Representative Carver, to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Always something new. Members, this bill is going to take where Colorado would be first in the nation to provide some structure and uniformity around how we identify police officers where there is a substantiating finding of dishonesty or acting with bias. And how this fits in with our current criminal justice system is that there are Supreme Court cases, and it starts with the Brady versus Maryland case of 1963, which basically says that in a criminal prosecution, the DA must provide information on exculpatory evidence to include impeachment evidence against a witness. So that is the genesis for this practice of when there is a criminal prosecution, if there is evidence, documentation of that a police officer has lied on the stand or falsified a criminal justice record or lied in an internal affairs investigation, that then that information is provided to the DA, who then provides it to the defense counsel. So the importance of Senate Bill 174 is we have jurisdictions who are doing this in vastly different ways. Both the identification and disclosure in individual criminal prosecutions, as well as maintaining what's called a Brady list for police officers in that jurisdiction who have been found to acted with dishonesty. And but without any structure. And in the last, 3 to 4 years ago, they came up with best practices for jurisdictions to follow, but those were voluntary. What this effort would do would be to establish a model policy for determining the misconduct, the lack of integrity, or acting with bias, where a police officer would be put on the Brady list. That information would then be provided to the Post Board, the Peace Officer Standards and Training Board, and it would be ultimately available to the public. So this model policy then would be available to the various 22 judicial districts to either adopt as is or use that as a baseline and then tailor it. And these policies would be available to the public. So we believe that not only in standardizing these practices across the state, that we have better accountability to the public, more transparency, and a better way to comply with the intent and the spirit of Brady. And that is why we have brought this bill. And with that, Mr. Chair, I would move L007 and ask that it be displayed.
Okay, L007 has been moved and is now displayed. To the amendment.
So, yes.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Apologies for that. So the amendment that we are offering now clarifies some of the language. I think we had some extra information that wasn't appropriately prefaced in some of the paragraphs. So we've taken out some language to be clear and also added some other language, which I would encourage my co-prime to explain further.
Representative Carver.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What this does, and we had fairly extensive, not as extensive as we like in judiciary, right, Mr. Chair? But we had a good discussion of various provisions in this bill, and one of the things that was pointed out on page 4, one of the criteria for making the Brady list is demonstrated a pattern of bias based on race, religion, ethnicity, gender. We agreed that it would be better to delete the language pattern of. So if a police officer has demonstrated bias, get rid of pattern of. If they have demonstrated bias based on any of those factors, then there is a credibility issue with this officer. And so this amendment deletes that language. It also clarifies that when a police officer has either been convicted or charged with a felony involving dishonesty, and the theme here is dishonesty or bias. And so we wanted to tighten up that language on page 2. And with that, Mr. Chair, we ask for an aye vote.
Okay, any further discussion on L007? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L007. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L007 passes. Representative Byrd.
I'd like to move Amendment L013.
Okay. L013 has been moved and is now displayed. Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Amendment L013 changes the language in our appropriations clause and makes clear that funding for the post database will be subject to available appropriation. I ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion on L013? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L013. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L013 passes. Representative Carver.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L012 and ask that it be displayed.
L012 has been moved and is now displayed to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In committee and subsequent to committee vote, there was concern about the language at the bottom of page 4 with regards to violation of constitutional or statutory rights of any other person, and concerns that that did not fit properly within the other categories that we had listed. And so we are deleting that language based upon the committee discussion and requests that have been made. Ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on L012? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L012. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L012 passes. To the bill. Madam Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the sponsors. I do agree wholeheartedly that this issue is an important issue. What it does is that under the federal case that Representative Carver mentioned, the Brady case, it said that if an officer's veracity or their credibility could be called into question, DAs have a right to know that before they put them on the witness stand and are surprised because it found out that this officer had lied somewhere before. And so as a result of Brady, police departments had to start giving DAs information about the officer's veracity, so if they were to use them as witnesses. What's happened as a result of that, and in Brady it said specifically lying in an official capacity. And so what's been happening is that DAs, there's 22 DAs in our state, and there's many more, 160 some, I think, different police or law enforcement entities that provide that information to the DAs. As a result, some are large police departments, some are small, and they give different information to the DAs. There is no consistency on what they're providing, on whether an officer lies in an official capacity. So they want to put together a working group in this bill in order to establish a statewide standard to give DAs some direction as to, or not DAs, police departments, give them some direction as to what they should be reporting that puts officers on a Brady list. The problem that in this bill is that it's very prescriptive. And the first thing I would like to do is move Amendment L008 and ask that it be displayed. What the bill does, and for those of you following along, it's page 4, lines 8 through 9. Basically, it says that this statewide model policy that they create must include all of these things. And since it's a working group developing this policy, they have not met that. What this amendment does, instead of saying these variety of things must be included in the policy, it changes it that they must consider these variety of things for inclusion. And why this is so important is that, give you an example, one of the things on here that was just changed, that a finding that has demonstrated bias based on race, religion, ethnicity, gender, sexual orientation, age, disability. But again, what we're looking for is whether they have been found to be dishonest and had one of those areas. And so this is for them to have the discussion and consider, because right now, only the Section A, where they've knowingly made an untruthful statement in an internal affairs or administrative investigation. That's the standard right now. So if we start adding things to it, it's okay if we're clearer in how we're adding it. So this is not a significant change. All it says is that it doesn't bind anybody to put these things in the policy, but it does say consider it when you draft this policy. And they only have 6 months under the time frame in here, I think, to draft a policy. So this doesn't significantly changes it, but it gives the DAs and public safety and law enforcement that are working on this. And, you know, this is really somewhat of a controversial subject. It's my understanding that the defense bar wants no part of this because they don't want to have a policy developed that limits in any way what information is being given to the DAs. Because you can imagine, just for any witness, if you've been found to have been lying, or in law enforcement vernacular, departing from the truth. I always thought that was weird. In their operations manual, they always say they're departing from the truth. They're not lying. They're departing from the truth. But if you think you have a witness on there, and defense attorneys are not, incompetent at all. They will first request the officer's disciplinary record. And they will be looking for these things in order to attack the veracity of a police officer when they're asked to testify. That's what this whole bill is about, in effect. And so you don't want to bind the hands of developing a policy. And this is a model policy, but for some of our smaller departments, they're just going to adopt it. And when you put things in here like this, you do take away from what's the main point, is have they lied in any kind of official capacity. So I think by making it a consideration instead of an absolute inclusion, it makes more sense in establishing a model policy. So I'd urge a yes vote.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll pick a different microphone. I really respect Representative Benavidez's perspective on this. Notwithstanding, however, I do ask for a no vote. I do want to make clear that what we have outlined in the bill, these are just the minimum pieces of information that we want to make sure are included and addressed and considered. But that does nothing to prohibit this committee that's going to be formed from considering additional things. So they can include more, and that means we would be bringing in a greater body of information for our DAs to consider, not less. If we make this amendment, this means that we could potentially be getting less information. So I, again, ask for a no vote.
Representative Carver.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yeah, we're not in support of this amendment. The importance of the bill is to move away from voluntary best practices to something that has more structure and is standard across the state in all judicial districts in a model policy which judicial districts can add to and build upon, but that must contain these basic components of standards for when a police officer is put on the Brady list, as well as some of the other aspects in providing information for specific criminal prosecutions. And we need that to be, those basic components to be in all our judicial districts in this area. So would ask for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion on L008? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L008. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. L008 is lost. Madam Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I move Amendment 009. And members, again, if you're following along in the bill, it says that a prompt notification from law enforcement to the DA of any sustained finding that a peace officer has. Well, we had discussion in committee, and sustained finding is not defined anywhere in this bill. And what a sustained finding, for those of you that have some familiarity with law enforcement, understand that that is primarily the language that is used in an internal affairs or administrative review of an officer's actions. And as a result, it's not clear that this could also be a court finding. So this clarifies that for any sustained finding through an internal affairs process or by a court of law that sustained it, because generally the court's findings and orders aren't considered sustained, but this clarifies that it includes an administrative finding or a court finding. And as we heard, some of these things, that we just moved section C over to E, and it says convicted of any crime. Well, you're only convicted by a court. You're not convicted by internal affairs. And that's all this clarifies, that we only meet that because if we want officers to report it, we want to report that if a court told them you lied about something and it was stated in open court or through a pretrial motion or through a finding, that should be reported as well. So that's all this amendment does. But I think it does clarify that we mean more than an administrative process.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, greatly respect where Representative Benavides is coming from. On this amendment, though, again, notwithstanding, I do ask for a no vote. The language that is being requested to be added to the bill would actually limit it would further modify what, out of the sustained findings, we would be limiting that. And really the intent is to limit the sustained findings based upon type of behavior that we have listed in the bill. So I would ask for a no vote.
Madam Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and with all due respect to the sponsor, that's just not true. When you look at the amendment that was placed on the bill to Amendment 07, which said that they are supposed to report a sustained finding that they've been convicted of any crime involving dishonesty. A conviction is only done by a court. That sustained finding would not have to be reported if we don't clarify that a sustained finding is an administrative finding as well as a court finding. So someone who didn't want to report it would not have to without clarifying we do mean it by the court.
Representative Carver.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Rep. Benavides. The challenge here and why we're opposed to the amendment is that you are, with this language, which currently is not in the bill, you are specifying that the types of misconduct that appear below in, sub A, sub B, sub C, down to sub E, we got rid of D, that it is limited by the substantiated finding in an internal administrative process or court. And that certainly is going to be the vast, vast majority. But if you look at, for example, the category on bias based on race, religion, ethnicity. Unlike the lying on material facts in A, which specifically talks about, did you lie in an internal affairs investigation? Did you lie on a criminal justice record? Were you found to have lied when you testified in court? And you had a sustained finding that you were dishonest in those venues. We don't limit Category B on demonstration of bias to sustained finding in internal administrative process or court. That is a standalone, which we think is proper. Just like over on E, at the top of page 5, found to have tampered or tampered with evidence or fabricated evidence. We're not putting a further requirement of an internal administrative process there. We are saying that if there is a sustained finding that you tampered with evidence or fabricated evidence, and that's regardless of whether you had an internal administrative process that you went through or not. You do those things, you are on the Brady list. And so that is our basis for saying that we think this amendment restricts unnecessarily the types of misconduct that will put a police officer on the Brady list and be reported to the post board and be available to the public, all of which this bill does. And so with that, respectfully, we ask for a no vote.
Madam Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, this bill specifically says that there's any sustained finding that a peace officer has, and it goes through a list of 5 things. One of those things is that they were convicted by a court. Neither of the sponsors are addressing how that could be considered a sustained finding, because it's a conviction by a court. And all this does is to bring those 5 things under that overall guidance that is a sustained finding by that a peace officer has. And there is no sustained finding that a court has convicted a peace officer of a crime. That's a court finding. It is not an administrative internal affairs finding that there was a court conviction.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Representative Carver.
Respectfully to my colleague, the subsection C on page 4, lines 23 through 25, speaks directly to when a police officer has been convicted, and we did run an amendment to clarify that's convicted of a felony involving dishonesty or other criminal proceeding involving dishonesty. So when that happens, again, that obviously a conviction is through a court. If they've been charged in a criminal proceeding with a crime involving dishonesty, that is a court record when they've been charged. That stands alone. We don't need to add language up at the top to say it's a sustained finding in an administrative proceeding or court when we have already taken care of those specific categories further down in the subsection. So respectfully, I ask for a no vote.
A division has been called. Representative Herod. The House will be in a brief recess. The House will come back to order. The request for a division has been withdrawn. Is there any further discussion on Amendment L009? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L009. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. L009 is lost. Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 174? Madam Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I have one more amendment, and that is on paragraph A, lines 13 through 18 of the re-engrossed bill. And basically, this is the main issue within the Brady list, is that officers, police departments are supposed to report any untruthful statement. Basically, it's when someone's lying. And we say of a material fact. And one of the cases, which is a progeny of the Brady case from 1963, is the Bagley case. And that says clearly that something is material if there's a reasonable probability that disclosure of the information would result in a different outcome. So materiality is not an easy measure. And so as a result, to limit it to only reporting untruthful statements or facts that are material is problematic. Because honestly, members, I've seen more than my share of disciplinary actions against officers. A lot of them for departing from the truth are things that happen in every profession. That you call in sick and you get the day off sick, but then you post a picture of yourself at the baseball game or at the casino, and then you're disciplined for that. You can be disciplined for not going to the firing range when you're supposed to, even though you may have had an excuse that wasn't truthful. You can be disciplined for things like, I couldn't show up in court on a traffic matter as a witness because I was too long on a call. And then when they check the daily records, they see that was not truthful. You were doing something else during that time. So an officer could have several disciplinary actions for departing from the truth, which goes to the veracity. And just so you understand, because they describe this in Judiciary Committee, when, as I told you, the defense will ask for their discipline record, doesn't mean that discipline record is automatically brought into court for the jury to hear. Instead, they go through something called an in-camera review by the judge. It's based on another case called Martinelli. Instead of just letting the jury know all this stuff, the judge makes the decision, well, should they know that they were disciplined 5 times for departing from the truth, or that this wasn't material? So no, you can't use it in the case. That's what this is about. But if we leave this in here and we leave that this must be included in a policy, we are saying to law enforcement, you get to decide whether that untruthful statement was a material fact or not, when it would be much better and much more transparent if a judge made that call the way they do now, instead of letting law enforcement do it. Because, yeah, there's one way to find out about an officer, but there's other ways. Other people know and find out things. You all know that about any profession, anything you do. You may think it's a secret, but then somebody else knows and somebody else reports it. So why do we want DAs to be blindsided? Let the process that exists now with respect to paragraph A of reporting untruthful statements go along as it has been going along. Not allow the department, the police departments, to determine material fact. Let a judge decide that. So that's what this amendment does. It just removes material from this. So every instance when an officer has lied in an official capacity is reported to the judge, and then the judge gets to decide instead of all law enforcement. I mean, we can think just like here, you know, you work with people every day, you may not report something. That doesn't sound so bad. You know they're your friend, your buddy, whatever, and you may not. Let's not do that. If we want transparency, this is the meat of this policy, is reporting untruthful statements, and that's all this does. It continues the existing policy the way it exists now. So I'd encourage a yes vote.
Madam Speaker Pro Tem, can you move the amendment, please?
Oh, sorry. I move amendment L010, and you already discussed.
Yes. Any further discussion on L010? Representative Carver.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We ask for a no vote. The Brady case law makes it clear that it is materiality that is the key. That is what we have put into the factors here for the Brady list, and so we ask for a no vote.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yes, with great respect for Representative Benavides and her perspective on this, I too ask for a no vote.
Any further discussion on L010? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L010. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. L010 is lost. Any further discussion on Senate Bill 174? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 174. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 174 passes. System Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the committee rise and reports. Sorry. I just wanted to say, before I do that, I just wanted to let members know that we're going to rise and report, do the cow, and then we are going to go back in for 4 more bills on special orders. So I just wanted to make clear for everyone that that's what we'll be doing. So I do move that the committee rise and report now.
Seeing no objection, the committee will rise and report.
Committee will come back to order. Mr. Gregorio, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Mr. Speaker, Committee of the Whole begs leave to report is under consideration the following attached bills being second reading thereof, makes the following recommendations thereon. House Bill 1101 is amended. House Bill 1196, House Bill 1324 as amended, passed on second reading and ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 9, Senate Bill 69, Senate Bill 154, Senate Bill 173 is amended. Senate Bill 174 is amended. Senate Bill 234, Senate Bill 235, Senate Bill 245 is amended. Senate Bill 248 is amended. Senate Bill 249 is amended. Senate Bill 251, Senate Bill 254, Senate Bill 256 is amended. Senate Bill 270, Senate Bill 283 is amended. Senate Bill 284, Senate Bill 286 as amended. Senate Bill 287 passed on second reading in order to revise and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Representative isn't here. Representative Byrd. Nice work, Representative Byrd. Members, you have heard the motion. There are amendments at the desk. We will go alphabetical and then we'll go in order of bill number. So we will start with the Woog Amendment to Senate Bill 173, which is L034. Representative Woog, come on down. All right, members, we all ready? We have some cow amendments. We're on the Woog Amendment to Senate Bill 173, L034.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hold on 1 sec, Representative Woog. We have to have it read.
Representative Woog moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee not adopting the following Woog Amendment L34 to Senate Bill 173 to show that said amendment passed and Senate Bill 173 is amended passed.
Representative Woog.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the Woog amendment and ask for an aye vote.
Thank you, Representative Woog. That has been properly displayed and moved. Members, seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the Woog Amendment L034 to Senate Bill 173. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Sandridge votes yes. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Jackson votes no. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ricks votes no. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
No.
Representative McLaughlin votes no. Please close machine. 23 aye votes, 40 no votes, and 2 excused. The Woog Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. Mr. Gregorio, please read the Neville Amendment to Senate Bill 174.
Representative Neville moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee not adopting the Appropriations Committee report to Senate Bill 174 dated May 28, 2021 to show that said amendment passed and that said report passed and that Senate Bill 174 is amended passed.
Representative Neville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All right, so members, you may have heard it's sometimes pretty quiet, but I'm this loud no in the chamber, especially to Appropriations Committee reports. And for 7 years, I've been doing this. But today was the first time in those 7 years where my no actually won. And so I got really excited, and I wanted a permanent record of this. And so what this cow would do is it would reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting. And so then the ask would be actually for everyone to vote no with me so the no would prevail. That said, this bill got really complex, and this is pretty confusing, so I withdraw the amendment.
All right. Thank you, Representative Neville, but there is documented evidence of that, so thank you very much. We will move on to the Pelton Amendment to Senate Bill 249L007. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title.
Representative Pelton moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee not adopting the following Pelton Amendment L7 to Senate Bill 249 to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 249 is amended passed.
Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm going to take a page out of Representative Neville's playbook, and I'm going to withdraw my amendment.
All right, very good. Thank you, Representative Pelton. That has been withdrawn. We are going to move on to the Baisley Amendment to Senate Bill 256. Mr. Gregorio, please read the Baisley Amendment L013 to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Baisley moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee not adopting the following Baisley Amendment L13 to Senate Bill 256 to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 256 as amended passed.
Representative Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the Baisley Amendment to the Committee of the Whole. This amendment would ensure that any local laws regarding firearms remain within the context of constitutionality, and I ask for a yes vote.
It has been properly moved and displayed. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the Baisley Amendment L013 to Senate Bill 256 to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Sandridge votes yes. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Jackson votes no. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ricks votes no. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Please close the machine. With 30 aye votes, 33 no votes, and 2 excused, the Baisley Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. Mr. Gregorio, please read the first Luck Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole, which is L11 to Senate Bill 256.
Representative Luck moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee not adopting the following Luck Amendment L11 to Senate Bill 256 to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 256 is amended passed.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I apologize for the delay, but I had to get my handy-dandy Post-it note, so I remembered how to move properly. So I move the Luck Amendment, the first Luck Amendment to the Committee of the Whole, and ask for an aye vote. This is the This is the amendment that would allow for true local control. So it would allow for the local jurisdictions to determine their own provisions related to the Second Amendment, both to expand on the things done in this building and also to diminish the things done in this building, as is in accordance with the self-determination of the people in their district.
I believe everything's in order, Representative Luck, but
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
it's been properly moved and displayed, but you get 2 more tries, too. The question before us is the adoption of the Luck Amendment L011 to Senate Bill 256 to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Sandridge votes yes. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Jackson votes no. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ricks votes no. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
No.
Representative McLaughlin votes no. Please close the machine. 22 aye votes, 41 no votes, and 2 excused. The first Luck Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. Mr. Gregorio, please read the second Luck Amendment L12 to Senate Bill 256.
Representative Luck moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee not adopting the following Luck Amendment L12 to Senate Bill 256 to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 256 as amended passed.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the second Luck Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole and ask for an aye vote. What is this amendment, you dare ask? Well, this is an amendment about learning, which I have demonstrated people can do no matter their age. And so what this does would require all elected officials, before they impose an ordinance related to this bill, to actually have demonstrated a knowledge of Second Amendment jurisprudence so that they're walking in accordance with the oath that they have taken. Again, I ask for an aye vote.
Thank you, Representative Luck. That has been properly moved and displayed. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Gregorio, please, well, the question before us is the adoption of the second Luck Amendment L12 to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Gregorio, please open the sheet of members. Please proceed to vote. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Sandridge votes yes. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Jackson votes no. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ricks votes no. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
No.
Representative McLaughlin votes no. Please close the machine. With 23 aye votes, 40 no votes, and 2 excused, the second Luck Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. Mr. Gregorio, please read the third Luck Amendment L018 to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Luck moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee not adopting the following Luck Amendment L18 to Senate Bill 256 to show that said amendment passed and Senate Bill 256 as amended passed.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the third and final amendment, Luck Amendment, to the report of the Committee of the Whole and ask for an aye vote. There was some conversation about this being unnecessary because of the way that this bill will interface with 1299. I do not read that particular section in 1299 the same way as the proponents of this bill. In fact, I don't see anything in that that really speaks to a requirement to report in a smart hearing. And so I do think it is still important for us to gather this information and to be able, as a legislative body, through the smart hearing processes, to know whether these particular policies are working and how they're working throughout our state. So I ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Luck. That has been properly moved and displayed. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the third Luck Amendment L018 to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Sandridge votes yes. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Jackson votes no. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ricks votes no. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
No.
Representative McLaughlin votes no. Please close the machine. With 24 aye votes, 39 no votes, and 2 excused, the third Luck Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. Mr. Gregorio, please read the first Williams Amendment L015 to the report of the Committee whole.
Representative Williams moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee not adopting the following Williams Amendment L15 to Senate Bill 256 to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 256 is amended passed.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the first Williams Amendment to the Committee of the Whole and ask for an aye vote. Members, it's very simple. I don't want my water or sanitation special districts overriding my county commissioners. So please vote yes on this, because it's a bit much to say that those entities are more important than city councilors or county commission district or boards. So please vote yes.
Thank you, Representative Williams. That has been properly moved and displayed. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the first Williams Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole, L015. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Sandridge votes yes. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Jackson votes no. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ricks votes no. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
No.
Representative McLaughlin votes no. Please close the machine. With 24 aye votes, 38 no votes, and 2 excused, the first Williams Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. Mr. Gregorio, please read the second Williams Amendment L017 to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Williams moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee not adopting the following Williams Amendment L17 to Senate Bill 256 to show that said amendment passed and Senate Bill 256 is amended passed.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the final Williams Amendment to the Committee of the Whole and ask for an aye vote. Again, members, this is fairly simple. This is my attempt to at least try to find some sort of compromise here. If a special district, such as a sanitation district or a water district, library district, whatever you want to call it, if they want to enact something, they need to get it essentially ratified by the county or municipality that approved their service plan. I think that's very reasonable. We don't need the kind of overlap that Representative Pico had discussed earlier in the debate. We don't need that to happen. There's too many potential confusing things that could occur, especially in a county or in a municipality who doesn't want it, but then a special district within that geographical location would. So I would ask for a yes vote.
Thank you, Representative Williams. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the second Williams Amendment L017 to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Sandridge votes yes. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Jackson votes no. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ricks votes no. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
No.
Representative McLaughlin votes no. Representative Caraveo and Representative Snyder. Please close the machine. With 23 aye votes, 40 no votes, and 2 excused, the second Williams Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. There are no more amendments at the desk. The question before us is the adoption of the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Sandridge votes no. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ricks votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Please close the machine. With 39 aye votes, 24 no votes, and 2 excused, the report of the Committee of the Whole is adopted. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, you heard me say before we went into the cow, or before we voted on the cow, that we would be coming back to do some special orders. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I move that the following bills be made special orders today, June 1st at 4:53 p.m. Thank you.
Wait, 3:54.
My eyes were failing me. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1316, Senate Bill 241, Senate Bill 252, and Senate Bill 72.
Thank you. You guys have heard the motion. The following bills laid out by the Assistant Majority Leader will be made special orders at 3:55 on June 1st. Representative Weissman. You have heard the motion. Seeing no objection, Representative Weissman will take the chair.
Committee will come to order with your unanimous consent. Bills will be read by title unless there's a request to read a bill at length. Committee amendments will not be read as they are printed and in the bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen and are also available on the iPads. Bills will be laid over upon motion of the Majority Leader or Assistant Majority Leader, and the court rule is definitely relaxed. With that, Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill 1316.
House Bill 1316 by Representatives Pico and Valdez D., also Senators Kirkmeyer and Moreno, concerning changes to the term lease purchase as it relates to state or local public agreements to clarify that such agreements are to be accounted for by the state controller as finance purchases of assets and in connection therewith, conforming the Colorado revised statutes with the current accounting standards set by the Governmental Accounting Standards Board.
Nice work, Mr. Gregorio. Rep. Valdez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1316 and the State Veterans Affairs Committee report.
We are not showing a committee report. Go ahead to the bill. Rep. Valdez. Rep. Pico.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What this amendment does, or excuse me, what this bill does, is bring our state statutes in compliance with the Government Accounting Standards Board, or often referred to as GASB. In their infinite wisdom, they decided that the term lease purchase agreement needed to be changed to financed purchase of an asset or certificate of participation agreement, unquote. It's a fairly straightforward bill. It does have a significant page count, but I suppose we should decline to have it read at length.
Further discussion on 1316. Seeing none, the question is the passage of House Bill 1316. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The ayes still have it. 1316 is passed. Mr. Gregorio, kindly read the title of Senate Bill 241.
Senate Bill 241 by Senators Fields and Bridges, also Representatives Ricks and Doherty, concerning the creation of the Small Business Accelerated Growth Program and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Rep. Doherty.
I move Senate Bill 241.
To the bill.
The bill creates the Small Business Accelerated Growth Program in the Office of Economic Development and International Trade to provide business development support to businesses with fewer than 19 employees. I ask for a yes vote.
All right, thank you. Is there further discussion on Senate Bill 241? Representative Ricks, virtually. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill, members, will allow small businesses who have suffered through the pandemic to get technical support for business development services such as marketing, operations, finance, access to capital. If you are exporting, it will help you with your exporting, and also search engine optimization. This is a great bill for Colorado small businesses. By helping these small businesses, it's going to add to our tax revenue. I ask for your yes vote on this bill.
Thank you. Further discussion on Senate Bill 241. Seeing none, the question is the passage of SB 241. All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed, say no. Ayes have it. 241 is passed. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title to Senate Bill 252.
Senate Bill 252 by Senators Fenberg and Holbert, also Representatives Tatone and Lontine, concerning the establishment of a state grant program to promote projects in commercial centers throughout the state that will revitalize community spaces and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Representative Lontine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 252 and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Appropriations report.
The Colorado Main Street program in the Department of Local Affairs has $7 million in unexpended funds, and the amendment passed in appropriations directs our state treasurer to transfer those unexpended funds to the Colorado Revitalization Grant Program. And this also directs that no more than 4% of this fund can be used for administrative costs in administering the program. I ask for an aye vote.
Okay, Rep. Ransom, to the appropriations report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In appropriations yesterday, we did appropriate money and vote to appropriate money to this fund. But one of the questions I asked was about the continuous appropriation part of this bill, because the fund is using stimulus money, and then it was going to be continuously appropriated. And with that, I will move L007 and ask that it be displayed.
Okay, Rep. Ransom L7, which is to the appropriations report, is in focus. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And we talked a little bit about why it was being continuously appropriated, but I have to admit I did not get solid rationale for why it had to have a continuous appropriation, what that actually does. And in the canary sheet, those of you that have been to appropriations are familiar with the write-up that our nonpartisan staff gives us. And on page 2 of the fiscal analysis, it even said, is it necessary to continuously appropriate money in the Community Revitalization Fund? This method of funding essentially moves related expenditures off budget, and thus expenditures are not reported or accounted for through the budget process. And some of you may have, if you've ever visited JVC, you would know that we, over the last couple years, have had extended conversations about putting any type of funding into continuous appropriation versus having all of you come back through the JBC process on a yearly basis, just so we can take a look at things, go ahead and re-ask for it. Most of the time, if there is a program set up for a few years, we do reappropriate it, but at least we have a chance to look at it. So with that, I just wanted to put this amendment out for your consideration to see if you agreed that we should take a look at this next year, make sure that the funding is working the way that you all want it to, and just have it come back through the JBC as opposed to have it being continuously appropriated. With that, I ask for an aye vote.
Rep. Lontine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask for a no vote. This is so that the money that is in the fund can be used for the programs that it was intended to.
Okay, is there further discussion? Representative Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to speak in on behalf of this amendment. Thank you, Representative Ransom, for bringing this. That continuous appropriation is kind of a problem. And if you haven't looked at the fiscal note, we're looking at $43.3 million right now. And we ought to at least be able to check that every year at least the Joint Budget Committee. I ask for an aye vote.
Okay, is there further discussion? Rep. Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also ask for an aye vote. This money isn't any more special than every other dime that comes to this building and gets spent and goes through the budgetary process. I urge a yes vote on this so that it does go through the budgetary process. We don't do this for our schools. We don't do this for the governor's private plane. We don't do this for anything. So, or for very few things do we have a continuous appropriation that never gets reviewed. So I ask for a yes vote on the Ransom amendment. It's a good amendment.
Is there further discussion on L7 to the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question is the passage of L7. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. The noes have it. L7 is lost. We are back to the Appropriations Committee report. Is there further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the question is the passage of the Appropriations report. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed say no. Ayes have it. The Appropriations report is passed. To the bill, SB 252, Rep. Tatone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Senate Bill 252 is all about community revitalization. This is a way for us to give some of these communities who might not be thriving right now a little help to get back to normal. The Division of Economic Development in the Department of Local Government will consider projects to be funded only after a fair and rigorous open competition among eligible grant applications. In addition, there will be stakeholder process which will include a community finance authority, the Colorado Educational and Cultural Facilities Authority, History Colorado, and other relevant industry partners, housing advocates, and interested parties. The division will adopt policies on grant timelines, eligibility requirements, and reporting requirements. The bill also sets up the Community Revitalization Fund, starting with $65 million, and that fund can also accept gifts, grants, and donations. The reports from the fund manager will be transmitted through the SMART Act hearings for transparency and accountability. And after December 31st, 2022, it goes back to the general fund. Colorado has the opportunity to increase our presence in the arts and creative industry and build housing. With this bill, let's take the opportunity to invest in industries which will have a meaningful impact on economic development, job growth, tourism, especially in rural areas. Let's bring back the luster to some of those old buildings which have been mothballed and make them the centerpieces for our communities. I ask for a yes vote.
Is there further discussion, Rep. Lentine?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senate Bill 252 creates a grant program that provides gap funding aimed at creating or revitalizing mixed-use commercial centers. This is meant as one-time funding to kickstart shovel-ready projects that need an extra boost to move from a dream to reality. These are projects that can use existing empty spaces or new construction to transform lifeless main streets to vibrant spaces that will drive the local economy and provide jobs for years to come. Local jobs. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion on Senate Bill 252? Seeing none, the question is the passage of Senate Bill 252. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. The ayes have it. 252 is passed. Mr. Gregorio, please read the 7-line title to Senate Bill 72.
Senate Bill 72 by Senators Hansen and Quorum, also Representatives Valdez A. and Catlin, concerning the expansion of electric transmission facilities to enable Colorado to meet its clean energy goals and in connection therewith creating the Colorado Electric Transmission Authority, requiring transmission utilities to join organized wholesale markets and allowing additional classes of transmission utilities to obtain revenue through the co-location of broadband facilities within their existing rights of way.
Well done, Mr. Gregorio. Representative Valdez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 72 and the committee reports.
To the Energy and Environment Committee report.
All right, so we did a bunch of wonderful things in the Energy and Environment Committee, and we're not even done yet. I'd like to move Amendment 33.
All right, we have the amendment up on the screen in focus. Please go ahead, Rep. Valdez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is an amendment that will help kind of provide an incentive for some of our utilities to join RTOs, and it just kind of is a carrot approach where we help them to get there. So we'd ask for an aye vote.
All right, is there further discussion on Amendment L33? Which is to the committee report. Seeing none, the question is the passage of L33. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. L33 is passed. Back to the committee report, Rep. Valdez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L28 to the Energy and Environment report. I don't know.
Rep. Valdez, we'll be in a brief recess just to get enough copies of this. The committee's in a recess. Committee will come back to order. All right, Rep. Valdez, now we have enough copies for everybody who needs to have one. L28 is on the screen. Please go ahead.
All right, L28 is a technical amendment that cleans up the required attributes and definition of an OWM. Ask for an aye vote.
All right, is there further discussion on L28 to the committee report? Seeing none, the question is the passage of L28. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The ayes have it. L28 is adopted. Back to the committee report, Rep. Valdez.
Ask for an aye vote on the committee report.
All right, is there further discussion on the Energy and Environment Committee report? Seeing none, the question is the passage of the committee report. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The ayes have it. The committee report is passed to the bill. Representative Valdez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a great bill, folks. So for those of you who aren't aware, an RTO is a regional transmission organization. They'll help Colorado to meet our goals sooner as far as renewable energy is concerned. They help Coloradans save money and they increase resiliency. So essentially what this does is it kind of allows within the PUC for there to be created a separate division that will deal with the transmission of electricity. So this is a great bill. Among the other things that the bill does, the RTOs function by finding the cheapest forms of energy first. So it helps us meet our demand, prevent any situations like we saw in Texas, but also creates jobs as we construct new transmission lines, which many of the parts of the state are kind of islanded from their ability to get this kind of power. So it is a great bill, but before we get to the end of that, I'd like to go ahead and move Amendment L23 to the bill.
All right, L23 has been moved. Let's give it a sec to get up on the screen.
This is so crazy.
All right, Rep. Valdez, go ahead to L23.
All right, L23 is we worked with Delta Montrose Electric Association, where my illustrious colleague is from. It helps us because it fixes a drafting error and it ties the definition of generation and transmission within a cooperative electric association to the broadband access statutes created by Senate Bill 19107. It expands generation and transmission cooperatives. So it's quite technical in nature, but fixes an issue for DMEA, who is a big supporter of this policy and would ask for an aye vote.
Okay, further discussion on L23. Seeing none, the question is the passage of L23 to the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. A couple of ayes have it. L23 is passed.
All right.
All right, back to the bill. Rep. Valdez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One last amendment here. I'd like to move Amendment L24. Did I move 24 already?
All right, L24 has been moved and is on the screen in focus. Please go ahead, Rep. Valdez.
All right, thank you. This amendment does it creates some clarity within the attributes of an OWM, helps us to get to our climate and energy goals quicker, provides guidance to the Public Utilities Commission about the key qualities to look for. So it's just a little bit of directive language for our utilities and helps looks forward in nature for the generation and transmission. And we'd ask for an aye vote.
Okay, further discussion on L24. Seeing none, the question is the passage of L24. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. L24 is passed. Back to the bill, Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
Likewise, sir. Please go ahead.
This is a bill that'll be good for REAs, rural Colorado. It'll also make it easier to access the transmission lines for some of the new energy that the state of Colorado is expecting to generate. This will be particularly good for people that are using falling water. In other words, in my area, falling water's electricity will be able to be brought into the grid as we move forward. This is a good bill. Vote yes.
All right, further discussion on SB 72. Rep. Pico.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise to have a little bit of a discussion on this. I'm both supporting and opposed, and I'm going to walk through that a little bit. First off, I'm totally supporting the idea, the concept behind a regional transmission organization. I'm going to go back in time a little bit, a few years, where all of the utilities in Colorado got together and worked for a couple of years to develop a regional transmission organization, RTO. We all want one. We tried very, very hard to do that. I was the chair of the board of Colorado Springs Utilities when we started that process. So I was, if you pardon the expression, plugged in to all of that work. It's very technical. It's very economic. There's a whole lot of engineering goes into it and a whole lot of policy goes into it. And we worked very, very diligently, all of us together, to come up with a regional transmission organization that would cover a multi-state region. We couldn't quite get it over the finish line. And that process restarted about a year or so ago. And in the interim, we developed an organization called a Joint Dispatch Agreement, which includes all of the major utilities here in Colorado. At the present time, every utility in Colorado is either a participant in the joint dispatch agreement or is served by a utility in the joint dispatch agreement. It is a regional wholesale market per the definitions within the bill. We've actually covered all that. What's lacking in that is that it was a temporary organization. It is going to expire, but we're working to replace that. The only functional pieces missing in that is the transmission organization, the transmission portion of that, the objective that's in the bill, to try to build that level of transmission that covers that regional, the rural area of Colorado and expands that out. Currently, there's still a lot of transmission development underway. Xcel Energy themselves have $1.7 billion worth of transmission projects in progress right now, working on the outside, out in the rural areas to try to bring that out to all the areas. They don't get to all the areas some of the rural electric associations would like to get to. And I recognize that shortfall. And that is something that we all do need to work on. So there is there is a little bit of good in here that I'll speak somewhat positively for this bill. But going back to that, the joint dispatch agreement, which is currently in place, currently is a regional wholesale market, is due to expire, and we are working to develop a follow-on. There's multiple pieces of that. There is a balancing authority that has to be put in place for the RTO as we get in a regional market. As we put in more and more renewables onto the grid, there has to be a balancing authority that is able to, in real time, balance the variability, because those renewables are not dispatchable, which means you can turn it on and off at will. You have it available when you want it. Instead, they're available when it's available. And so you need that balancing authority to make all of that work, because renewables, believe it or not, don't actually work very well by themselves. Solar panels don't work in the nighttime, and wind power doesn't work when the wind's not blowing. So you need to have that balancing authority that stabilizes it. That's part of the issue of a regional transmission organization, and that is why the original one that we tried to put together didn't come to fruition, because we didn't agree on who is the best advocate to do that. So we did come up with a follow-on. And since this bill started the drafting process, the Southwest Power Pool has stood up. They are a regional transmission organization. They're in the process of coming online. They will probably get there in about another year. Most of the utilities that are targeted in this are joining that in some capacity. Colorado Springs Utilities is joining that not as an RTO, but we're joining the regional market for the wholesale selling and distribution. The point being that all of the utilities are already well down the road to getting where this bill wants to go. We already recognize the need, we already recognize the benefits thereof, and we're going to be there in another year. So my position on this is we don't really need the bill, because we're already getting there. We already have that, and as we go into a regional transmission organization, which is multi-state, it includes 7 states, whereas the Colorado RTO is only going to have 1 state with the wish to get other people to join in. We need to join what's already out there. To the extent that we're going to build more transmission out there, there's a second part of the bill that puts that transmission authority. I don't really have an objection to that. I think it does something pretty good. It's going to give that ability to move power out to the rural co-ops, and I would like to say, pardon the expression again, more power to them. But we're going to get there. And again, I go back to the point, I don't think we need the bill, because I think we're all well on the way to get there. And that is something that I would say, why don't we just stand down, let the process work out, because it is a very, as I said before, engineering specific. It's a very technical issue. It's an economic issue, much less so a legislative issue. And that's why or I'm not really in favor. While we worked on this over in the Engineering Environment Committee, I was a no there. I'll probably be a no on the board on the third. We were split on that. I recognize a lot of companies would like to see this. The rural electrics would really like to see this because it will enhance their ability in the rural areas to get the renewable power and to distribute that more and more. But I think we can get there without the bill. Thank you.
Okay, the question is the bill. Rep. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I have an amendment that I would like. Perfect. That I would like to be displayed. So I move Amendment 35 to Senate Bill 72.
Okay, Rep. Larson, 35 is on the screen and in focus. Please go ahead.
Perfect. And thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, members. So this is what I hope will be a friendly amendment. I've discussed this with the bill sponsors. So fun little sidebar, in House District 22, we have the Lockheed Martin plant, and as a byproduct of that, have a lot of aerospace engineers and people who are very into this sort of thing. And there are a few of my constituents who are particularly concerned about EMP resiliency. And this bill caught their attention. They're very excited about it, frankly, and just wanted to have some language inserted speaking about the importance of building out our grid and having it resilient against threats such as electromagnetic pulse and other issues. So I've been working with the sponsors to come up with some language that would be agreeable, and hopefully this is it. But members, I would ask for a yes vote.
Okay, the question is L35. Rep. Valdez, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And we have worked with Representative Larson to get to this language. We do consider it friendly. We do think it's a good idea to have some resiliency built in here, so I'd ask for an aye vote as well.
Okay, Rep. Pico to L35.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of this. I think it's a very good and focused issue. I also have quite a few engineers in my district, and I've got a number of people who, at least one, worked at the classified level on this particular subject. I've been through the classified course, and I flew on an EMP hardened aircraft as well as a ground facility. This is something, having our electrical facilities hardened to electromagnetic pulse effects, which can be both artificial and natural. And I want to stress that the natural effects are probably just as severe as artificial, human-caused, although they manifest themselves a little bit differently. This is an area that the FERC, the Federal Electrical Resource, I forget what the name of it is now. FERC is one of those agencies that does a lot of the security and so forth and sets the technical standards. We've been doing a lot of work on trying to identify what those vulnerabilities are within the electrical grid, what it is that we have to do to ensure that we're able to both survive an EMP pulse, natural or human-caused, as well as be able to restart the grid, which opens up a whole other area because you have to have the ability to cold start your electric plants, which, as it turns out, we don't have in a lot of our electric plants. So this is an area I very much also support, very much interested in. I got a lot of engineers in my district as well, and I would urge an aye vote on this.
Okay, is there further discussion on L35? Seeing none, the question is the passage of L35 to Senate Bill 72. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. The ayes have it. L35 is passed. Back to the bill. Further discussion on Senate Bill 72. Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And we've been having a lot of discussion about how this changes really, truly the resiliency for the state, how we take a look at it from the most equitable standpoint. And in fact, along those veins, I move Amendment L034 to Senate Bill 72 and ask for it to be displayed.
Okay, Mr. Minority Leader, the amendment is on the screen and in focus. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Folks, one of the things that we see on our co-op boards and other places is sort of a, shall we say, a departure from the normal political world. And I think that's a really good thing. I think that especially on most of those boards, when we're taking a look at what the board structure looks like, we want to make sure that we keep it as diverse as possible. And what this really would do would say that on the board, we would want to see, except for the director, no more than 4 members of the same political party, so that we don't sort of violate that tenet of nonpartisanship on those boards and make sure that we are just out there to serve the customers. I would ask for an aye vote. I think it's something that we likely should see much more of, something that we would really, really like to have codified here so that we don't have any questions about it.
All right, the question is L34, Representative Rep. Valdez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we hadn't heard about this before we got here today, so I'm inclined to ask for a no vote, but no, I'm gonna go ahead and ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Okay, further discussion on L34. Mr. Minority Leader McKean.
Yeah, that's one of the things when we do special orders, we come up quickly, and that's certainly understandable from you guys. It would be, what should I say? When we walk down this road and when we ask for this kind of diversity, I think it makes sense. And I think that, quite honestly, when we look at the boards and the commission of these boards, it's a whole new thing. And so a few people out there are going to say, well, we don't want this to become a board dominated by people saying what we want to do is X or Y. We want to make sure that we have the breadth of that conversation. And I think that when we talk about it that way, we really have a chance to mean that these are not just longstanding boards, but they are actually boards that have some ability for folks to dig in, have their voices heard, and not have it interrupted by some of the partisan politics. When we think of I'm up at PRPA. We have our board comprised of mayors from all these towns and then utility directors from all of our towns. What we look at there is truly, can we have that representation spread across the entire group and make sure that no one group dominates that? That's PRPA. We also see that in some of the REAs. And so when I say this, I say we take a look at it and we take a look at how well that can be spread across. So I would ask for an aye vote.
Okay, further discussion on L34. Seeing none, the question is the passage of L34 to Senate Bill 72. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. Noes have it. The amendment is lost. Back to the bill, Senate Bill 72. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the question is the passage of Senate Bill 72. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed say no. No. The ayes have it. 72 is passed. Madam Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Great work, everyone. I move that the committee rise and report.
You've heard the motion. Seeing no objection, the committee will rise and report.
House will come back to order. Mr. Gregorio, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Mr. Speaker, your Committee of the Whole begs leave to order is under consideration the following attached bills being the second reading thereof and makes the following recommendations thereon. House Bill 1316 passed on second reading and ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 72 is amended. Senate Bill 241. Senate Bill 252 is amended. Passed on second reading and ordered revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Representative Weissman. Members, you have heard the motion. There are no amendments at the desk. The question before us is the adoption of the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Sandridge votes no. Majority Leader Escar, how do you vote?
Yes.
Majority Leader Escar votes yes. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ricks votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Please close the machine. With 41 aye votes, 22 no votes, and 2 excused, the report of the Committee of the Whole is adopted. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to proceed out of order for immediate consideration of Senate Bill 253.
Thank you, Assistant Majority Leader. Members, that is on your first page under third reading of bills. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title to Senate Bill 253.
Senate Bill 253 by Senators Zenzinger and Danielson, also Representatives Carver and Michelson Janae, concerning license plates for veterans who have disabilities and in connection therewith, creating a license plate to honor women veterans with disabilities and making an appropriation.
Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 253 on third reading and final passage.
The question before us, hold on a sec, is the adoption of Senate Bill 253 on third reading and final passage. See no further discussion. Mr. Gregorio, please open the sheet of members. Please proceed to vote. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Sandridge votes no. Majority Leader Escar, how do you vote?
Yes.
Majority Leader Escar votes yes. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ricks votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes. Representative
McLaughlin votes yes. Please close the machine. With 52 aye votes, 11 no votes, and 2 excused, Senate Bill 253 is adopted. Mr. Gregorio, co-sponsors. Representative Ricks, Jackson, co-sponsor. Representative McLaughlin, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of the Senate Bill 236.
Senate Bill 236 by Senators Story and Sonnenberg, also Representatives Tipper and Van Beber, concerning increasing the capacity of quality early childhood education through grant programs and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 236 on third reading and final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 236 on third reading and final passage. See no further discussion. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Sandridge votes no. Majority Leader Escar, how do you vote?
Yes.
Majority Leader Escar votes yes. Representative Ricks, how do you, Representative Jackson.
Yes.
Yeah, Representative Ricks votes yes. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Please close the machine. With 51 aye votes, 12 no votes, and 2 excused, Senate Bill 236 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Ricks, Majority Leader Escar, Representative Jackson, Representative McLaughlin, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of the Senate Bill 202.
Senate Bill 202 by Senators Moreno and Lundin, also Representatives Sirota and Larson, concerning a general fund transfer to the Public School Capital Construction Assistance Fund for the purpose of providing grants for public school air quality improvement projects and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 202 on third reading and final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 202 on third reading and final passage. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Sandridge votes no. Majority Leader Escar, how do you vote?
Yes.
Majority Leader Escar votes yes. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ricks votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Please close the machine. With 50 aye votes, 13 no votes, and 2 excused, Senate Bill 202 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Jackson, Representative McLaughlin, Representative Ricks, Majority Leader Escar, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of the Senate Bill 203.
Senate Bill 203 by Senators Bridges and Simpson, also Representatives Valdez, Dean, Pelton, concerning an appropriation of the Department of Agriculture for the Colorado Proud Program.
Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 203 on third reading and final passage.
The question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 203 on third reading and final passage. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Sandridge votes no. Majority Leader Escar, how do you vote?
Yes.
Majority Leader Escar votes yes. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ricks votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Luck. Please close the machine. With 55 aye votes, 8 no votes, and 2 excused, Senate Bill 203 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Majority Leader Escar, Representative McLaughlin, Representative Jackson, Representative Ricks, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of the Senate Bill 204.
Senate Bill 204 by Senators Donovan and Rankin, also Representatives Young and Van Bever, concerning an appropriation of the Department of Local Affairs for the Rural Economic Development Initiative Grant Program.
Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 204 on third reading and final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 204 on third reading and final passage. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Gregorio, please open the sheet and members please proceed to vote. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Sandridge votes no. Majority Leader Escar, how do you vote?
Yes.
Majority Leader Escar votes yes. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ricks votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Please close the machine. With 52 aye votes, 11 no votes, and 2 excused, Senate Bill 204 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Jackson, Representative McLaughlin, Representative Ricks, Majority Leader Escar, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of the Senate Bill 230.
Senate Bill 230 by Senators Hansen and Winter, also Representatives Valdez and Burnett, concerning a transfer of money from the general fund to the energy fund to 2 finance programs of the Colorado Energy Office.
Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 230 on third reading and final passage.
The question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 230 on third reading and final passage. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Sandridge votes no. Majority Leader Escar, how do you vote?
Yes.
Majority Leader Escar votes yes. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ricks votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Hooten, Judah. Please close the machine. With 42 aye votes, 21 no votes, and 2 excused, Senate Bill 230 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Ricks, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of this Senate Bill 265.
Senate Bill 265 by Senators Enzinger and Rankin, also Representatives McCluskey and McKean, concerning transfer from the general fund to the state highway fund.
Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 265 on third reading and final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 265 on third reading and final passage. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Sandridge votes yes. Majority Leader Escar, how do you vote?
Yes.
Majority Leader Escar votes yes. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ricks votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative, please close the machine. 63 aye votes, 0 no votes, and 2 excused. Senate Bill 265 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Sandridge, Majority Leader Escar, co-sponsor. Representative Ricks, Representative Jackson, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of the Senate Bill 229.
Senate Bill 229 by Senators Danielson and Story, also Representatives Amabile and McKean, concerning the creation of the Rural Jumpstart Zone Grant Program and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 229 on third reading and final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 229 on third reading and final passage. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Sandridge votes no. Majority Leader Escar, how do you vote?
Yes.
Majority Leader Escar votes yes. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ricks votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Please close the machine. With 51 aye votes, 12 no votes, and 2 excused, Senate Bill 229 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Jackson, Representative Ricks, Representative McLaughlin, Majority Leader Escar, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of Senate Bill 231.
Senate Bill 231 by Senators Story and Heinze, also Representatives Hooten and Weissman, concerning the transfer of money from the general fund to the energy fund to finance the weatherization assistance program of the Colorado Energy Office.
Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 231 on third reading and final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 231 on third reading and final passage. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Sandridge votes no. Majority Leader Escar, how do you vote?
Yes.
Majority Leader Escar votes yes. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ricks votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Please close the machine. With 43 aye votes, 20 no votes, and 2 excused, Senate Bill 231 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Jackson, co-sponsor. Representative Ricks, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Oh, Representative McLaughlin, co-sponsor. Gotcha. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of Senate Bill 239.
Senate Bill 239 by Senators Colker and Zenzinger, also Representatives Amabile and Young, concerning the statewide communication system for referral to behavioral health services and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 239 on third reading and final passage.
The question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 239 on third reading and final passage. See no further discussion. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Sandridge votes no. Majority Leader Escar, how do you vote?
Yes.
Majority Leader Escar votes yes. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ricks votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Please close the machine. With 48 aye votes, 15 no votes, and 2 excused, Senate Bill 239 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Jackson, co-sponsor. Representative Ricks, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to lay over the balance of the third reading calendar, or the whole calendar?
Whole calendar.
All right, I move to lay over the balance of the calendar until tomorrow, Wednesday, June 2nd.
Seeing no objection, the balance of the calendar will be laid over till Wednesday, June 2nd. Announcements and introductions. Representative Herod.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Appropriations Committee, we will be meeting tomorrow. Right. We will meet tomorrow at 8:30, Old State Library. You should have bills printed in your calendar. If they're not up yet, they will be soon. Or speak to your ranking member. Thanks.
Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I feel like appropriations announcements should be preceded by a joke that we could all judge.
Go ahead. Go ahead, do it.
No, I'm not ready.
You're on the mic. Do it.
I am. Okay. So there was this polar bear. Now, see.
Representative Michelson Jeanette.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Public and Behavioral Health and Human Services is not meeting today, but will be meeting tomorrow afternoon. Keep your eyes peeled.
Representative Byrd.
Oh, I'm back for finance, members. So we will be meeting upon adjournment of energy and environment. So we expect perhaps that might go about an hour long. And for all of you sitting on finance and all of you finance watchers, we will again be hearing Senate Bill 279, fans of finance, Senate Bill 057, Senate Bill 190, and if Senate Bill 258 passes out of education, after energy and environment, we will also be hearing Senate Bill 258. So see you there.
Representative Hooten.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the Capital Development Committee will meet tomorrow, June 2nd at 7:30 a.m. and 3:57 to consider an annual transfer of money to the Capitol Complex Master Plan Implementation Fund, House Bill 211326 under House Rule 50, and a presentation from the Governor's Office on a planned clean energy park. Supporting information will be arriving in your email shortly.
Representative A. Valdez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Energy and Environment, we will meet at the top of the hour, 5 p.m. Yes, it's already 5 o'clock. To hear 258, 1326. Be there. I'd like to get started on time so we can get finance going for all those fun bills in there.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Judiciary members, just to repeat this morning's announcement in the interest of abundant clarity, we are not meeting today, notwithstanding it is Tuesday. We are meeting tomorrow upon the conclusion of floor work. We will hear 1309, 88, 280, and 1320. An amendment was distributed in the usual way from our nonpartisan staff for 1320. Please find that in your email. There should also be hard copy on all members' desks. We'll see you tomorrow for Judiciary.
Representative Exum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, House Transportation and Local Government, we will not be meeting today. We will meet tomorrow upon adjournment to hear Senate Bill 262, and we did receive another bill to be named. So tomorrow upon adjournment.
Or any further announcements or introductions? Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you. And once again, education will not be meeting today, and it's a surprise when we're going to meet again. I'll just let you know. Thanks. Good to have surprises.
Seeing no further announcements or introductions, Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House stand in recess until later today.
Seeing no objection, the House will stand in recess till later today.